What is going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. This video is long, but I feel like it's necessary. So many people have contacted me over the years saying that my videos on addiction, the recovery process, sobriety, and alcoholism have helped them greatly. I'm sure you guys can hear the kids screaming in the background. They're playing baseball. So here's the thing, and I don't want to make this introduction too long because I want to get right into the content. A lot of people have contacted me saying that, hey, your longer videos on addiction and alcoholism and recovery and withdrawals have really helped me get through a rocky period. I just put the videos on and listen to them or watch them, and it really helps me get through, the hardship of getting sober. Or some people have even contacted me, not to get too personal, but some people have contacted me saying that, dude, your addiction recovery videos and your withdrawal videos and how to deal with withdrawals really helped me get through withdrawals. So that's a beautiful thing to me. I really do hope that these messages reach you at the right time. These recovery videos about addiction and sobriety. I really do indeed hope that this video, all of my videos, this compilation I've put together, can help inspire you in this very moment to see the absolute importance of you getting sober. So before we continue, I just want you to take a deep breath with me through your nose and hold it out your mouth. Let's take one more. In the nose, hold it out the mouth. I want you to take a couple of deep breaths. And I want you to know, if you're struggling with addiction, if you're struggling with getting sober, that you have the power to get rid of all the problems in your life that are keeping you from being the greatest version of yourself. You absolutely do have the power to get crystal clear mentally and put together a plan to get sober. Seek professional medical attention if you're getting off of something like alcohol, because withdrawals can be incredibly dangerous. And modern medicine, you guys, pharmaceutical medicine, Western medicine, has some very valid tools to help you get through the hardship of alcohol withdrawals. Alcohol, although legal, is incredibly hard on your body and incredibly dangerous to detox from. So seek professional medical attention, put together a plan, and stick true to it. But again, sometimes we just need to stop and take a breath. So let's take another one together. Just in through the nose. Clear your mind. Hold it. Out through the mouth. Empty the mind, empty the emotions, enter into a state of peace. And then once you're there, realize that you have the absolute power to control your destiny. You are not a slave to the power or to the circumstances in your life all the time, ladies and gentlemen. You can change your life and attain much more power, and sobriety is one of the most valid ways or keys to do that. So I've put together a compilation of the majority of my addiction and alcoholism videos, and I've put them all together in this video that's following this introduction, because I wanted to put together something that was really long, that for someone who's going through addiction recovery or withdrawals. I wanted to put together a long video that was longer than an hour, that you can just hit play and listen to or watch. Again, so many people have contacted me saying that, hey, well, I was going through withdrawals, I listened to your videos and it really helped. Do you have anything longer? Yeah, this is it. So I'm going to continue to make new videos, but this is a compilation of a large majority of my videos on addiction and recovery and sobriety. These videos, some of them are outdated, but it is what it is. I'm still going to share them. I didn't have time to go in and edit all of the advertisements out of this, out of all these videos that I stitched together. Advertisements for my Patreon page are at the beginning and end of some of these videos. It would have taken 2 days to render this large video file, you guys, if I were to go in and edit all of this. So unfortunately, there's some crude parts to this that are unnecessary, some advertisements for my Patreon page, but I decided to make this video 100% ad-free so that you don't have to sit through annoying ads, and I mean ads through Google. Sure, my Patreon ads are going to be in here every once in a while, but I'm talking about like annoying pop-up ads that you have to click skip to and all that nonsense. This is 100% ad-free, and I hope that it can help you. So let's dive right into it. Peace be with you all. Welcome, everybody. I want to talk really briefly about getting your life together and getting yourself sober. I'm going to continue talking about this because I'm highly passionate about this subject, and I want to help you get to a state of peace in life. You're never going to find that if you're using drugs and drinking alcohol. These things all come with massive, they just create issues is what I'm getting at. So I get a lot of questions about my videos regarding sobriety. Out of all the videos I produce here on YouTube, the most feedback I get from people and the most detailed comments and responses and replies and support that I get from people is in relation to my sobriety videos. It really makes me feel good from the bottom of my heart that so many people have found my videos on delirium tremens and alcohol withdrawals and, getting over addictive patterns. I really, really love going to bed at night knowing that these videos are helping people. So I'm going to continue making these videos because anyone I can inspire to get sober, that's a potential life I've saved. And I think that feels really good. It just feels good to make content like this. I want to help you get sober, ladies and gentlemen. What do you have to lose by getting rid of your drug-addled lifestyle? What do you have to lose by getting clean and not having to worry about, a potential early death from alcohol abuse or withdrawals? A lot of you guys that are contacting me, you're not being smart. You're young and you think that because you're young, you can just drink massive amounts of alcohol. And a lot of the people who've contacted me have, they contact me and they want to get sober, but then I'll communicate with them and then I'll find out that they're drinking. And it's like this back and forth loop where they contact me because they know I'm a sober human, and I attract people who aren't sober because I have something that they want. I'm not trying to sound rude. It's true. Most people who are addicted are striving to become sober. And a lot of people who aren't sober see that in me. They see the sobriety and they want to attain that. So they'll message me and then they'll fall back and continue drinking and message me and then fall back. And I sympathize with you guys because I've been there before. This morning I was thinking about it and I was like, what the hell is the deal with these people? Why do they keep going back and forth between me, and then they'll fall off the wagon, or, but then I had to sit and meditate on it for a few minutes. And it's like, wait a second, I was there. And I try to not get frustrated with people easily because I like to look at things that I've done in the past and ask myself, have I done that? Was I in that situation? Because if I was in that situation that person was in, would I want to have someone frustrated with me? Because sometimes I do. It's like frustrating to deal with people who one day they want to get sober and then the next day I find out that they're like drunk and passing out and doing all this crazy stuff. But maybe I'm too nice. I'm not sure. But one thing I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you don't get your act together soon, you may end up in a whole host of trouble. And I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to see you go down a really dark road that you may not be able to ever get yourself out of, because a lot of people drink alcohol, think they're invincible, get into a goddamn vehicle and kill a bunch of people, and they wind up in jail. Imagine what that would feel like. And I know. It couldn't happen to you. Every single person that it's happened to probably had that mentality. Oh, it's not going to happen. I'm only going a few miles. I'm only going home. Do you have any clue? It's amazing to me that alcohol is even legal. Now, do I necessarily want to see alcohol become illegal? No, because I don't think that making something illegal to make people not do something or drink. What am I trying to say here? God damn it. I can't get it out of my mouth. I don't think that people should have to have something taken off the shelves so that they don't drink. I think people should have more responsibility. You should be able, ladies and gentlemen, to have every temptation right in front of you, and you just, like a breeze, be able to not give in to them. This is called higher thinking. This is called your higher self. Being able to not give in to the temptations of your environment. And that's what it is. What do you really think is happening on a spiritual level when you succumb to the temptations outside of you? It means that you don't have much willpower, or it just means that you haven't honed your willpower. All of these opportunities, all of these negative people who are trying to inspire you to do drugs or drink, or these are just stepping stones for growth. These are like challenges that you need to pass. Life is like a test on some level, ladies and gentlemen, and it's just, you got to get your life together. Put yourself through sobriety boot camp. Talk to a medical professional about getting help. There are great resources available at our fingertips here in 2019 through mainstream medicine, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I talk about natural health a lot here on this channel, and I talk about using food as medicine, but when it comes to addiction recovery, in my opinion, Western medicine has some very valid tools, as well as some very valid pharmaceutical drugs that can save your life, especially if you're getting off of alcohol. This is no joke. I'm tired of hearing people say that, oh, you know, I just up and quit. Now I'm going to do this and that. I'm just going to up and quit. It's like, you can't do that, ladies and gentlemen. If you drink a lot of booze, I'm not saying that quitting is a bad thing. I'm saying that quitting properly is essential. Take it easy on your body. You've been abusing it with booze. You've been abusing it with cigarettes. Chances are, if you drink a lot of alcohol and you're an alcoholic, can't really say chances are, but oftentimes what I've noticed is people who drink alcohol excessively often smoke cigarettes, and sometimes they smoke, weed or do drugs. So think about all of the ways that you've been damaging your body. And if you just jump into sobriety one day, it can put your body into shock. And alcohol withdrawals are some of the most dangerous withdrawals there is. Alcohol withdrawals are dangerous than many different forms of drug withdrawals. So it's just, goddamn. It's so sad. One of the reasons I see reflections of myself in many of you guys who are trying to get sober, and it just makes me sad to see, like, wow, I was that lost at one point. And again, I'm not trying to sound judgmental because I've been there. So if anyone tries to say I'm being judgmental by saying that I'm not being judgmental. I've been where you are. I've been down in the muck, and I just confused myself into this ideology that I thought that I could never get out of this. You are the one you've been waiting for. You need to stop feeling sorry for yourself. And that's one thing that I can say without a shadow of a doubt, because that's what I did. I walked around in pity of myself. I thought that the whole world revolved around me. I thought that sorry, I had a comment there. I thought that the whole world revolved around me. Poor Brandon. All this stuff happened to Brandon. I need to drink because I have all these issues. Poor, poor, poor me. It's so pathetic when I look back at it, that I allowed myself to trick myself into thinking I was such a victim. And you've got to get out of that victim consciousness, ladies and gentlemen. Take control of your mind and bitch slap it into submission. Your mind, if you don't make your mind your bitch, it will run your life, ladies and gentlemen. Your programmed mind will make you it will make you its bitch. You need to take the reins and take control of your life and say no to toxic substances that you know are killing you. Think about that. You're stressed, so you consume something that kills you. How do you think that that's going to ameliorate or mitigate your stress? It's only going to make it worse. It leads to guilt, and guilt leads to feeling sorry for yourself, and feeling sorry for yourself leads to you abusing more drugs and alcohol. Get sober, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to drink because all the people around you in your environment are drunks. I was looking back at high school, looking back at junior college, everyone was drinking. The schools, it's just venerated everywhere, this low level, low vibration lifestyle. And everybody wants to fit in, and people end up doing ridiculous bullshit because they want to fit in with everyone. Why would you want to fit in with a bunch of ingrates, a bunch of demons, a bunch of jackals, a bunch of hyenas? You've got to get out of the victim mentality. Victim mentality is one thing that keeps so many people addicted. It's like, oh, I'm so sad, so I have to drink. I know you're not. You're a limitless, intelligent human being with a mind that can discern between right and wrong. You have higher thinking. Use it. Stimulate your higher self. Destroy your addictions and live. Peace be with you all. So you've relapsed and you've made it to this video. First of all, congratulations for that, because I do indeed believe that this video can help you dramatically if you choose to listen to it in its duration instead of clicking away. Please do it indeed watch this video in its duration. I have you guys a large archive of videos here on my channel regarding alcoholism and addiction recovery. So if you're new to this channel and you're not aware of that, please take advantage of that and go into my video archive, into the search bin, and type in alcohol or addiction, or just skim through my videos in general, and you will find that my channel is peppered with various videos on addiction recovery and support and motivation on how to clean up your act, how to get sober, and really reclaim the vitality of your being, your very core. I want to do my best to help invigorate you with inspiration, and I want you to become radiantly healthy. So aside from all that, ladies and gentlemen, if you've relapsed and you've made it this far, congratulations. That's the first step. The very fact that you've made it to this video shows that there's a part of you that wants to change, and you need to really honor that part of yourself and stop ignoring it and stop putting it on the back burner. That part of yourself that wants to stay away from alcohol and drugs or whatever it is that you're addicted to, that is an aspect of your higher self. That is that soft, gentle voice within yourself that will happily lead your life down a path of fulfillment and enjoyment and satisfaction and success. But the more you squander this voice, the more you don't listen to it, the more that you will by default create a cause and effect reaction that will not work in your best higher interest. For instance, ladies and gentlemen, there are many people out there who had great dreams for themselves and aspirations, desires to help the world or create businesses, you name it. And one night they decided to drink too much or use too much or whatever it is, whether it be heroin or, in this case, we'll just stick to alcohol. There have been many people who had vast dreams. They came here to do something with their life, and they drank too much, got into a car, killed someone, killed a family, or killed themselves. Now they're stuck in either a casket for the rest of, well, not their life, you know what I mean. They're either in a casket and their life has been snuffed out by their illegitimate actions based on ignorance and a lack of responsibility, or they're stuck in a jail cell. Or for many of us, like me, I'm stuck living with the guilt that I carry in my heart for the actions that I did while I was intoxicated, hurting family members, harming people, stealing from people. The list goes on and on and on. I did so much stupid shit when I was intoxicated that I could probably spend the rest of my life making these videos trying to, inspire people not to make the same bad mistakes I did. So I'm considering writing a book, but that's besides the subject. If you're interested in maybe potentially reading a book that I put together on alcoholism and addiction recovery, please let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear from you guys. And, before we continue, if you like this video, please hit the like button. Please leave comments. If you dislike it, please hit the dislike button. I would love to hear from you guys. And if you think that this video can help someone close to you, a family member, a friend, or just people maybe on your news feed, on your social media, please share this video. The more I can network this video around in my content, the more I could potentially help people. So please, if you feel that this video can benefit your family members or just people on your news feed, please share it on your social media, and that way I can get to more and more people. And thank you for that. Sharing is indeed caring. But relapsing, ladies and gentlemen, realize that many people don't make it through a relapse, especially people who have been away from alcohol for a prolonged period. Their tolerance lowers, but their mental tolerance doesn't lower. And when they go back to drinking after 6 months or a year or 2 years or sometimes multiple years, they drink too much and either kill themselves behind the wheel, or they do something ridiculously stupid that gets them in trouble for the rest of their life. Or many people drink so much that they kill themselves, ladies and gentlemen. Alcohol is no joke. Alcohol is absolutely dangerous. It's one of the most dangerous things and least forgiving things to withdrawal. And you can do significant damage to your liver. So realize that you've been given a second chance. If you're watching this video and you're in good health and you relapsed, realize that many people don't get this second chance. Many people die. Many people, again, do things that they would have never done while they were sober. Now they have to sit in a jail cell for the rest of their lives, potentially thinking about this and going over and reflecting on how their entire life was ruined based on the bad decision making of one evening. And let me tell you, when people kill people behind the wheel, when they're drunk, doing drunk driving and all this insanity, it's not like they planned for it. The whiplash effect that that's going to have on your soul when you sober up and you realize what you've done, that wow, I drank too much one night, thought I could get behind the wheel, killed people. Now I'm laying in a hospital bed, coming back to my senses because I'm sober, realizing what I've done, hoping that this is a bad dream, but it's not. Imagine that. I don't want to see you make this bad decision and end up in this situation, because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, everyone that this has happened to, everyone who has got behind the wheel and made this mistake and harmed people and they go to jail, they never planned it. And they have to go through that scenario that I just said, which you're going to hope with every goddamn fiber of your being was a bad dream, but it's not. Your lack of rational thinking when you're drunk can get you in a lot of trouble. And it's not just that I'm trying to motivate people not to drink, because drunk driving and harming people isn't the only reason I don't want you to drink. What about harming yourself? What about taking your life out of its proper trajectory with your will? What I mean by that is we came here to do something with our creativity, ladies and gentlemen. You have the ability to help people. You have the ability to affect the world in a positive way through whatever it is that you're good at, that you came here to share with the world. Do you want to squander that? Do you want to snuff that out with booze, with alcohol, with drugs, with cigarettes, with cannabis? I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen. People ask me all the time what my thoughts on cannabis are. I'm going to make a video about that in the near future. I think that it has potential. I'm not even going to get into it. What I am going to say here, however, is that 99% of the people who use it all the time, use it recreationally, and don't treat it with respect. And it's just another vice. Let's be honest with ourselves. I've got some butterfly pea flower tea, and that at the bottom, ladies and gentlemen, is actually sediment from the flowers. This is one of my favorite things to drink. Unfortunately, the lighting doesn't really do the color justice, but it's absolutely beautiful. This is a health tonic. This is what you should be drinking. Not alcohol, not beer, not wine. Unless, if you're one of those, if you're the type of person who can have a few drinks socially, if you're the type of person who can go out and be responsible, all the power to you. I, for instance, am not one of those. When I drink, I have to always have more. Otherwise, I feel uncomfortable. I don't like it. I like drinking massive volumes of liquor. I've tried to be a responsible drinker, but I'm a drunk, and I'm aware of this. So I do best by staying away from it. And chances are, if you've made it this far in this video, chances are, if you're watching this video, you too may have a drinking problem, and you shouldn't try to be a responsible drinker. Chances are, correct me if I'm wrong, if you do have a drinking problem and you're watching this video, you've already tried to be a responsible drinker, but you've been humbled by your drinking problem, because the more you drink and the drunker you get, the more likely it is that you make a bad decision. And most of us people who have had drinking problems in the past have made decisions that, while drunk, that just encumber us with guilt. Where was I going with that? I just had a huge brain fart. Excuse me, guys. But, I've tried to be a responsible drinker, but it never worked. Maybe it worked for a couple nights until I realized that, oh my God, I don't like this. I just want to keep drinking. See, I liked the process of opening the can of beer. I liked the noise that it made. I liked the feel of it going down my throat. I loved the pursuit of buying my alcohol, the sound that the seal would make on the flask of vodka or the handle of vodka, the fifth. I liked the way that it made my innards burn. I loved the way that it made me feel like I had no cares in the world. I fell in love with a demon. And alcohol is a demon, in my opinion. If there ever was something that could be considered demonic, alcohol would definitely fit that particular bracket. It kills just countless people every year, ladies and gentlemen. And not only does it kill people who drink alcohol, but oftentimes healthy, sober people that have a lot to offer the world are snuffed out. Their lives are snuffed out because of drunk driving, or people just being psychotic on alcohol and beating people to death or attacking them. This is insane that this substance is even legal. Now, I said in a previous video that I don't think that we should have to make something illegal for us to have responsibility and not drink something. I like to think that we could be responsible humans and be confronted or have the option of buying things like alcohol and simply choose not to do it. Making something illegal doesn't take away the root problem, which is a lack of responsibility. And a lack of responsibility is what made you relapse, ladies and gentlemen. You had a momentary lapse of your rational thinking became clouded and you gave in to the demon of alcohol. Now, I call it a demon not because I think it's an actual demon, but because it's a negative trait, ladies and gentlemen. And since time, for very long periods of time, us humans are typically attributed certain traits that are evil towards things that we could call demonic. I hope that makes sense. Again, I don't think it did, but it is what it is. I don't have time to go back and make this video over, so it's just going to have to come out raw and uncut. That looks really gross. If you're looking at the bottom of the cup, it looks like there's a bunch of sediment, but that actually is flower sediment. I love drinking flowers. They are uplifting to the consciousness. They provide beneficial nourishment to the body, minerals, you name it, but only the healthy flowers that are edible, because there's this large spectrum of flowers that aren't edible. So don't go out and start consuming flowers randomly. Hibiscus, butterfly pea flower tea, chamomile, blue lily. These are some of my favorite types of flowers. These can help you. Why am I bringing up the drink? Well, because this is the type of stuff that's going to benefit you. When you get a craving to drink, when you develop the power to go, okay, I don't need to drink alcohol, but I'll have some of that chamomile in the fridge. I'll have some of that, whatever tea it is, schizandra, pau d'arco, again, hibiscus, butterfly pea flower. These are the types of things that you can lean on to deal with your cravings. Now, some of you might be laughing or thinking, how the hell could you snuff out a craving for alcohol with tea or something? The craving is just so strong. Well, you're going to have to learn to, because if you don't learn to rely on something else other than yourself when you have a craving for alcohol, if you can't just simply go, okay, I'll have tea instead, then you're not going to succeed long term. And this alcohol demon is going to continue to plague you and harm you. You have to learn to be okay with being sober. That's the only way that you're going to be able to sustain sobriety, is to be okay with being sober. And this is the one thing that so many people struggle with, because so many people have been drinking alcohol for so long that they've actually learned to cope with reality through the lens of being drunk, through the lens of constantly having alcohol in their system. So you bet, when you take alcohol out of the picture, it makes that previously numbed state of consciousness very vivid, and everything's burning brighter, and you can feel your emotions much deeper. You can feel everything from happiness to joy to guilt and depression 10,000-fold or 10,000 times more vividly. Alcohol, when you drink it, numbs everything. Not always, for instance, because some people when they drink, they become very depressed. Some people when they drink become very happy. For me personally, it was different every time I did it. There was a 50-50 chance of me either turning into the world's biggest asshole or me turning into the world's biggest love bug. And when I say asshole, I mean violent, insane individual, highly dangerous individual to myself and other people. Or I could be the world's nicest person. I was the perfect poster child example of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So if you've relapsed, ladies and gentlemen, realize that you've been given the gift of a second chance, and that you should not squander that. Because squandering the second chance that you've been given, if you're watching this video, chances are you're in good health and you didn't make some horrible decision that's going to get you in trouble for the rest of your life. So take advantage of the fact that you made it through something that many people won't get through, and do something creative with it. Let it be fuel for the fire of you becoming a greater human. Because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when you drink alcohol, when you give in to addiction, when you don't listen to your higher self, when you don't listen to that soft inner voice that's trying to constantly, through your emotions and intuition, guide you down a path of turning around, walking the opposite direction of you being an absolute drunk or a mess, when you don't listen to your intuition, when you don't listen to that, again, that angelic voice that's constantly there, if you silence your mind long enough, then you will be humbled. And it will not be pretty. It's never pretty, regardless of the severity of the mistakes that you make when you drink or when you give into addiction. It doesn't matter. I mean, regardless of the severity. I hope that makes sense. What I'm trying to say is that regardless of whether you make a decision that ruins your life forever, or whether you make a decision that only affects a couple of people or just minimally affects yourself, it is still not good to not listen to that soft inner voice, because it's all a byproduct of you not aligning with your true self, which is that part of yourself that wants to truly be healthy. When you make decisions here in the Matrix that don't benefit you, when you make decisions based on addiction and alcoholism and squandering that, again, that soft voice, not to keep saying it, you are stimulating self-damage that not only affects you, but it affects everyone. There's a domino effect with alcoholism, with drug addiction, ladies and gentlemen, with anything that creates self-harm. It not only affects you, but it affects the entire collective consciousness, but it affects your loved ones, your girlfriend, your animals, your pets, you name it. So relapsing oftentimes leads to profound feelings of guilt, especially for people who have been sober for a prolonged period. So imagine you decided to get sober and you went 3 years without drinking, and then one day you decided to drink and you'd made some bad decision, or maybe you just drank and fell asleep. Nothing really truly bad happened, but you woke up feeling guilty because you ruined the momentum of your sobriety. Now, I'm not here to be Debbie Downer. I'm not here to try to make you feel bad because you relapsed. I've relapsed. But one thing that I've done that's so much different than many people who do relapse is that I used it as fuel to get back on my feet. Now, this is not an excuse to just constantly, I can just use every time I relapse, I can just get back on my feet and I'll be fine. No. Because as I said earlier, the more you fuck around and the more you drink when you're a drunk and you've been sober or whatnot, the more you drink in general, the higher the likelihood is that you're going to harm yourself, you're going to harm other people, you're going to destroy your health, kill yourself, destroy your liver, you name it. This is not something to joke around with. This is not something to play around with. Alcohol is one of the most disgusting, dishonorable, low-vibe, demonic substances on this planet currently, and there's a reason why it's legal. It's because it breaks people's will, and it destroys entire civilizations. This is part of the control agenda here, ladies and gentlemen, and you're actively participating in it and throwing your money at it and killing yourself. You're paying to kill yourself. It's time to wake up. I believe in you. I want to see you thrive. I don't want to see you make the same bad decisions that I made and so many other people made. If I can effectively get just one person to go the opposite direction and regain the vitality of their youth, to regain their vigor, to regain their health, then that really fills my cup up from the inside out. It makes me feel good. I make these videos because I want to help. I truly and genuinely believe that sobriety is the path of true health. If you don't believe that sobriety is the path of true health, then now when I'm talking about sobriety in this, in this case, I'm referring to alcohol. I don't think that there's anything wrong with an occasional cigar as long as it's quality tobacco. I don't think that, there's a time and a place, folks. But here's the thing. If you have an alcohol problem, the time and the place, enough's enough. You can't keep telling yourself that, I can be a casual drinker. I'll only have alcohol once a week or once a month. That is just that's what we call, that's what I like to call, what's the word I'm looking for? Excuse me. Making deals with the devil. Most of the time, instead of people actually quitting their a substance, attachment to a substance, they try to make deals around it, where they go, oh, I'll just drink once a week, or I'll just drink it, between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. or this and that. The more you make excuses for your addiction, the more you just make it worse, because you're solidifying the fact that you have to have it so much, you think you do at least, that you're willing to micromanage all this shit just so you can have your drink. Oh, it's Saturday's coming up. I can't wait for Saturday. I can have my drink. And suddenly you're not even aware of the fact that you're living just for the bottle, because you can't wait for Saturday to come around. I used to do that. There was a period when I was trying to get sober there was a period when I just first started drinking, and I realized that I was becoming an alcoholic, that I tried to only drink on weekends. And that was the longest week of my life, because I was living for the weekend, because I loved alcohol that much. When I got sober, it took me a while to get my bearings back, but when I was able to sustain sobriety, I realized that life was so much more enjoyable without alcohol. Life was so much more vivid. It was so much more beautiful. And I actually taught myself how to generate my own feel-good feelings. I didn't need to rely on substances to uplift myself or to deal with, social situations. Every time you cave into the idea that you need to numb yourself with a substance to deal with something, you just solidify the fact that you are too weak to deal with it on your own, and it actually breaks your will. It makes you a weaker human, whether you like that or not. Because when you actually believe that you have to numb yourself with a substance to deal with, for instance, maybe going out and meeting people or this and that, you are telling yourself that you don't believe in yourself. You're not saying it to yourself directly, but through it's symbolic. And we all know that the language of the subconscious is symbolism. And when you start subconsciously believing and symbolically solidifying that belief that you're not good enough without a substance, then you actually really start to control your mind, or take over your mind in a very negative way, because you're feeding your subconscious bad information. I shouldn't have brought that up. I don't want to talk about the subconscious mind in this video. I want to stay on point, but it's relative to some degree. If you relapsed, take advantage. I'm not here to coddle you. I'm not going to say that it's just all about getting back up off your feet and dusting yourself off and give yourself a pat on the back. No, you need to feel you need to feel some guilt. You need to use that guilt to your advantage, though. This is alchemy. You need to transmute that. Transmute your bad decision into something great by building something great from the ashes of the guilt, if that makes sense. You made a bad decision. You have two directions to go. You could either continue going down that path that you've now opened up the door to, because you took your momentum and basically shit on it. Excuse my language. Or you could realize that, okay, that was a mistake. I need to get back on track because I favor my life and I want to do something good with my time here in this world. Because the more you fuck around, ladies and gentlemen, the more time you waste with addiction, the more time you lose. And before you know it, you're 30, 40, 50 years old, and you look back at your life and you realize that you drank it away. You smoked your life away. You used drugs and were in basically a coma, and you woke up suddenly and wow, I'm 50 years old. I'm 60 years old. I'm 65 years old, and I spent the majority of my life high or drunk. Talk about a midlife crisis. This camera makes me look pale like a ghost. Talk about a midlife crisis. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that when you're young or when you're younger, when you're, in your 20s or in your mid-30s, 40s, you don't really know what it feels like to harbor guilt, because you haven't reached that point where you look back at your life and reflect. Midlife is when this usually happens. And if you've built something, if you've done something meaningful to your heart, meaningful in your life, you usually look back and you reflect, and it makes you feel good. You did something beneficial with your time. You're reaping what you've sown. But if you, look back at 50, at a lifetime of drinking and self-abuse and destroying your health, I mean, You're going to feel like shit, and it's going to make you feel depressed. And depression is one of the leading factors as to why people even abuse drugs, because they want to escape the feeling of feeling like shit all the time. Chances are you feel like shit because of the way you eat and illegitimate mental programming from youth. You need to learn to reprogram your mind, and the only way you're going to legitimately be able to do that is if you get sober. Because if you're not sober, it means that you're running away from sobriety. And if you're running away from sobriety, it means you're not listening to that soft voice that I like to talk about on this channel, your higher self. You have an internal compass that speaks to you through emotions, intuition, and insights, and dreams. Learn to listen to it, ladies and gentlemen. And basically, this is how the inner voice works. Anytime you have a decision at hand to either do something bad, or anytime you, how would I explain this? The inner compass works like this. It's the exact opposite of what your lower self wants to do. Your lower self always wants to take the easy way out. Your lower self always wants to appease instant gratification. Your lower self is the part of yourself that hasn't cultivated responsibility. And that part of yourself is what gets you into trouble, because you identify with it, because it makes life easier. And the more you listen to that part of yourself, the part of yourself that's disconnected to your higher thinking, the more you resonate on that level. And now you're just a basic individual, just like everyone else. I don't want to see you become a basic individual. I want to see you become an angel. I want to see you become a intelligent human being that can walk through this underworld, this culture of death, with life moving through your veins. Enlighten yourself. That's how you're going to feel better. You're going to feel better if you learn to create your own intoxication through deep breathing and yoga and happiness and exercise and stretching and eating right, drinking proper fluids, hydrating yourself. Learn to retrain yourself so that you can feel good without all the bullshit. Anyways, you guys, I want to wrap this one up. I was going to go longer, but I just haven't been sleeping very well lately, ladies and gentlemen, and the words just aren't coming out the way I want them to. So I'm going to wrap this one up. I want to finish up by saying that I appreciate all of the views. I appreciate all of the all the people who comment and hit the like button. But I also wanted to throw it out there that if you wanted to donate to my channel, I have options in the description box below this video, above the comments, where there's various links where you can donate to my channel. Every penny helps. If you want to help put some food on my table and keep my lights on, there are options below. Donations of all size help, and they're greatly, greatly appreciated. It helps me afford more time to make these videos. It helps, again, with groceries and just the expenses of life. So I love you all. Thank you for watching this video. Again, press the like button if you like this video, and please network my content around. But remember that if you're watching this video and you've relapsed, you've been given a second chance. But just remember that this may be your last second chance. The more you squander the gift of the second chance, the closer you get to making a decision potentially that is non-alterable. I don't want to see you wind up in jail for the rest of your life because you drank too much and did something that you can never take back. Learn to say no to booze. It's a demonic substance. Learn to deal with life. Learn to deal with yourself and with life, or whatever has happened in your life. You've got to learn how to deal with it sober, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you'll continue to run away from dealing with it sober. And the only way to actually transmute an internal problem or an issue is through the lens of sobriety. Otherwise, you're going to be making decisions based on how the substance you're using and ingesting is intoxicating you. And when you make decisions based on intoxication, it really leads to nothing good. So I'm going to wrap this one up. Peace be with you all. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get the tripod situated here, and I do another video. This video is going to be about alcoholism, and although it's going to be about alcoholism, or the focus of it is going to be about alcoholism, it really can be applied to pretty much any addiction, because all addictions are pretty much the same. It just comes down to the difference with an addiction is the substance. And certain substances are a hell of a lot more dangerous than others. You know, I mean, alcohol compared to tobacco. I actually think alcohol is far more dangerous than tobacco. It kills more people. In my opinion, it can make a noble man and turn him into a fool. Make him say a bunch of stuff that he'll end up regretting. Alcohol can make you ruin relationships with loved ones. It's not a good thing. So it's not necessarily that alcohol is the enemy here. It's our own addictions that are causing this strife. And I have a handful of videos about alcoholism in my archive, nowhere near enough. You know, the videos that seem to help people the most on this channel are related to alcoholism. And that's a beautiful thing, because if I can attempt to inspire people by talking about this subject, to get clean, and to even if these videos just inspire you to look at your situation if you're an alcoholic from a different light. If I can get you to question what it is you're doing, there's a good chance that you're going to feel motivated to get clean. So, fortunately, the lighting isn't very good out here, you guys. But let's see if we can get the tripod set up. Now, I'm redoing, not necessarily redoing, but due to the fact that I have a new direction with my channel, and due to the fact that I'm not going to be cussing and using profanity, I wanted to redo, excuse me, just trying to get the tripod set up. I wanted to do a vulgarity-free alcoholism video about delirium tremens and withdrawals, and even touch upon hangovers, and just talk about addiction, you guys. In order for you, if you're an alcoholic, to change your ways, you're going to have to either sit down with yourself and have an honest discussion with your soul, essentially, and realize that you're going down a very dangerous path and that it leads to nowhere good. Or, like me, you're going to have to be led to cataclysm in order to motivate you to change. Now, that's the most dangerous way to get clean. And what I mean by that, being led to cataclysm, is that many alcoholics don't feel motivated to actually even think about putting the bottle down until some type of situation happens where they do something really wrong, such as, but not limited to, you know, getting in a vehicle and, you know, getting a DUI, or crashing into another car, hurting someone. For me, I ended up personally going through some serious symptoms where my liver felt really inflamed, and I thought I was going to die. So I decided to stop drinking, and when I decided to stop drinking, even for a short period of time, I went through the nastiest withdrawals, littered with hallucinations, both visual hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. And for those who don't know what auditory hallucinations are, they're when you hear things, and that's very common with extreme alcohol withdrawals. Extreme alcohol withdrawals, depending on the severity, are known as delirium tremens, and delirium tremens is the most dangerous form of alcohol withdrawals, and it's where you experience the most nasty and hellacious symptoms. So, due to the fact that I was drinking so much in my 20s, you know, a lot of people will try to get on my channel and tell me, oh, there's no way you went through the DTs. you weren't drinking long enough. You have no clue how much I was drinking. If you knew how much I was drinking, you'd be able to go, okay, I understand where this guy's coming from. I was drinking so much vodka. I was drinking from the moment I got up to the moment I went to bed for about half of my run-in with alcoholism. I mean, it was my religion, essentially. Alcoholism was my religion, and getting my hands on a bottle was the most important thing to me. My religion, my God, was a bottle. It was pathetic. And I used it to create a false sense of reality whereby I could numb myself. And well, I mean, when you get into a pattern of numbing yourself to deal with reality, it can make becoming sober so difficult, because you no longer have a substance to make you feel more comfortable while you're here doing whatever it is you're doing. I mean, if you're trying to hold down a job and you're an alcoholic, you've really got to, if you're drinking a lot, you guys, you've really got to start asking yourself if this is worth it. Now, the first time I relapsed, I had been away from the bottle for so long that I didn't, my liver had regenerated to a large extent. My body had been away from alcohol for so long that when I relapsed, I went, this is okay. I've been away from the bottle for so long. I can afford to drink if I want to. I deserve a reward, this and that. There's so many illusions that the mind and the addicted mind will come up with to try to coerce you back into your addictions. In my opinion, there's a spiritual side to this, and there's a negative realm within the spiritual realm that tries to lead you back to your addictions, you guys. Addictions serve no one. It doesn't serve you. So what is it serving? What is it serving? So this is going to be a long-winded rant, so I got a little bit of water here. I'm going to do my best to break this discussion into different sections. Again, I wanted to touch upon things like hangovers and go a little bit deeper about the DTs. There's a lot to say, but if you're watching this video, there's a good chance, if you've made it this far in this video, that you're here because you have an addiction. And I hope by elaborating upon the mistakes that I've made, hopefully it can motivate you to change your direction before you end up making the same mistakes that I've made, or even worse. Because once you start drinking every night, once you start completely just submitting your will to alcohol, it eventually gets the best of you in one way or another. Whether that be you accidentally taking your life, overdosing, drinking too much and killing yourself, destroying your liver and your digestive system, destroying your bloodstream and your nervous system with all the booze, or whether that be you getting drunk one night and, accidentally doing something stupid, winding up in jail for the rest of your life, like getting in a vehicle and killing someone or a family. Every time I hear about a drunk driving accident, 9 times out of 10, the driver ends up living and then ends up killing pretty much everyone in the vehicle, whether that be one person or a family. So imagine doing that. Now you get to sit in a prison cell for your whole life because you wanted to drink some alcohol and get behind the wheel. If you're a drunk driver, you got to stop what you're doing. You've got to question what it is you're doing. When alcohol is involved, it almost always, if you're a heavy drinker, makes you feel like you're invincible, like, oh, that could never happen to me. Everyone who's gotten into a serious accident or done something wrong with alcohol had a similar framework of thinking. That'll never happen to me, blah, blah, blah. So, again, you guys, I'm going to go off on a bunch of different subjects, but it's all going to be related to alcoholism. But like I said earlier, you could superimpose this over any addiction and derive benefit from it. But again, it's going to be a long-winded rant, so I hope that even though this video may not be too exciting, it can stimulate you and make you think. There's been a handful of people who have contacted me about my alcoholism videos, the delirium tremens rants, you name it, and said that they've motivated those people to get off drinking and now they're sober. I've even had a few people who have said that those videos have helped save their lives. That's awesome. That makes me feel really good. And although I go off on a bunch of different subjects on this channel, the whole alcoholism thing and addiction thing is a huge part of health, and this is a health channel. So, but again, the first time I relapsed, I was so disappointed in myself because it felt like all the momentum I had made up until that point was completely shattered. I remember sitting in my room and getting intoxicated, and while I was drunk, just going, "Oh, I've missed this. This is great. I feel what have I been missing out on?" Until that next morning when I woke up, when the alcohol was out of my bloodstream for the most part, and now I could think with my real mind again and realize that I just ruined something really great. So again, there's people out there who can drink responsibly. Personally, I'm not one of them. People will say, "Oh, you know, you could just develop some willpower, learn to do it." No, it's not worth it. It really isn't. For some of us, complete abstinence is the key. But again, relapsing, you guys, what I've learned about relapsing is that you'll have to bear with me. I didn't get much sleep these last 2 days, but what I learned from relapsing is it's how you pick yourself up after you've fallen that defines whether you're being a man or a little boy. It's how you dust yourself off and get back on track that says a lot about who you are. You could choose to dwell on the fact that you've relapsed, or you can use it as a stepping stone for growth, for your own personal evolution. But again, you guys, I just want to say it one more time. I'm going to be jumping around a multitude of topics, but it all is going to make it's all going to come full circle. But you know, one of the things that I remember beating myself up about when the day after I had relapsed was, you know, I had made all this progress, and now I've got to start over on day one again. Day one, when I had accumulated so many months of sobriety. But again, what you'll learn if you have the will and the desire, and if you love yourself enough to not get back into your addictions if you've relapsed, what you'll learn is that the first day, the first week, the first 2 days, the first 2 weeks are half the journey. If you can make it through that initial period, you've won half the battle. It's the first few days that define whether or not you're going to make it or not. And this is no joke. Alcoholism is no joke. Personally, I'm almost shocked that this stuff is even legal. So it does so much destruction. It kills so many people. Again, it'll make a noble man appear as a total fool. It can destroy your trajectory in life. It can throw you off course. It's essentially you throwing yourself off course. But alcoholism is just not a good tool, you guys. And I mean, I have all the respect for people who can responsibly drink and have 1 to 2 drinks and say, no, I don't need any more. Personally, I don't have that filter. And I become a raging alcoholic. I'm not the good type of alcoholic who's all lovey-dovey. I'm a completely different person when I'm intoxicated than I am when I'm sober. So, yeah, I'm a perfect example of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. What you've got to learn is you've got to keep the Hyde Jekyllized and just say no to alcohol if you're drunk. So, I mean, I did so many of the most insane, just stupidest thing, the most stupid things, you guys, when I was intoxicated. And I hurt so many loved ones. I said so many things that I can never take back. And again, it wasn't until I was confronted with some health issues that I decided to try to get sober. And once I did that, the withdrawal symptoms kicked in, and I was introduced to my own personal hell that I had built for a prolonged period from drinking so much alcohol. When my body lacked the ethanol that it was used to receiving, I went through just an absolute nightmare. I mean, the hallucinations that I went through, the things I was hearing, the way my heart was pounding, the way that my feet would turn blue, parts of my body would turn blue. I had this weird red patch that looked like a rash that would crawl around my skin. I felt like I was being possessed. But it wasn't until after I actually got through this experience that I realized that it was for a good reason. It actually scared me into submission. You don't want to get yourself to that point, you guys. If you're a heavy drinker, don't get yourself to a point where you're going to be forced to learn from fear of dying. And that's what it comes down to. The withdrawals are so bad, if you're a heavy drinker, that when you stop putting ethanol, also known as alcohol, into your system, you fear for your life so much because of what's going on in your mind and what your body feels like, that it actually keeps you from even being able to sleep. So you can try as much as you want to sleep. For me, I just couldn't do it. And you know, the more I looked it up, the more I found out that this is a very common thing. I mean, your heart's pounding. It'll go from pounding really hard to getting normal, then to getting really low. It feels like your innards are being ripped apart. You feel like you've just completely destroyed your body. But oftentimes that's not the case. But I highly suggest that if you're a heavy drinker, you seek yourself some professional advice. I'm not a doctor. I'm not someone who's adept in the field of alcohol recovery. I just know what I've been through. So I'm just trying to get people to think outside the box a little bit. So, but definitely seek medical advice or seek professional help. There are some great tools available for people who are serious alcoholics here in 2017. And for as much as I talk about how I dislike Western medicine, from the field of alcoholism and addiction recovery, there are some very, very valuable tools available to you, you guys. So seek help. Don't be embarrassed. You're worth it. These people see people all the time that are going through what you've been through. They understand how your psychology works. They know that you're going through a very hard, difficult time. They're there to help you. Don't be afraid or embarrassed to reach out. I wish I would have. Excuse me. I didn't. I was too embarrassed at 3 in the morning while I was going through the DTs to wake up a loved one to drive me to the ambulance or to the ER. I couldn't even get out of bed. I couldn't function. Tried sending people text messages to have someone to talk to, and I was so inebriated. I was so intoxicated on a lack of having alcohol in my system. I was having such strange hallucinations, and I had so much fear moving through my soul. My body felt so weird that I couldn't even figure out how to say hey on my phone to a friend. Horrible experience. Now you think that after I went through that, I would have learned my lesson, but you got to remember, you guys, that how would I say this? We all make mistakes. Again, it's how we pick ourselves up after we've fallen. But if you continue to fall over and over and just go, oh, I'll just get sober again. No, that'll end up humbling you. you'll end up doing something stupid or hurting yourself. Trust me. So, what I've learned is you can only ask for a second chance so many times. Eventually it gets to a point where it's like, okay, enough's enough. So, be smart. Alcohol is a poison. It is a poison, you guys. There's no benefit from drinking alcohol in excessive amounts. Now, I can understand if you're a responsible drinker. I mean, there's some social situations where alcohol can be applied, you name it. But for alcoholics, no. It just doesn't work like that. So, a lot of people are using alcohol and substance abuse to actually deal with the stresses of life, whether that be anxiety or depression. Now, once you get yourself into once you get your body and your mind adjusted to that, and once you get yourself into a situation where you become so familiar with you abusing substances to deal with reality, it makes reality a horrible place to live when you try to get sober. The whiplash effect of that, you guys, is absolutely hellish. Because now you don't have that little pill or that drink or whatever it is to actually numb yourself to the point where you can deal with reality. So you can get yourself into a pit by using substances that make you feel more normal or make you feel better about yourself. And then when you don't have that anymore, you just feel worse than you did before you started getting hooked on whatever it is you got hooked on, whether it be alcohol, opiates, you name it. So, speaking to a therapist or getting yourself involved in some type of community group about anxiety or depression, you name it, it's going to be much more beneficial. Communication can solve a lot more problems a lot faster and a lot more efficiently and effectively than substance abuse. So you're listening to someone who's made pretty much all the mistakes there is to make when it comes to alcoholism. Again, I've hurt people that I've loved. I've said things to people that I care for deeply that I can never take back, and I have to live with that burden in my heart until then I get to carry that on into the next world. And no matter how many ways I attempt to clear it, no matter how many times I do, let go of it, or no matter how well I pick myself up and stay sober, it doesn't take away from the fact that those things happened in the physical world, and those are memories that have been built not only within my own self, but the people that I hurt. So if you're the type of alcoholic that cannot learn that by hurting people, that should be motivation enough to get away from your addiction, if you can't handle yourself, if you're a raging alcoholic like I am when I drink, and you can't say, okay, I'm hurting people I love, this is not okay, I need to get away from booze. If you can't do that, then you, chances are going to fall into the same trap that I fell into, that I put myself into, which is you are going to be led into a frightening experience with alcohol that's going to attempt to terrify the living Hades out of you into making you submit to realizing that you need to be sober. It is not fun. It is not worth it. The scars from those withdrawal experiences continue to haunt me daily in some way or another. It created an entire anxiety disorder and a panic attack disorder that I'm still working to get rid of. You do not want that. Because when you're in a situation where for over a handful of days, you actually believe that you're in the process of dying, and your heart's pounding, and you're going through these experiences where you're hearing things, you're hearing evil sounding circus children laughing, telling you that you're gonna die, or this and that. When you're going through those experiences, the trauma from those experiences stabs so deep into the soul that it actually becomes an imprint, a tattoo on the soul that is very difficult to let go of, let alone forget. And the mental and psychological trauma, not to mention the physical trauma that happens from these experiences with extreme withdrawals, can actually remap the way that your mind works And it can lead to serious panic disorders, anxiety disorders. It can make you into the biggest hypochondriac overnight. You have no clue. Because again, you're for a prolonged period, you think you're dying. You have no peace of mind in these experiences other than short bursts of slight peace where you feel a little bit better than you did. But then you fall right back into it because that's how it works. So, but again, you guys, the trauma from these experiences is so profound on the psyche because it's psychosomatic. You actually feel like your physical body's dying. You start regretting all sorts of things. What will happen oftentimes when you're going through delirium tremens or extreme alcohol withdrawals is you'll have this kaleidoscope, almost photographic memory that run through your mind's eye where you can also almost see it and touch it. It's tangible. And you have all these visuals running through your head of all the great memories in your life and then how you're losing them all. And it makes you feel like you had so much potential. You were almost there. You almost made your mark, and now you're losing it. The trauma from this is exponential. It will continue to haunt you. So learn from it. If you've gone through it, don't start drinking again. If you've made it through those experiences, man, because most of the time you don't even think you're going to make it through it. And when your liver feels like it's inflamed, when your heart's burning so bad that you feel like you're almost having a heart attack, when you're going through all this mental stuff in your head and you're having these visual hallucinations and you're hearing things, and I mean the list could go on and on and on. Now I'm not going to talk too heavily about those things. I'm not trying to scare people. But this is why I recommend that if you're currently a heavy drinker, a heavy alcoholic, if you know that you're going to have withdrawals when you let go of the bottle, you need to seek medical help. You need to talk to someone. And that way you can be at least shown a handful of different tools and different ways that you can go about treating this. That's going to make the experience far less psychologically traumatic, because chances are if you're drinking heavily, you already have some type of psychological, I'm not going to call it a disorder, but some type of something going on, which is actually kind of, you know, most people who drink heavily, you guys have some depression issues, whether they acknowledge it or not. And that's okay. It's okay to be depressed in a crazy world. But all I'm saying is that to go through the DTs and these withdrawal experiences, if you already have pre-existing psychological stuff going on, some mental stuff, chances are it's going to make it a hell of a lot worse. So if you seek help prior to trying to tackle these things, it can help a lot. Can help a lot. There's different Western treatments that can actually help you fall asleep when you're going through the withdrawals and help you fall asleep while you're going through the DTs. And let me tell you, that's one thing that I wish I could have had when I was going through these things. I slept for a little over a week and a half. I got hardly any sleep. The only times I would fall asleep is when my body was so tired that my mind actually couldn't even stay in tune with it anymore, and I would just drift off into these little 20-minute naps and wake up and start going through it all over again. So, I mean, that's one thing with people with withdrawals. That's one thing that leads to the withdrawals becoming even that much more intense, is that you want to sleep so badly. Your body is in need of rest so badly. But you just can't seem to slip into a sleep, because every time you close your eyes, you're having visual hallucinations or you're hearing things. It's very common to hear certain music repeating over in your head like it's actually playing right next to you. It's a very, very horrible experience. But your body is literally just begging for rest, and your mind just won't let it happen. So that's why I like to, I'm not a huge proponent of Western medicine, but when it comes to stuff like this, they've got some awesome stuff, some great tools, some valuable resources. So why not look at your options? It's saved many, many people's lives. But again, they have certain medications that can help calm the experience to such an extent where it's nowhere near as frightening as it would be if you were going about it on your own, like I did. Very foolishly, I did that. But I can see why I did it. I had kind of a strange handful of events that took place where it kind of just happened on its own. I didn't really even have time to think about it. I was so terrified for my life. I kind of just, at the time, just slipped into this certain pattern of sobriety, and one thing led to another. I made it through to the other side, but it wasn't easy. It wasn't fun. It wasn't peaceful. Did I learn a lot from it? Yeah. Do I look back and say, oh, I'm glad I learned from that? I'm disappointed that I had to learn from that. That makes me question what the heck it was I was thinking at the time. These experiences are very humbling. They will just throw you down in the dirt and force you to pick yourself up and really readdress who it is that you are. That alone can be psychologically traumatizing. So, again, you guys, I'm going to talk in the second section. I'm going to break this thing up into sections. I will put dog off in the distance barking. I will put a clip at the beginning of this video talking about which sections. I mean, if you want to skip forward to certain sections, I'll show you guys at what time in the video, like the supplements thing is, so you can skip forward to that and look at that if you want, or you know, things to do to combat the traumatizing effect of what it is to come out of, or go through withdrawals and come out of it. But I'm not sure if that made sense. I think it did. Again, running on a lack of sleep. But again, I put a disclaimer in this video. It's very important because I'm just telling you what worked for me. I'm not recommending you do anything that I'm going to talk about. I'm not even recommending that you even use the potions, the tonics that I'm going to show how to make. I'm just showing you what worked for me. But always seek medical advice. Don't take my word as medical advice, because it's far from that, and it's not. It is not professional advice. I wanted to create something for someone to watch who's interested in cleaning up their act and getting sober. And I'm far from perfect. I don't claim to be perfect. I've made a handful of mistakes. I've relapsed. I'm not going to talk about those things in this video. Some things need to be kept private. I don't need to broadcast to the world all of my mistakes. I think I've already publicly told everyone about plenty of them. But we're going to break this thing down into sections. I'm even going to talk about hangovers, what they are. And I mean, there's a handful of different degrees of hangovers, you guys. I mean, there's moderate hangovers. There's hangovers that slightly resemble bad withdrawal symptoms, depending on how much you've drank. So, but again, I really do think that most alcoholics, I can't technically say all of them because I don't know for a fact, but with everyone I've communicated with about it, and I've talked to a handful of people who drink a lot and continue to, is that they have some psychological issues going on. They have depression issues. But when you use something which is a depressant, and alcohol is a depressant, it's categorized as a depressant, excuse me. When you use that to combat and try to nullify the way you feel, it just makes things worse. And what you end up doing is you start digging a hole that you think is leading to somewhere good, but it's leading to your demise. It gives you something at the expense of taking twice as much as it gives you. It's a con. It's evil. It's very evil. But I think a lot of people don't approach alcohol as if it's super dangerous, because you can buy it at the common supermarket. It's available everywhere. It's available at gas stations. The place where you're going to drive and operate a 4,000-pound machine, you can buy wine, you can buy beer, you can buy pretty much anything to suit your fix, or what it is you need, your addiction. And I just thought that was always the strangest thing, that the place where you're supposed to be coming in to be a responsible driver, you could buy a can of Tall Boys and crack them and start driving. This world makes no sense. Addiction is everywhere. You can see shades of addiction all over the place. As a culture, we drink way too much alcohol and we abuse way too many substances. And part of the reason, you guys, is that we live in a culture which in a sense venerates that. I mean, within Western medicine, there's a pill for every symptom. But treating symptoms with dangerous medications or alcohol doesn't get rid of the cause of the symptom. And that's the flaw of most of Western medicine. Yes, there's great things in it, such as the recovery tools for addiction. But as a culture, we've become accustomed to the idea that there's a pill to fix my problem. What about going to the root of the problem and looking at it without bias and being honest with yourself? That, in my opinion, is where the real healing is going to take place. So you've got to ask yourself, why do you drink? Why are you continuing to do this? For me, I like the way I feel when I drink. I like the way I feel invincible. I like the lack of it. Well, I don't like it when I'm in that state. I think I do. I like the lack of fear I have when it comes to what I say. I like the escape from reality where it almost makes things feel more adventurous, but it's all a con. And not only is it taking your health away, but it's also taking your finances away, and it could potentially make you lose a loved one. You could lose friends. You can do stupid things that will make people not trust you. It's a horrible path. It really is. It's absolutely horrible. So this was just kind of a preliminary discussion before we get on into the other sections of this video. But if you've made it this far in this video, thank you for watching, and I do hope that this video can benefit you in some way, even if it is to just make you question what it is you're doing, or question seeking medical advice, or motivating you to seek medical advice, professional help. It's essential. Throughout the video, I'm going to be putting annotations on the screen, stuff like for more information, annotations where you can find more content of mine if you're interested, or if you're even interested in donating to my channel and supporting my cause. So there will be briefly from time to time annotations on the screen. I just wanted to kind of address a few things before we get into the bulk of this message. I may end up tethering most of my videos that are pre-existing about alcohol to the end of this video. I plan on making this video anywhere from 2 hours to 4 hours long, this new one. But if I end up tethering the old videos to this, it may make it close to 8. Now it's a pretty bulky piece of video content, but it could actually come in really beneficial to actually have everything categorized into one video, because I know a lot of people who are going through this experience with withdrawals and trying to get sober, they've contacted me and said, you know what, thank you for the longer videos. It allowed me to kill some time while I was going through these experiences, while receiving some hope, and it wasn't so short that I had to just turn it off immediately. They could actually get through a really rough period while watching these videos. So I think an 8-hour video might be a good thing to have access to if you are going through some nasty withdrawal symptoms, guys. And I hope that if you're watching this video and you aren't a heavy drinker like I was, maybe you're a moderate drinker, or maybe you are on the cusp of becoming a heavy drinker, maybe this video can help inspire you to think twice about what it is you're doing. Because it gets to a point, in my opinion, where once you start drinking heavily over and over and over, your karma actually aligns you to make certain mistakes as little roadblocks to try to motivate you to get you to walk the other direction. If you don't listen to those mistakes, if you don't listen to the soft voice inside of you that's trying to tell you to walk the other way, that soft voice will have a whiplash effect, and it's not going to be so soft when it teaches you your first lesson. And once you ignore the first lesson and you now have to get taught your second lesson, it's going to be even stronger, and it builds and builds and builds in momentum until you get to a point where if you don't stop soon, that next mistake could be your life or the life of another. Is that worth it? So again, you guys, I'm not claiming to be perfect. I've relapsed a handful of times. I mean, there's been so many times where I've tried to get sober. There were long periods where I was. It's just stay on track. Take some deep breaths. Worry about getting through the first night, the first day. Once you do that, set yourself up in blocks where, okay, I've made it through the first night, now let's get to 3 days. And reward yourself for getting through those periods, but don't reward yourself with unhealthy endeavors. It's so common for the typical alcoholic to go, okay, I've been sober for like 2 months now, I can have a drink, I deserve it, I got through it, I know I don't have to, I can tell I'm not reliant on alcohol. That person has a drink. Well, what do you think happens the next night? 9 times out of 10. I'm gonna drink again. I've been sober for 2 months. I feel fine. My body's regenerated. I can tackle this. It doesn't have a hold on me. I'm fine. Third day comes. That person's thinking about drinking the whole entire day, usually, if they're an alcoholic. But again, there's different degrees of alcoholism. I mean, alcoholism is just an addiction to alcohol, but there are different degrees, ladies and gentlemen, just like there's a different degrees in tobacco addiction. There's people that can smoke 2 cigarettes a day, and there's people who want to smoke 2 packs a day, or 4 packs a day. So, I hope you enjoy this video, and I sure as heck hope you benefit from it. So let's move on to the next segment. While you have your eyes closed and you're receiving the sunlight, as you're standing barefoot, look at diet, you've got to look at water. The water people are drinking here in the Matrix, the tap water, is filled full of disinfectant byproducts, cancer-causing agents, fluoride, hydrofluorosilicic acid, hexafluorosilicic acid, pipe residues, inorganic compounds, scaling lime, algicides, cobalts, radioactive constituents, plutonium, parasites. Some of the wastes that are stuck inside of the colonic walls in the lower bowel. So certain eye muscle exercises where you move your eyes in certain direct current energy. So walking barefoot is one of the pinnacle aspects, other than things like collecting rainwater. We can be our own farmers and grow a lot of our own food, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have to resort to buying murdered animals from corrupt organizations and things of that nature. We don't have to consume these foods to have a healthy lifestyle. My health has gone nowhere but up since I became a vegan. Authentic Kundalini awakenings actually stimulate dormant parts of your brain and your physiology, your spinal system, your cerebrospinal fluid, you name it. And when that happens, it just enlightens the gland. berries in it and the Cassandra. But I also talk later on in this video about how damaging constituents, and these constituents are known as accumulative poisons. They accumulate over time, and they get lodged in your tissues, they get lodged in your kidneys, your liver, you name it. Alright, you guys, so I'm making this video about alcoholism and my tips on how to get through delirium tremens and alcohol withdrawals. This is going to be a very long video because I already have short videos in my archives about alcoholism and how I kind of got through the DTs and delirium tremens. But I wanted to make a really long-winded video because I wanted to produce something that someone going through the DTs can watch that's long and can help them chew up some time, because the DTs can be a very long experience. It can be very tempestuous, it can be very frightening, and I wish I had a long video of motivation and positive words and tips while I went through my experience. So that's why I'm going to create this video. This video is going to be a little bit long and repetitive because I do believe that repetition of a message does constitute mental programming. And when you're going through these experiences, these altered states of consciousness from a lack of ethanol in your system, you can start hallucinating and going through all sorts of crazy experiences. So that's why I wanted to repeat myself often, so that it can hopefully, penetrate through your layers of not necessarily layers, but I just hope that it can get into you, is what I'm saying, and penetrate into your conscious mind, and repetition can do that. So, I'm here at the graveyard. This is just a video I'm making before I play the rest of this footage that I've recorded for you guys. This is also something that people who are sober in general can benefit from. It can be motivating to, hear how important it is to stay sober, because many people don't make it through their addictions. Many people become so addicted to alcoholism and things in that nature, that they never really can quit. And that's so unfortunate that so many people will never quit drinking or using meth or using marijuana, all these things. So I'm here at the graveyard just walking around. And there's many people here in this graveyard that I'm at that died from alcoholism, that have died from drug abuse, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm here to, not to be macabre or to be grim, but I'm just saying that you don't want to wind up 6 feet under, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. You've been given the gift of life. You want to take action. You want to do something on this planet that can help other people. You want to do things that can give you fulfillment, and addiction just is not going to do that, you guys. Addiction to anything is a vampiric lifestyle, unless you're addicted to things that are salubrious and good for you. That, on the other hand, is a very positive thing. You could be addicted to health. You could be addicted to helping other people. You could be addicted to helping and loving yourself. You could be addicted to helping animals. You name it. But it's just crazy. It's crazy how many people die every fucking year from alcohol abuse. So, this video is mainly focused on alcoholism, but you could apply this to any addiction, even tobacco. Tobacco kills so many people each year as well. But I have less of a vendetta with tobacco than I do alcohol, because you could smoke a pack of cigarettes while you're driving and not kill people. Tobacco doesn't really affect you and your equilibrium as much as alcohol. You could take 6 shots of alcohol and get behind the wheel and kill 20 people or more. You can cause a 20-car pileup on the freeway, and chances are you'll live. It's usually the alcoholic or the person drunk, and every year it happens. It just happened to a close family friend, member of mine. A close family member, his best friend was just killed by a drunk driver, 24 years old, between 23 and 24. Can't remember the exact age, but went for a drive. The guy had too much to drink, got behind the wheel, and killed the young man, and now he gets to sit in jail for the rest of his life. All that happened to him was he had a broken wrist. So, you know, don't end up in the graveyard because you're too thick-skulled to realize that you need to quit drinking or quit anything. So, it's a beautiful day here in California. I can't tell you how good it feels now that I'm off the bottle. I've been off for a very long time. I really, while I was an alcoholic, never really noticed how lost I was and how stupid I was being, how ignorant I was, and how I was affecting everyone in my life, including my pets. There were times when I was an alcoholic where I got physical with family members, where, you know, I got mad at my animals and did things that I still regret. So it's easy while you're in a state of intoxication to think that everything's okay and that you're invincible and that, you know, you have everything under control, even though everyone in your life around you is telling you that that's not the truth, man. You need help. So people ask me often if I went to AA meetings. I went to 2 in my life, and that was it. And for me, it just wasn't for me. But if you can benefit from a group, and if you can benefit from people motivating you and talking to people, go for it. I'm not much of a people person per se. I like to approach things from a more individual state. That's just how I am. I like being somewhat of a loner. I have some few close friends, but I like spending my time alone. There's some certain things about AA I didn't really like, so I stopped going. My family was terrified though. They thought I would definitely get back on the bottle if I stopped going to AA, and I'm still sober. I hate alcohol. Even thinking of the flavor of it makes me want, it actually stimulates my stomach to the point where I want to throw up. So, again, there's so many people here at this graveyard. My grandma and my grandpa are buried at the graveyard down below here. But I know a few people just at this graveyard alone who died of alcoholism. People who had heart attacks from it, and people who, you know, their organs exploded and they bled to death. Internal bleeding from alcohol. Alcohol ruins your gut flora. It chews holes in your gut. It's not good, ladies and gentlemen. It makes you do stupid shit that you'd never do in a rational, sober state. And it takes a while after you quit drinking, after you've been an alcoholic for so long, to regain your clarity. We're talking months. So, just a brief little video. And again, this is going to be a long-winded rant. If you don't like my repetitiveness, etc., you can find a different video. There's plenty here on YouTube. But I do like to repeat myself, and that's just the way it is. That's the type of person I am. So let's get into the content now. And I hope this video can inspire you to get the fuck off alcohol and to question your day-to-day algorithms. I really do. I pray and I hope that you can quit drinking. Because when you're drinking, you're in a room, a dark room, like this. And you're stuck. And once you walk through the door and choose to become sober, now there's no walls. Now you can look up and see the sky, metaphorically speaking, metaphysically speaking. Now you can look around and see things from a greater perspective. You can start getting your health back. And once you decide to really quit and not just stop for like a month, then you can really walk through the doors and start getting your inner peace back. But it's going to take some determination to walk down these steps, because each step is a journey. Once you make the first step, then you're going to have to learn the lessons for making the next step. And then once you do that, you're going to have to learn the lessons of making the next step. So on and so forth. Until at once you get down to the bottom and get back on your feet. And now you can look up and look at all the successes that you've made. And that's when you feel liberated. That's when you start to feel naturally high, naturally intoxicated off the good things that you've done in your life to make yourself healthier. And now you can look around and see how at one point you were in this little tiny fucking box, a prison cell. And now you're free. And now you're free. So on behalf of this channel, I hope that this message can inspire you to get sober today, or maybe you can pass this video along to someone who, you know, could benefit from this message. Because once again, the doors to sobriety are open. They always are. But it's very difficult to make the first step. Once you make the first step, the second step is easier, because the first step is always the hardest. And once you make the second step, it's easier to make the third step, and so on and so forth. So that's just the way it is here in this matrix, where, you know, when you're addicted to something, it's always the first week or two it's the hardest to get through. And that's where you really learn the most about yourself. That's really where you really separate yourself from either being a boy or a man, or a girl or a woman. You know, if you can't make it through a week, you're not going to be able to make it through the long haul. That's just the way it is. If you are an alcoholic, I do not recommend casual drinking. I don't recommend any of this garbage. I recommend complete abstinence. For some, you know, everyone wants to tout this everything in moderation shit. For some of us, abstinence is the key. And my God, it's so much easier to keep weight off without alcohol. When I was drinking alcohol, I was severely overweight. And one of the things that happens when you drink a lot of alcohol is you want to eat a lot. And when you drink and eat a lot, you get overweight, which puts more stress on your liver, you name it. So it's just a toxic cycle, heavily toxic. So again, it's a beautiful day here. I wanted to do something creative with my freedom today. I'm out here looking at these beautiful trees. That's another thing that I did a lot when I was going through the DTs and getting sober, is I went out in nature and got away from the city. Because the city was where a lot of my stresses were that were inspiring me and nudging me into alcoholism. I can't blame my external environment, but let me tell you, I drank to de-stress. And it took me a while. I had to get away from the city and detach from a lot of the things in the matrix long enough to where I could be away from the matrix for a prolonged period, or a long period of time, so that I could regain my clarity and my sobriety, so that when I went back into the matrix, the city, you name it, I could do so from a mature standpoint, where I knew I wouldn't go back to the bottle. So we'll just do one lap around this little area here, and then we will get to the core of this video. I love you guys, and you need to love yourself. If you're an alcoholic, if you've done stupid shit in your life, if you've hurt other people, if you have regrets from your addictions, learn from it. Once you stay sober long enough, you'll start to realize that it wasn't you. It was the alcohol. It was the drugs you were using. And the people in your lives, they'll forgive you. They will. It's a learning experience. And it's a tough one to learn from. So let's walk down the path of becoming sober. Again, you were in a box. Now you're outside the box. Now you can walk down away from your addictions so that you can have some fucking clarity, some peace of mind for once. Jesus Christ. So on behalf of this channel, on behalf of you getting sober, on behalf of your mental clarity and your health, Peace be with you, and let's get into the bulk of this video. Hope it will inspire you. I've been making a few videos lately on alcoholism, and due to the fact that I was an alcoholic for so long, and due to the fact that I've been sober for so long, I do feel that it's kind of my duty to try to help other people who are going through similar struggles. So to me, it makes me feel good inspiring people to get off the bottle, because there's a lot of power in that. There's a lot of beauty in letting go of your addictions, and it is a sacrifice to a large extent, but it's one that's worth making for sure. Anything that you give up to help make you achieve greater states of health is a sacrifice that is very righteous. And that's one of the difficult things about getting healthy, is that when you really consider and sit down and meditate upon getting healthy, you're going to realize that you're going to have to make some sacrifices. And in this type of world, sacrifices are often something that are hard to make, because it's hard to let go of our addictions again. But there's a lot of growth that takes place when you let go of things that are killing you. And when you do abstain from negative vices such as drinking or whatever it is that's hindering you, you do become more mature. And real maturity and spirituality go hand in hand. A truly spiritual individual is one who can weigh the scales of justice in his or her life and do what's necessary, even though it's not easy. So, in my opinion, spirituality and maturity and righteousness is all about doing the right thing, even though it's the hard thing to do. And it's all about doing the right thing behind closed doors, because it's very easy to put off a front here in this matrix where there's so many liars, man, out here in this ocean of sharks, I like to call it, where when the doors are closed, many people aren't the same people that they advertise themselves to be. So I'm not claiming to be perfect. I'm still working on many things, but I'm honest enough to admit that. Anyone who claims to be perfect has a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. So anyways, I wanted to make a video about how I got through delirium tremens. Delirium tremens, I've said it once, I'll say it again, is the worst form of alcohol withdrawals. It's dangerous. It's scary as hell. Scary is an understatement. This is the most terrifying, one of the most terrifying experiences that I've ever had, and I have had multiple of them. I was so addicted to the bottle that my body got so used to being fed ethanol that when I stopped drinking, it went into massive shock. And what's weird is the one time that I had the worst form of, excuse me, I had drank like 2/5 at like between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. one night. And I fell asleep, I woke up, and the next day I didn't have any money for alcohol. So I had to go through that night without alcohol. And that night is when all the hell started. That's when I started seeing the maggots. That's when I started feeling the bugs crawling all over my skin. I had auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, feelings of delirium and impending doom, you name it. Life as it is was melting in front of me, and I felt like I was being dragged into the pits of hell. And that's what delirium tremens does. It is somewhat of a dark shamanic experience where you're taken by the hand of dark entities and left alone like a lost child, a lost baby, while you experience these strange states of consciousness, and all these entities and all these strange energies are swarming you and manipulating and touching you. So my delirium tremens lasted much longer than most people's. My withdrawals lasted over a month. And it is these frightening states of consciousness which motivated me to get sober and stay sober. And that's why I think many people will have a difficult job, especially casual drinkers. They'll have a very difficult job getting and staying sober, because most people will never drink to the degree that I did and experience these states of consciousness, also known as delirium tremens. I like to refer to it as a dark shamanic experience. On many levels, it is a learning experience, most definitely. That experience is trying to tell you something, show you something, and enlighten you to some degree. And I didn't know that at the time because I was so terrified for my life, but looking back at it now, after being sober for so long, I'm very thankful for this experience. So I'm not trying to repeat myself. I wanted to make a video on what I did to kind of lessen the effects of the delirium while I went through the DTs, also known as delirium tremens. Let me tell you, many people don't make it through delirium tremens. Many people die. So if you're a heavy drinker, I really do hope this message can inspire you to value your life a little bit more, because you don't want to be that small percentage of people that doesn't wake up in the morning or has a heart attack due to this, or heart failure, you name it. There's many things that can go wrong during alcohol withdrawals. People have asked me, did you go to the ER? Did you seek medical advice? Personally, I didn't. I had faith that if I was going to stay alive, I was going to stay alive. I know that many times if you go into the ER, not only is it expensive, but they usually, at least based on my research, they give you benzodiazepines, also known as benzos, and drugs, etc. And I was so frightened for my life, I was so worried about the condition of my liver at the time that I didn't want to take any drugs during this experience. So, but I can understand why people go to the ER. I mean, for some people it can be reassuring to seek medical advice. Personally, I didn't. I only went to 2 AA meetings. After that I gave up on it, and I'll make a video on why I did that. But after 7 minutes of ranting, if you've made it to this point in the video, I am now going to share my little tips on how to get through the DTs much easier. At least these things worked for me. Number 1, showers. Showers, in my own personal experience, were one of the most grounding things during my delirium tremens process. Showers. I would go into the shower. I have a shower filter on my shower, so the water's nice and soft. I'd get it really hot, and I would sit down in the shower, and I'd let that hot water just pour over my head, into my hair, all over my body. I would do this kind of visualization thing where I was imagining that all of the water was washing away all of my addictions and all the negativity that was surrounding me. So I would close my eyes and just let the water hit me, and allow it to metaphysically just push all the negativity down the drain. And it did work tremendously. And one of the other things that I personally did, which I do recommend, is I have these big 10-pound bags of Himalayan salt, multiple of them. My family uses only pink Himalayan salt, so we have a lot on hand. And I would go into I would get a Tupperware container, fill it with Himalayan salt. I'd go in the shower, get my body completely wet after I'd do my visualization techniques, turn the water off, and then I'd rub the salt all over my body, in my face, even in my hair. And after that, I'd put my hands together, and I would envision the salt pulling all the negativity out of my body and giving minerals to my body transdermally, topically. And this worked miraculously. I had this intuitive hunch to do this while I was going through this process, the DTs, and it did work profoundly. I did notice that after I took a shower like this, the effects of the DTs would lessen for a good 45 minutes to 2 hours. It would help me fall asleep, which is something that's very difficult if you're going through delirium tremens, because usually you're so afraid of your life that you feel like if you fall asleep, you won't wake up. It's like a curse. And oftentimes the DTs will make your heart rate accelerate to such an extent where when you try to fall asleep, you can hear your heart pound, and it's just like this mind fuck. The DTs is just like this horrible whirlpool that you're going down, where everything wrong is happening simultaneously, and you're feeling it not only mentally, emotionally, and physically, but you're also feeling it spiritually. you feel like you're going down into the pits of hell, and when you're in these states of consciousness, it can be difficult to fall asleep. Many people will say, oh dude, you need to smoke some weed to get through this, blah blah blah. I do not recommend that at all. In fact, marijuana, in my opinion, will only exacerbate and intensify the effects of what you're going through. And the very fact that you think, oh, I need some marijuana, man, you know, your body's already going through enough fucking stress. Why are you going to puff some weed? Come on, man. So that's the first tip. Showers. Every time you feel like you're peaking and having the worst of your delirium tremens experience, I recommend getting into the shower and sitting down and getting that water hot and doing the visualization techniques. I recommend not using soap while you're in there unless you have something like Dr. Bronner's, like a cast-style soap that isn't filled with a bunch of just insane chemical compounds, etc. In my opinion, when you're going through the DTs, you're going to want your body to have the least amount of these chemical constituents, etc. on top of your skin, in your body, you name it. Because you want your mind to be clear so you can navigate through this experience and get out of the pits of hell and start climbing back into equilibrium. So showers, you're going to want to get a shower filter. If you don't have one, just get in there and do it. But just a side note, get yourself a shower filter. You're worth it. So maybe if you are a drinker and you know you're going to go through the withdrawals, you can stock up on a big bag of Himalayan salt. If you shop at the right places, you can get quality salt. $13 for 5 pounds, and that will last you a very long time, depending on how much salt you need, or salt you use, excuse me. Gonna try to keep this video under 20 minutes, so let's get to the gist of this. Green juice. I recommend doing some green juicing while you're going through the DTs. I like celery juice. I do not like using a lot of sugar. So, especially when you're going through the DTs, because sugar is a massive excitotoxin. It can make you feel ungrounded while you're going through these experiences. You want the least amount of circulating sugar in your system while you're going through this process. That's just my own personal opinion based on my own research. So I did the cucumber juice. I'd go out into the garden and get cucumbers. I'd go to the store and get celery. I'd use a couple pieces of carrot, even though there's sugar in them, lemon juice, you name it. And I'd drink at least one 12-ounce glass of juice a day while I was going through this, accompanied with prayer and visualization work. Another tip I like to recommend is going out and getting some sunlight while you're going through this. And just like I told you to visualize yourself making it through this experience while you're in the shower and visualizing all the negativity going down the drain, I liked to visualize the sun cleansing my body. And what I did was I did this little metaphysical thing where I focused and imagined all the sunlight coming down and hitting my liver right below my right rib, and just concentrating in my liver and multiplying and healing my liver cells. And I would accompany that with deep breathing. And I would do that for about 10 to sometimes 30 minutes a day. That's how frightened I was for my liver. And I do believe that all these little things have a massive effect on the spiritual level, and it proves to the angels, you name it, in the higher spiritual realms, that you want to get through this and change your fucking life, which is exactly what delirium tremens is there for. It's there to make you it's there to scare you into submission because you're too hard-headed and your ego's too big to realize that you need to quit. So people who are heavy alcoholics, they're smacked in the face on the spiritual realm by this experience, also known as delirium tremens, because you're not mature enough to fucking realize that you need to drink, and you don't have the power within yourself to realize and come up to the conclusion that you need to stop now. So that's what this experience is there for. That's what withdrawals are there for. It's saying, hey, this is what happens when you stop drinking. Do you want to fucking keep doing this? It's killing you. Come on, wake up. Hey, McFly, are you in there? And I was stubborn. My DT experiences, I had a handful of them. The first one was really bad, but it was manageable. I was too thick-skulled to say, okay, I need to quit now. The next one was a little bit worse. The next one was a lot worse. The next one was extremely worse, so on and so forth, until I reached my peak DT experience, and I was scared so much for my life that I quit. it's to the point now where I'm still so afraid of going through those experiences that I don't even like to touch bottles of alcohol. I don't even really like to cook food that's been cooked with it. I don't really like I haven't used an alcohol tincture in so long since I quit. I don't even like using alcohol tinctures for herbs. I use glycerin based tinctures. Because heavy alcoholics, you guys, all it takes is one little taste of this shit and a little bit of this stuff to go back into your bloodstream and you start craving it again. So I hate alcohol at this point. I don't touch it. I don't want to go near it. I don't like thinking about it. But I do like getting on this channel to help educate and help give people hope, especially people who are hopeless while they're going through this shit, because that's exactly what you feel like. You feel fucking hopeless, ladies and gentlemen. You feel dead and hopeless. So, another thing, I don't recommend going to work while you're going through the DTs. I recommend staying alone with close family members. If you feel like you need to get medical treatment, I do recommend that, if that's what your heart's telling you. Do not do what I did just because I did. I probably could have benefited by getting medical attention, but I just had this intuitive sense that, hey, I don't want to spend a bunch of money. I feel like if God wants me alive, He's going to keep me alive. I had the faith, and I'm still here. Heart's still pounding. Mind's still going active. You name it. I've regenerated. I feel great. I feel better than I ever have. The one reason why I used to stay addicted to alcohol was that I liked the way it made me feel after the day after I drank. I liked to call it the afterglow. Well, I would drink the night before, and then the next day my anxiety would be completely gone, and it kept me in this perpetual cycle of anxiety nullification via excessive intoxication via alcohol. So let's just wrap this up. The video is about to run off. This camera stops recording at 19 minutes or so. Showers. Hot water, you can use cold water as well. Visualization techniques in the shower. Solar therapy, also known as heliotherapy. Imagine the sun going into your soul. Imagine it going into your liver and regenerating your liver cells and giving your immune system and your body the needed energy to get through this experience. I recommend 1 12-ounce glass of green juice. Try to exclude the sugar. If you feel like eating, sometimes a greasy meal can really help balance you. Certain foods can help calm the mind, because if you are going through this experience while you're very empty on nothing, it can be, your mind can just accelerate, and you can get really, foods can help nullify the overactive thinking. So like I'd like to do like hash browns fried in olive oil with pink Himalayan salt. Try not to use a lot of ingredients. Try not to use a lot of soybean oils and these French fries and potatoes that are at these supermarkets that are mixed with like 100 ingredients. No, you just need potatoes, olive oil, and some seasonings. That can help balance you and ground you massively. And I like to add a little bit of ketchup on top and maybe some toast. You want to stay hydrated, ladies and gentlemen. You want to be drinking, I'd say, at least a half a gallon to almost 1 gallon a day of clean, restructured water while you're going through this, particularly water that you've blessed and made into holy water. You want to get some quality fluids with good intentions into the liver, into the system, into the bloodstream, you name it. I'm talking quick because I don't have much time left on this camera. In fact, I'm going to keep ranting. I'm going to shut this one off in a minute, and then we'll continue this rant, because there's a lot to talk about. So let's do that. Alrighty. I was going to try to keep this video under 20 minutes, but I feel like, damn, I want to put a video out there for someone who's going through the DTs or alcohol withdrawals that's kind of long, so that they can chew up a lot of time while hopefully getting a lot of hope from my message here. So, you know, when I was going through the DTs, I did a lot of research on the internet that scared the shit out of me. I found a lot of YouTube videos as well that really didn't give me the message of hope that I was looking for. So I really do hope that if you are going through the DTs or an alcohol withdrawal, or if you just want to learn more about sobriety in general, that the stars can align metaphysically and metaphorically speaking, and kind of draw you magnetically to this video, and hopefully you can feel motivated to click the thumbnail and watch this entire video. So I'm trying to produce something and make something that I wish I had when I was going through these experiences. So, continuing, I just ended this video, the last one, talking about things that I recommend doing while you're going through the DTs. I was summarizing what I had mentioned in the video prior, earlier in that video. I'm not trying to repeat myself, but I'm gonna. I enjoy doing the long-winded rants. Many people don't like long-winded rants, and if you don't, these videos aren't for you. I do repeat myself because repetition of a message does constitute mental programming. And in a world where you're being programmed to be very unhealthy and to become an addicted moron, these videos, these messages can help you kind of reevaluate yourself by repeating these messages and these principles in your mind. DTs, withdrawals, hot showers, visualization techniques, heliotherapy, green juice, and some greasy foods. I don't recommend eating eggs or fried cheese or whatever the fuck else everyone else is doing, but if that's your thing, just do it. Anything that can help you get through these experiences, I recommend. I do not recommend eating meat while you're going through the DTs, no. The weird energy in meat can just exacerbate the strange state of consciousness that you're going through, because it's death. Meat is death, ladies and gentlemen. So, another thing I liked to do when I was going through the DTs is when the experience lessened, when I was going through when my delirium wasn't so intense, I liked to go on a barefoot walk at night with my dogs. I didn't really like going out in the daytime because I felt so anxious and so weird that, you know, people during the day, I just felt like everyone was watching me, and these are just some of the states of paranoia that you're going to go through when your body gets accustomed to not being proliferated with excessive amounts of ethanol. Your body's going into shock, and as it goes into shock, your brain chemicals, everything is going through massive readjustment. So be prepared. Excuse me. Be prepared for some extreme shit. But if you have the keys, if you have some wisdom as to what you're going to go through, you can kind of pre-navigate it and get yourself ready, so to speak. So yeah, I'd like to go on walks. I didn't really like exercising a lot when I was going through my withdrawals. People say, oh, but bro, the DTs don't last that long. They don't last more than, 60 hours, 70 hours. That's not true for everyone, ladies and gentlemen. There's people that go through alcohol withdrawals for over 3 months. I went through alcohol withdrawals for over a month. And the PTSD, the post-traumatic stress from these crazy states of consciousness still haunts me. So, it's common for people. I don't mean to sound, I'm not trying to frighten people, but it's common for people who go through these extreme states of consciousness to get general anxiety disorder and to start having panic and anxiety attacks. And that's due to the fact that these experiences that you go through can be so traumatic that even years later down the road, if you experience something that reminds you of the state of consciousness you were in while you were going through the DTs, your mind can play tricks on you and actually trick your physiology into thinking that you're going through another experience like delirium tremens, and you can have a panic attack. You can feel like you're having a heart attack. You think you need to go through the ER. This has happened to me a multitude of times, but I've learned how to navigate through it. It's all a bunch of evil energy trying to bring you down and confuse you and throw you off course. So, another recommendation is talk to a loved one. Talk to someone who can understand what you're going through. For me, that was my mother, my brother. I didn't really talk to my dad when I was going through this. Me and my dad have kind of a strange relationship on that kind of level. And, I don't know. My dad had more of a, get through it, pussy kind of attitude. And I appreciate that. Because looking back, it's like, damn. Not that I was being a pussy. I mean, let me put someone else through these experiences and see what they go through, and then they're gonna. What I'm getting at is it's hard for the typical individual who's never gone through these experiences to really relate to you. But there are people who do care. If you need to seek medical help, do it. If you need to call like an AA person, Alcoholics Anonymous, go for it, man. Many of the people that I met during my first 2 AA meetings, and that's I only went to 2 Alcoholics Anonymous meetings before I stopped going. Many of the people, they had gone through the DTs, but when I shared my story with them, they were shocked. They had never really heard anything about this in people under 30 years old. DTs to this extent that I went through are not common for people who are under 30 and 40 years old. And this is usually something that people who have been drinking for over 20 years experience. So I can't imagine being someone like that. Like the amount of stress from just knowing, okay, I've been drinking for 20 years. Is my liver okay? It's just, there's so many things. It's like, just fucking quit, man. Find something else to do. Fucking play video games if you have to. That's another thing, man. Find some form of entertainment that can keep your mind and your body preoccupied while you're going through these experiences, such as video games. Personally, I don't play video games. I don't agree with them. I don't like them. But if that's your thing, go for it, man. All the power to you. I liked watching movies. That's another thing I like to recommend. Watch movies. Particularly like comedy movies that can uplift your mind and your spirit. And movies that are uplifting, like soul-nourishing films, things like that. I didn't really like watching a lot of dramas and action movies because it's just kind of puts you on a fight or flight state of mind, and you're already in one of those from your withdrawals. So laughing is a great thing to combat the withdrawals and the DTs, and just having faith that you're going to get through it while having a smile. It takes much more energy for your body to be in a state of worry than it does for you to be in a state of happiness. So happiness is one of the greatest tools to navigate through this hell that you're going through. So regardless of how extreme your experience is, try to put a smile on your face. Pray. Know that you're going to get through it, man, ladies and gentlemen. And I have faith that you will. You just don't want to go back to drinking. You don't. What's crazy is looking back at when I was an alcoholic, I really didn't see myself ever being sober. I was in such a toxified, stupidified state. I really never imagined myself sober. And I'm so thankful for being frightened to death by the delirium tremens experiences and the dark entities. They're so terrifying that I never want to ever be around those entities again. It was like a form of spiritual rape by these dark entities. One of the freakiest things that happened to me while I was going through my worst delirium tremens experiences, was my heart was pounding so hard. In my mind's eye, all the platonic solids, the cube, the triangle, they were all spinning and I could see them clearly. I was having visions of the Grim Reaper. I couldn't stop pacing back and forth. I went into the bathroom at the time. There was a purple and red rash that was moving all around my body very quickly. I literally thought I was dying. At one point, my skin appeared to be turning blue. I was getting cold. Then I go from getting cold to getting hot. It felt like I was dying. And during all this, I could hear little children giggling. It was an auditory hallucination. For those who don't know what that is, it's when you hear things that aren't there. Essentially, they're actually there. They're just on the spiritual levels where you're not normally attuned to. When you go through DTs, you get exposed to these states of consciousness, the reality of the darker and more angelic spiritual planes, because the DTs will actually stimulate your pineal gland, because it's stimulating your pineal gland, putting you through a mildly psychedelic experience in a dark shamanic experience, because it's trying to teach you something. It's trying to show you what the fuck is actually going on with your addiction on the spiritual levels, how you're being toyed with by demons, and how there's a myriad of angels and different family members and people in your life that are trying to fucking help you. But chances are, if you're a boozer like I was, you're too stubborn to realize that. So I wish you well, man. I hope that you can get through it and learn. But that was one of the scariest things, was seeing this rash, feeling my skin turn purple and blue, and having these little auditory hallucinations of children laughing in the distance, and having carnival music playing in the background, and like toddler music of bells going off and shit, and you're gonna die, he's dying. That was the type of shit I was hearing for hours. He's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it. And meanwhile, I had an angel on my shoulder and a devil on my shoulder. The angel was saying, you are gonna make it, brother. Just learn from this. I know it may not seem like you're gonna make it, but I promise you, you are. And the more I entertained that thought, the more the demon on my shoulder tried to drag me away from that. So as much resistance as I gave this negative energy, the more it fought back. Until after a very long period, the DT experience kind of lessened, but the anxiety from the DT experience lasted for over a month. The strange states of consciousness, the insomnia from feeling like I wasn't going to wake up in the morning, feeling like I was going to die. This was a very traumatic experience for me, and that's why I'm trying to share this stuff on this channel to help inspire people to, dude, if you're going down a path, if you're a young adult and you're an alcoholic, if you're 30, 40, I don't care how old you are, if you're watching this video, I really do hope that this video can help you, man. You do not want to go through what I went through. No, you don't. I remember having my entire life flash before my eyes, having like this photographic memory when I was going through these experiences of all my childhood experiences with my family, my brother, my loved ones, all these great memories, and feeling like they were just being lit on fire by the devil. Like, oh, you're getting all this taken away from you. All of it. But I didn't give up faith. No. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I approach healing from a more alternative perspective. Even though I was such an alcoholic at the time, I was still into alternative healing and juice fasting and all this other stuff. But I knew that certain herbs would be hard on my liver while I was going through these experiences. So I focused on milk thistle seed and things that are good for the liver. I ordered a nice big 1 pound bag of milk thistle seeds that hadn't been ground up from Dr. Kassar, and I would take them, put them in the coffee grinder and grind them up into a fine powder. I'd put them in capsules. I'd take 2 double wide capsules, pack the shit out of them with milk thistle, and then I would take 1 double wide capsule of gotu kola, also known as Centella asiatica, and I would take that like 3 times a day. So 6 doses of milk thistle with 1 dose of gotu kola with each dose. So 6 capsules of milk thistle and 3 capsules of gotu kola. I also took shilajit to help fortify my immunity and especially fortify and strengthen my mind. Shilajit, also known as mineral pitch or asphaltum, has a great, or mohimo, has a great effect on the mind. That is one of the most beautiful things to take for the mind. And while you're going through these experiences, things that fortify and strengthen the mind can really help you kind of achieve the next layer of consciousness so that you can stand above the demonic energy which is trying to take over your body. It's trying to kill you essentially, but it's not going to. Your body is far wiser, far more strong than you have the ability to understand. I don't mean to sound arrogant or that I know everything. I'm just attempting to convey some things that I've learned over the years. There are people, however, that die from delirium tremens, and I can't imagine how terrifying that must be. And my heart and soul goes out to those souls who have transpired while being in these states of consciousness. I do feel for them. And wow. It usually happens with people who are in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. But there are young adults who go through it in their 20s and die from these experiences, and in their 30s, you name it. I can't imagine going through any withdrawal and dying from it. It would be the worst thing ever, because the withdrawals make you feel like you're going to hell, and to die while you feel like you're going to hell, holy shit. So again, my heart goes out to all the souls who have passed while withdrawing and going through these insane states of consciousness. So the key to this is abstinence. I don't resonate with this everything in moderation shit. No. I don't think alcohol should even be consumed in moderation. There's so many people that have followed the everything in moderation logic and had a few too many drinks and then got behind a wheel and killed someone, and now they're in jail for the rest of their life. So you may want to consider, depending on the type of alcoholic or drinker you are, just letting go of it. This is something that you don't need in life. This is one thing that completely ruins your body and your mind's ability to be able to rationalize properly. So I know so many people, I've had friends growing up, after one beer, I don't want to drink, I'm just going to stay here. I can walk, I can get a cab. After 2 drinks, I still don't want to drive, After 3 drinks, 4 drinks, 5 drinks, 6 drinks, now they're belligerent and they think they can get behind a wheel. And if you get behind the wheel and you're drunk, you're a fool. You're an idiot. No offense. If you've learned from it, great. But if you still do this shit, if you're a fucking drunk driver and you're watching this video, go to hell. Come on, man. Learn from your mistakes. You are putting so many people at risk when you get behind the fucking wheel because you're a booze hound. Come on, man. And it may seem like you're invincible now. It may seem like fun and games because, while you're in your drunk stupor, you think that nothing bad can happen to you, or you think you're invincible, or that God's got your back. Let me tell you, there's some hard lessons for alcoholics to learn. And I sure as hell do hope that you can get out of your fucking thick skull and your ego for long enough for you to fucking question what you do. If you're an alcoholic like that, if you're a dangerous alcoholic, I hope you only drink at home. Do not go out and do shit. You're going to get arrested. You can get other people hurt. This is just insane shit out here that this stuff is even legal. You should have to have some type of license to buy alcohol. You should have to have a clean record to buy alcohol. So many families die every year because there aren't breathalyzers on cars. That's another thing. There should be some type of intelligent smart device on each car that makes you blow into a breathalyzer before and after you get out of your vehicle. And I don't want some stupid fucking typical modern day goddamn breathalyzer where you can have your passenger blow into it. No, there's technology available out there that is smart enough to know that it's you, the driver, blowing into that goddamn fucking breathalyzer. I can't tell you how many alcoholics I know that were made by the law. Camera's about to shut off. I'm going to talk really quick. So many people have been given breathalyzers, but the breathalyzer technology is so primitive where they'll just have like a family member or one of their drunk friends while they're sober blow into the fucking breathalyzer so that they can start their vehicle. Let's continue this rant. I'm going to cut this one off, charge the battery, and we'll continue.
Alrighty, you guys. So that pretty much wraps it up in relation to the delirium tremens alcoholism video. Excuse me. I have a lot more information I want to talk about relating to alcoholism, but I figured I'd try to make a nice little, 50 minute to 1 hour video regarding alcoholism. I did the best that I could in this video. Going back and watching it, I left a lot of things out, and I'd like to address those certain subjects that I left out in future videos that aren't so long. Because many people don't have time to be watching these lengthy videos, but I did want to make a video that's long, that someone going through the DTs or someone going through alcohol withdrawals, hopefully they can find this video and really absorb it, really watch like an hour-long video relating to alcoholism, because that's one thing that did help me while I was going through these experiences is researching people who had gone through what I was going through and getting tips from them and things of that nature. It can be reassuring and comforting to touch base with other people as well. There's a lot of online alcohol communities, alcoholic recovery communities, excuse me. And there's also a lot of in-person recovery communities such as Alcoholics Anonymous, also known as AA, and a multitude of other organizations. Your family can help you depending on whether or not they're alcoholics or not. That's one dangerous thing, is when families are alcoholics. And just because you're drinking every weekend and you're not drinking during the weekdays with your family, that doesn't mean that you guys aren't dysfunctional to some extent. So again, this wraps this video up. I hope that it did help you, and feel free to message me privately. Add me on Facebook. Please hit the subscribe button if you already haven't, if you enjoyed this video, and hit the like button, and share this video with people that you think can benefit from it. Peace be with you.
Alrighty, let's adjust the mic a little bit, get it situated. One thing that has made me really happy about this channel, and I'm not going to lie, it's made me really proud, is the fact that it's helped a lot of people get sober from alcohol, and it's helped a lot of people really get interested in getting sober. For some people who have contacted me, they're no longer drinking 7 days a week. They're drinking twice, 3 times, or 4 times a week. That's a huge upgrade, ladies and gentlemen. Personally, I like the idea of cold turkey, quitting cold turkey. However, if you're a severe alcoholic, that can be very dangerous. So I do recommend that if you are a severe alcoholic and you drink a lot, you contact a real doctor and talk about a plan to help get you sober, because you don't want severe alcohol reactions like I went through from quitting. I mean, I stopped overnight, and I experienced some horrible, terrifying, just the worst nightmare you would ever go through. It lasted months, ladies and gentlemen. My withdrawals and my PTSD and the different things that I had to get my shit back together, and it wasn't easy. Let's just put it that way. So alcohol is a huge escape. It's a silly way of desensitizing yourself here in this crazy world, but all the power to you if you can, go out and have a couple of drinks. I mean, there is responsible drinking. I'm not 100% against drinking. I'm 100% against drinking when you drink like me, or when you drink like any of these other crazy alcoholics. I mean, I was a raging alcoholic. I could either drink a lot and become the biggest love bug ever and just be the kindest, sweetest thing and just happy, or I'd just become a fire demon from hell. Not good. And what was scary to me is at the time I was doing this, I felt like it was all justifiable. Now, I'm not going to blame alcohol for that. No. I'm blaming my ignorance. Because even in that state of intoxication, I knew better. But, with alcohol, I'd become overwhelmed with this sense of power and confidence, and just not good. It's fake. It's fake. It's phony. But I am proud. I am happy. It makes me so just joyous to know that people have become inspired and actually quit from my alcoholism videos, particularly my video, how I got through extreme alcohol withdrawals in delirium tremens. I think that's what it's called. It's about an hour long. And that video is me telling people how I got off of alcohol and how I got through the DTs and alcohol hallucinosis and just the mind fuck of quitting drinking. It's a big mind fuck. When you become in love with drinking, you often develop such a love for drinking. You may or may not acknowledge it, but it's true. And due to that amount of love that you have for alcohol, you create barriers between yourself and quitting. So you tell yourself, oh, I'll quit next week, or I'll take a week off, or I'll take 2 months off, this and that. But it's often short-lived. But all the power to you if you can do it. I mean, that's great. But I'm just saying from my personal perspective, I'd always tell myself, okay, I'm going to stop next week, or I'm not going to drink tomorrow. But then tomorrow would come and I'd be telling myself the same thing the next day. Okay, I'm not going to drink tomorrow. And it got to a point where I had literally done that so many times that I kind of just broke down and just embraced my alcoholism. Just became a loser, a total drunk. I guess I shouldn't call myself a loser because I was doing a lot of productive things at that time. I was still doing my best to take care of my health. I was still taking care of myself in the sense that I was juicing green juices. I was eating fruit. I was still getting a ton of exercise. I was walking every night. I was consuming the herbs. But mixing this stuff with alcohol, it's just like it's like a tug of war from within. Because the very fact that you're taking care of your health while you're drunk, there's completely opposite energies. One is like you're killing yourself, and then the other is you're taking care of yourself and you love yourself, and there's just this internal battle. But all the power to the people who can responsibly drink. I do believe that responsible drinking can be a part of a healthy lifestyle if you do it properly. If you're consuming quality liquor, most of the beer on the market is heavily fluoridated, made with just the cheapest ingredients. It would blow your mind. All of the GMO ingredients, the corn. I mean, come on. All of the beer ingredients, the oat and the barley and the it's all GMO, a large amount of it. But oh man, that is awesome. If you have quit drinking, it feels so good once you get over the withdrawals. Once you get over the turbulence, it becomes second nature to be sober, and it becomes very easy, and it becomes very fun. For me, I've gotten to a point where I don't crave it at all anymore. That's not... a few weeks ago, I had an intense craving for vodka. But it was just this bullshit programming that from my... I view it as it came from my parasites. My parasites, this demon was trying to get me to drink again. And it was just like a surge of energy through my body where I saw vodka... And I went, oh God, I kind of just remembered the kind of drunken stupor that I was in and how much I kind of loved it and this and that. And I instantly just melted it away. So cravings don't get me anymore. Back in the day though, I'm glad that I had that craving a couple weeks ago, because back in the day, I would have allowed that craving. I've had that same craving for years now. Or, excuse me, I'm so tired. I shouldn't even be making videos. When I was an alcoholic, when I would quit for like a week, or when I'd quit for a couple days, that same craving that I got 2 weeks ago would always do me in. I'd always listen to it and always give in. So I think the craving kind of just had to come up one last time to test me, and I just fucking killed it. I just decimated it. Just ripped it apart. And beat its guts into the pavement. Goodbye, demon. Get behind me, demon. Get out of my fucking way. And it's gone. But I still have things I need to work on. I mean, there's certain aspects of my diet, my lifestyle that do need improving. I'm not coming on here and claiming to be perfect. No. But if I can come on here and help someone get sober after knowing how difficult it was for me to finally get to that point, I mean, that's so awesome. I almost want to make a channel dedicated to drinking alone and how to get off of drinking and kind of the psychology of alcoholism. But I'm going to do that on this channel because I'd rather just build one solid channel instead of trying to get new subscribers and build an audience when I already have one. So I like to make videos about alcoholism because this is a huge part of my life. It was a huge learning lesson for me, and it was a very difficult one because it brought a lot of pain and a lot of suffering, not only to me, but to my loved ones. I did some things when I was drunk that I will regret for the rest of my life. With my violence, with my loud mouth. So, I mean, if you're a drunk, you better be careful. Because if you keep drinking the way you're drinking, chances are you'll get to a point where you will become enraged and you'll do something that you will regret forever. This is one thing that often inspires alcoholics to quit. It's kind of a common thing. To me, it's a spiritual lesson, and a damn hard one to swallow, let me tell you. I mean, for years when I was an alcoholic, I always had this soft, gentle, intuitive voice trying to guide my monkey ass in the opposite direction. And the more I didn't listen to it, the more I felt that soft voice become stern. And it got to a point where the only way it was going to grab my attention is that if it bitch slapped me and kicked me down in the dirt. But I can't blame a voice inside of me. No, it was just I knew I shouldn't, deep down I knew I shouldn't have been doing what I was doing. And it got me in trouble because I led myself into alcohol rage, and I did some stupid ass shit that I will always regret. You know, you can say sorry to people. You can ask people for forgiveness. You can change your ways. You can become a better person. But what you do will always, what you've done will always remain etched in your memory. So, I'm not trying to sound negative. There are some things you can learn from your big mistakes, you know, but you get to a point where you realize, God damn, why did I have to learn from this type of a mistake? Why wasn't I smarter? And it's a hard lesson to learn as a man or a woman, to be brought down to that level of immaturity and have to swallow it. But there were a large handful of occasions where when I was drinking, I had alcohol rage. I never drank and I would never drink and drive, however, but I never did stupid shit like that. But I fucked up big time, regardless, hurting my family, you know, saying shit to them and just being a fool. So what I noticed with my alcoholism is that I was an alcoholic for so long that I actually noticed a particular cycle that I was going through, where I would drink, everything would be fine, you know, I wouldn't get in trouble, things seemed happy, and as I continued to drink, I'd get to a point where I started to get unhappy, I'd get depressed, I'd think about things that would depress me, I'd listen to music that would depress me. I kind of fell in love with this dark melancholy and feeling sorry for myself and overemphasizing my problems in life and feeling sorry for myself and just acting like a victim. And it would lead to, eventually that would get worse and worse and worse. And I'd kind of break down, and then before I went full circle, I would just break down and just become a raging alcoholic. It would usually only last one night. Everything would be pretty legit. I could hold my shit down, and then there would be that one night where I'd just explode. Usually those were nights when I drank over a fifth of whiskey. The whiskey, for some reason, would make me incredibly angry. And it was usually dark liquor. Usually when I had those nights, it was when I was drinking dark liquor. But you know, after the first 2 times this happened, I began fearing the cycle ending with my rage. I actually would fear it. I knew it was coming. I didn't know when it was coming, but I would fear it. And it would come. And I noticed this cycle where I'd go from happy to fucking raging, and then happy to raging. And it wasn't until I got sober that I really truly could realize just how much I hurt the people who I loved. You know, luckily I have the greatest family on the planet. One of them at least. You know, they love me regardless of the bullshit, and they know it was just my alcoholism. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I should have known better. I'm not blaming alcohol, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not saying that alcohol made me do these things. I am not one of those types of people. No. I will never be one of those types of people. I knew what I was doing, and I was being a goddamn idiot. There you go. I'm not afraid to admit it. It's the truth. So I really, once I got sober for long enough to know I could remain sober, I really felt inspired to try to help other people get to the point that I'm at right now in life, so that they can save themselves some grief and some misery, and hopefully not fall into the traps that I fell into and do the stupid shit that I did, excuse me. Because there's just certain things you can say, there's certain things you can do that are really hard for people to forget. You know? So if I can help that, or if I can avoid that, help you avoid that from, I need some sleep, my God. But I want to keep going. I like this rant. If I can help someone navigate through the murky water of alcoholism so that they don't have a night of rage where they hurt someone or do this and that, or if I can help someone feel motivated to quit so that they can save their life, I mean, that's worth it. It's fun to me to try to help people. You do have to get to a point where you've been sober long enough, however, so that you know you're not going to go back to the bottle, because, you know, I would feel like such an idiot if after making all these videos I started drinking again. It's not going to happen. I'm actually terrified of alcohol at this point. What happened to me the handful of times where I tried quitting drinking was so frightening. My God. Now, here's the thing, though. I went through a series of alcohol withdrawals where I'd try to stop drinking, but the withdrawals were so terrifying that I would resort to drinking to cancel out the effects of the withdrawals. Because once you stop drinking ethanol, once you stop drinking alcohol as an alcoholic, depending on how severe of an alcoholic you are, your body goes into shock because it's so used to being fed the ethanol. So when you do go through withdrawals and you start having withdrawals, some ethanol, some alcohol, ethanol is alcohol, will often take you out of the withdrawals. But you do so at the expense of remaining an alcoholic. So when I finally said enough is enough, I'm done, it was after the most terrifying 10 days of my life. I'd say 10 or 11 days. That was just the initial bulk of the first part of the withdrawals. My withdrawals actually lasted for months. But after that 11 days, after I decided to stop drinking, Jesus, no sleep. When I came so close to death during one of my withdrawals that I said, okay, enough's enough. I'm not going to drink again. I'm not going to drink to cancel this out, to try to nullify the effect of the withdrawal. I'm going to ride this out. I'm not doing this again. I was seeing bugs all over the walls. I was seeing them crawl all over me. My skin was turning blue. I had this strange rash, this purple and red rash that would crawl around my body as I looked at it in the mirror. And I felt like I was becoming possessed. I could hear all sorts of demonic sounding. I could hear children in the background, girls and boys. And it was being played to like carousel music, like carnival music, but there was this demonic tone to it. And they were giggling and talking back and forth about me, and they would surround me. I could actually see and feel them. And they would talk about me and how I missed my mark in life, and how I was dying, and that they had succeeded, and I essentially had committed suicide in an indirect manner. So, this video, unfortunately, this camera, it fucking shuts off at 20 minutes and starts re-recording, so hopefully it doesn't do that. It's really fucking irritating. But, I would close my eyes, and I would just be taken away to these visual vistas, almost different dimensions, where I could clearly see in physical form entities and extra-worldly beings, both good and bad. There were times where I'd close my eyes and I would just see perfect three-dimensional pyramids spinning in different directions. While this was going on, my heart was beating so loud that I was almost certain I was having a heart attack. And I wanted so badly to go to the ER, to go into, in the emergency room. But it was like 2 o'clock in the fucking morning, and I was so delusional, and I was in such a state of paranoia, anxiety, and delirium that I didn't even know how to put words into my mouth to tell my parents that I needed to go to the ER. I was also, for some reason, I was just so embarrassed and ashamed of the fact that I would have to walk into my parents' room, a grown man in my 20s, and tell them that I need to go to the fucking ER because I think I'm dying from alcohol withdrawals. And it does happen. It's actually quite common, especially with delirium tremens. Delirium tremens is the most dangerous and most intense form of alcohol withdrawals that there is. And there are different varying levels of delirium tremens. There's no two delirium tremens experiences are the same. Now, many people would tell me that I'm too young, or that I was too young to have delirium tremens, but it does happen, especially when you drank the volume of liquor that I was drinking. It got to a point where I was drinking about a half a gallon of vodka throughout the day and night. It got to a point where I was consecutively drunk 24 hours a day. I would wake up at 3 in the morning and lean over and grab my bottle and chug it and go back to bed. And then I'd get up at 8 o'clock in the morning and do it, and get up and go do shit. Once your body becomes that accustomed to drinking liquor for a long period, when you stop, it puts your body into massive shock. And the whole thing with delirium tremens, the thing that was so scary to me was the spiritual kind of energy that was enveloped around it. And by spiritual energy, I don't mean positive spiritual energy, I mean negative spiritual energy. The spirit realm is home to good and bad. So, when you feel like you're dying, and you have a very good reason to feel like you're dying because you've stopped drinking alcohol, your heart is pounding so hard that you can clearly hear it. I mean, it was pounding so fast. It blows my mind that I didn't go to the ER. But I did have faith that I was going to make it, and I rode that faith. But having to test your faith is not fun, ladies and gentlemen. Having to test your faith when you feel like you're laying on a bed dying, and I hope I make it through it. I believe I'll get through it. That's not fun. You don't want to get yourself into that situation. It's the shittiest fucking feeling. The type of PTSD that you experience from that, the type of emotional traumas that scar into your experience from that. I mean, not only do you have to get through the withdrawals in one piece without dying, but after that, you've got to deal with the stress of the PTSD that you've now accumulated from all this shit. All this alcohol shit. So, I really need to make a long, lengthy video just talking about my delirium tremens, what I experienced, what I saw, and the things I communicated with, the emotions I felt, the hallucinations that I was having. Now, many people, and this is where I differ from many people will tell you that the hallucinations are not real and that they are just a byproduct of the withdrawal experience. And while that's true to a large extent, many alcoholics who are recovering and going through detox and withdrawal, they aren't aware of the spiritual ramifications that their alcoholism is having effect on their life. And essentially what you are seeing when you're going through delirium tremens, there are visual representations of what is happening to you on the spiritual plane. This is my own theory, and I have a lot of reasons to believe that it's the truth, primarily due to my experiences with higher consciousness, with Kundalini, with the astral plane. I know that things like that don't just happen for a reason. You're not just seeing bugs crawling all over you. It just doesn't happen for any reason. Excuse me. That's what I meant to say. I'm not making any sense. I'm just blabbering. This is going to be called the no sleep all day, or no sleep in 24 hours DT rant. Fuck. But things like that don't just happen for any reason. I mean, why wouldn't you be having a positive hallucination if these things were just a byproduct of random events or random, things happening within your body with the lack of ethanol? Why are you seeing bugs? Why are you seeing things that are very, very applicable to what's happening with your addiction? Why do many people see dead ghosts? Why do many people see the Grim Reaper? Why do many people see maggots and all this stuff pertaining to death? It's because you're killing yourself, and that experience, the DTs and alcohol hallucinosis, is trying to teach you that the path that you're going down is killing you. It's giving you a very strong, almost psychedelic shamanic experience produced by the body naturally via a lack of ethanol, so that you can glimpse into the shit show that you're getting yourself into. And many people don't make it through those experiences. I cannot imagine what it's like to die while going through that. My heart goes out to these people. But, man, so I'm going to wrap this one up pretty soon here. Again, that is where my philosophies very, very different. I've talked to people in AA, I've talked to people in web forums who will tell you that these emotions that you're having and that your hallucinations are just, they aren't real. Well, if they weren't real, I'm not saying that they're real, like you can go up and touch the bug and you'll squish it. No. But what you're seeing is there for a reason. It's a real representation of something. And it's usually death. It's a warning of death. It's a death omen. And I sure as hell hope, if you're an alcoholic like I was, that you can change your ways so that you don't have to be given that omen. Because you will never forget it. And you will never be the same, I don't think. I'm not saying that it's going to scar you that deep. I'm just saying that, everything can be transmuted, but to go through that degree of trauma, it's not going to be easy for you to, just get over it with a bag of popcorn and a Sunday flick. No. If you're already mentally unstable and you go through these withdrawals, you're fucked. So the key to that then, however, is to not get yourself into that situation. I'm lucky that I am a very strong individual. Mentally, I am very strong. Spiritually, I'm very strong. Emotionally, I'm very strong. So I got through it and I've transmuted it. But I mean, there are so many people who are hooked on certain medications to deal with their PTSD via alcohol withdrawals. So, you know, for some people, you know, alcohol withdrawals, you can go into a coma, you can die, you can have severe brain damage, you can go unconscious, you know, seizures. It's a real fucking thing to look forward to. Fuck. So on behalf of the Sacred Starseed Serpent Uraeus YouTube channel, thank you for watching this long-winded rant of me mumbling and stumbling while I try to coherently put words into accurate sentences out of my tired brain and heart. I hope that my messages and channel and passion can help inspire you to take care of your health. This video is primarily dedicated to alcoholics, but anyone suffering from any addiction could probably utilize this information and do something positive with it. Alcohol withdrawals, ladies and gentlemen, are not fun. You may think you have everything under control because you're young. I did at one point too. Let me tell you, when you're an alcoholic, you think you're tough and that your body can handle alcoholism because you're like in your 20s. But let me tell you, when you're drunk, the perception of time is warped massively. Soon, before you know it, it's like 3 years down the road and you're drinking twice as much booze and you don't have any fucking plan on how to quit. You feel doomed because most alcoholics have learned to cope. They use alcohol to cope with reality. And that's another reason why they're so addicted. Because it's a social fucking lubricant that's legal. It's like legal heroin. It's everywhere. It's on every street corner almost. You can go to any gas station pretty much and buy your tall boys and your fucking beer. The place where you go to fucking fill your car with gas, you can buy your booze. Why would they outfit gas stations with alcohol knowing that the person that bought the booze is most likely going right back into a car? A like 3,000 to 4,000 pound vehicle that can be just a wrecking ball and kill so many people. So the system's fucked. The system's backwards, and I hope you can catch on to that quick enough to know that by being an alcoholic, you're being played by the system. They're putting spirits in you. They're putting evil spirits in you. That's why they call it spirits. Peace be with you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. It's my granny's birthday today. I'm here at the graveyard. Gonna pay my visits and talk to her a little bit, but you know, I wanted to actually make a video about alcoholism while I'm here, just because so many people have contacted me regarding my videos on alcoholism and how much it's helped them. And you know, that was the sole purpose of making those videos on the DTs, also known as delirium tremens. And I made a video on how to get through alcohol withdrawals naturally. Although I do recommend, which I stated in that video, if you feel like you need to go to the hospital, you better do it. Listen to your gut. But so many people have contacted me letting me know that those videos, about alcoholism have actually inspired them to get off the bottle. And multiple people have told me that they're like a month into sobriety because of those videos. And that makes me incredibly happy, because that is the sole purpose of why I erected those videos. So that makes my heart very, very warm. And I came to the graveyard today to see my grandmother, but I also wanted to make a video here because when my grandma was getting older and getting sick, I was an alcoholic. Smoking weed, just being an unrighteous fool, drinking, you know, vodka every night, every day. And due to that, I really just became a drunk zombie, and I didn't spend as much time with her as I should have. And I regret that heavily. And
it just sucks when someone's gone and you begin to realize how you should have spent more time with that person. But I can't change the past, but I can change the present, and I have massively. And you know, I communicate with my grandmother in dreams. She visits me at my home. Oftentimes my room will just become saturated in the smell of her perfume or the smell of her cooking, and lights will go on and off. And there's certain ways that I know she's communicating with me, and I can feel her now with me here. So your ancestors are always on the scene watching your monkey ass, even though you stumble and trip all the time, like I continue to do. They're forgiving and they're there for you. They're your guides. But again, you know, if you're an alcoholic and you're watching this video, I really do hope that this transmission of this video can help inspire you to really question what the fuck it is you're doing. Are you neglecting loved ones that are there for you always because of your addictions? Because if you are, you really need to change your ways. Don't make the same mistakes that I have. I mean, shit, there were so many times where I was off getting drunk when I should have been there with my grandma. I should have had a closer connection with her towards the end of her life. And although I was there, I wasn't at the same time. Showing up once a week or once every 2 weeks or a month to say hi to your grandmother and spend time with her, that's not okay. Any time that you place a substance above a loved one or someone who cares about you, that's when you know you have a problem. And that's when you know that you need to really consider what the fuck it is you're doing. Because you're not being smart. You're being a fool. And I know that because I've been there and I've done it. But I have been sober for a very long time, and you know, that's one of the double-edged swords of getting sober. You use substances to suppress how you really feel. And once you get off the substance, you begin to realize the things that you did that were unrighteous. So being sober is not an easy thing to do because it requires you to be an adult. It requires you to be intelligent. It requires you to be a fucking grown-up for once. And let me tell you, alcohol is like drinking venom. It will drag you down. It'll destroy your liver. It will destroy your gut. It'll destroy your mind. If you remain addicted to any substance long enough that's destroying you, it will start to debauch your soul. Again, it will debauch your soul. When you remain addicted to something, it invites negative energies into your life, and they begin to swim around you and swirl around you until you get sober and cleanse that shit out of you. So, in my opinion, the negative energies on the planet want us to remain addicted to things, because when we destroy our vessels and weaken our immunity, they can gain access to our physical bodies very rapidly and very simple and very just easily, ladies and gentlemen. So when I started getting off the bottle, I really saw how many demonic energies were swirling around me. I saw them with my own eyes. I could hear them visually. I could see them. And you may think these are just simply hallucinations from a lack of ethanol in your system or a lack of whatever drug it is that you're addicted to in your system. But there's more to it than that. There's more to it than that. There are so many different realities interweaving with this reality. It really is like the physical dimension is like an onion where there's different dimensions overlapping and interweaving with this physical world like layers of an onion. There's multiple worlds interacting with this world. The astral plane, the non-physical planes, the etheric realms. So, and we are a food source to certain negative energies on this planet. So you better reconsider what it is you're doing if you're addicted to fucking alcohol, because alcohol is an evil, evil substance. I mean, I see all these people all the time getting together for these parties, and the catalyst for the party is alcohol. I don't think most people would be going to parties if there wasn't booze involved. So it's sad to me that it requires people to cling to a substance to be socially lubricated and to have a good time. That's a con on your life, completely. And I mean, I know people here at this graveyard who have died from alcoholism, and you know, their families had to put up with with that, and it's not a good thing, man. So I'm glad that I went through delirium tremens, because it really motivated me to change myself. I was being just a stupid person, and again, I was neglecting time with someone who loved me, who was always there for me, who always supported me. Because I can't blame the alcohol. I blame myself. But that's another thing. We can't use our addictions as a crutch to blame all the bad things in our life on. We can't do that. We are more powerful than the substance, and even when we are addicted to something, deep down inside we know better. There's a soft voice inside of us that speaks to us constantly, but we've learned to neglect that voice, because that voice wants us to be responsible individuals. So we listen to the venomous voice within us that drags us down, and so we really do have two selves existing within ourselves, and there's a schism between the two. And most of us here in the United States and worldwide, we cling to the negative self, the lower self, the self that's addicted to the worldly pleasures that aren't pleasures at all. They're deadly pleasures, like being stung by a toxic scorpion over and over and over. And we've learned to love it. We've learned to love intoxicating ourselves with poisons. To the point where, it's a cultural fascination. Alcohol is a cultural, just total fascination. I can't tell you how many people I know who collect all these old wines and this old tequilas and all this bullshit. It's like, Jesus Christ, I don't get it. I really don't get it. So I'm gonna wrap this one up. On behalf of the Sacred Starseed Serpent Uraeus YouTube channel, thank you for watching this video. Here's my grandmother's grave. My grandma and my grandpa. So, again, be smart, ladies and gentlemen. You still have time to change your ways. But if you don't take action now, you're going to live in a toxic cycle of I'll do it tomorrow. And the problem with that is days become weeks, weeks become months, months become years. Before you know it, 5 years have gone by and you're still fucking drinking. And that makes me sad. It truly makes me sad. And the only reason you tell yourself, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, is because you're addicted. And when you tell yourself, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, deep down inside you know you need to get off of it. And that's why you keep saying, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, because you know you need to do it now. But you don't listen to that voice. Many people get addicted to substances and they can't let go of those substances out of fear of withdrawals. And I understand that completely. Withdrawal symptoms can be very frightening. But what's even more frightening is remaining addicted to a substance that can create that form of withdrawal. That to me is more frightening than being a man or a woman and facing up to the challenge of sobriety and facing your fears, because you can only get through your fears if you face them. Ignoring your fears means that you're possessed by your fears and that you're not going to change. So it's a beautiful little monument here. I actually enjoy being at graveyards. I find them very peaceful. Look at that. That's absolutely beautiful. So, nice trees everywhere. This to me is a power spot, a spot where I can come and be away from the masses and get some natural energy. I like to come here and touch these trees, and I like to walk barefoot on the earth here. Grounding is a very beneficial thing. That's one thing that I recommend all people who are going through the withdrawals do. When I was going through the DTs and I thought I was dying, I would go outside in the middle of the night and I would dig my feet down into the soil, at least a foot, and I'd stand there, sometimes upwards of 30 minutes, doing stretching and yoga, and just allowing the free-flowing electrons from the earth to go in to my feet, up into my body, and reset and balance my electrical system. This is an essential key. And if you don't believe me, you need to pick up the book called Earthing. I can't remember the name of that author, but if you pick up that book, you'll know exactly what I mean when I say that it's beneficial and absolutely essential that you ground yourself regardless of whether you're getting off of alcohol or a certain substance. You need to ground yourself regardless, because we live in a world where most of us will go the duration of our lives never really getting any direct current from the earth. Most of us wear shoes when we go outside. We sleep in houses that are raised off the earth. We're not grounded. We wear shoes that have a shoe sole that blocks us from picking up electrons from the earth. We don't touch trees. We're an unnatural species. So that helped me massively. I don't think I talked about that much in my video regarding alcoholism, about how to get through the withdrawals and the DTs, but grounding yourself really, in my own experience, helped massively. When my heart rate was accelerated heavily when I was going through the DTs, I did find that by standing in the dirt and doing deep breathing techniques, it did help lower my heart rate, and it just filled me with a certain emotional feeling that I was going to get through it. And connecting yourself to the mother energy of earth while you're going through a traumatic experience can be very nourishing and very comforting, because it is motherly energy. It is feminine energy, and that's very comforting. So I'm gonna wrap this one up. Again, it's a beautiful day out here. Just paying my respects to my deceased grandmother. Walking around, just thankful to be alive and grateful to be alive. There's a beautiful candle set up here on this grave. I don't know if you can see it. It's really cool. But not a day goes by where I don't regret all the stupid shit I did when I was an alcoholic. And again, like I said earlier, once you start getting sober, you begin to take away the numbing effect of the alcohol or whatever substance it is that you're addicted to, and you begin to consciously recognize and acknowledge all the stupid shit you did when you were addicted, not only to yourself, but your family, your friends, your loved ones, sometimes even your animals, your pets. So if you are an alcoholic, a severe alcoholic, I do recommend that you seek some help, and that you make a conscious decision to let go. Because what good is this life you're living right now as an addicted person if you potentially will wind up dead from your addiction? You know how embarrassing that is? To die from addiction? You know how disappointing that will be if you die from a substance? Come on, man. That is not an honorable death. And I feel for all the souls who have lost their lives from addiction. I can't imagine how sad that must be to go through that. To die from alcohol poisoning, or it's just wasted potential. And when I was going through the DTs, I thought I almost was positive that I was going to die. And when you feel close to death, let me tell you, it gives you a different outlook on life. And for me, that was a beneficial thing, because I needed something to wake my ass up. I needed something to jar me out of my ignorance. It worked massively. So, on behalf of the Sacred Starseed Serpent Uraeus YouTube channel, thank you for watching this video. And I hope this video can help inspire you to do something creative and positive for your health today. Whether that be getting a water filter, or starting the detox process. If you're an addicted person, I hope that this video can help inspire you to want to get healthy, to want to get sober. Peace be with you. Don't kill yourself with a substance. You're worth more than that. Peace. Alrighty, it's a little windy out here, but let's make a video. I'm out here at one of the fields I run my dog at. It's the only one here other than some crows and some wildlife, but hopefully the wind doesn't ruin this video, because this is a subject that I want to discuss. And I wanted to discuss addictions and how they have us by the balls completely. Addictions have us by the balls, ladies and gentlemen, and chances are, if you're watching this video, you're already aware of that. I don't care if it's addiction to food, addiction to masturbation, addiction to things like alcohol, drugs, prescription medications, you name it. And I was an alcoholic for years, pretty much the worst kind of alcoholic. I was in the alcohol game for years, and I've said it once and I'll say it again. I used to drink about 750 milliliters of vodka every night, and eventually that got so bad that I was drinking a half gallon every 2 days. So I drank so much and destroyed my liver to such an extent that I do believe I was dying, because I went through delirium tremens, which is the worst form of alcohol withdrawal, a handful of times. Probably, God, I can't even put a number on it. That's how many times I went through the DTs. And the DTs, a lot of people don't make it. Your body is shutting down when you go through the DTs. And God, I remember I was turning blue at one point, massive hallucinations, seeing things like the Grim Reaper, you name it. So there was one point where I was looking at the mirror when I was going through one of my worst DT experiences, and this red purple rash was just moving all around my body, on my face. It was moving. It's just the worst thing I've ever experienced. Delirium tremens is not something that I would not wish that upon my worst enemy. It is horrible, because you feel like you're dying, and it's not a pleasurable death experience. I consider it a near-death experience, and it's not a pleasurable one, let me tell you. You feel like you're going through impending doom, and you feel like you're being taken into the pits of hell. And your heart usually accelerates to such an extent that you can hear it beating you can just hear it beating. It's beating that hard and that rapidly, and it's accompanied with horrible hallucinations of maggots and different bugs eating you, and just dark figures, and it's horrible. So I know what it's like to be addicted to a negative, very, very negative substance. Alcohol is horrible. In my opinion, the shit should not be legal. It kills so many people each year. It's just insane. And it's not funny, but it's just, you can go to a gas station and buy alcohol. The place where you're supposed to fill your vehicle with gas, you can buy alcohol. So you can drive your car to the gas station and buy some booze, fill your car up with fuel, and get on the road and crack your tall boy or whatever it is that you do. I just had a family member, one of his best friends, 23-year-old, died by a 51-year-old drunk driver. And guess what? The drunk driver, all he did was break his wrist. So now he's going to spend his life in jail for the rest of his life, regretting the fact that he got behind the wheel while he drank some fucking alcohol. I hope that this message in my channel can help inspire you to walk the opposite direction. I don't even recommend casual drinking or social drinking. I think it's all poisonous, and I think we live in a culture which perpetuates this poison and venerates it. Usually you're introduced to alcohol in high school, and usually that laps over into the adulthood. But it's not just alcohol that's fucking us. It's excessive tobacco, excessive prescription drugs, excessive TV. I mean, you can get addicted to anything. So yeah, I think everything in moderation, that's okay to some extent, but for some of us, abstinence is the key, especially for me, because in 4 years I drank more alcohol than most people will drink their entire lives. So I've spent over a year now, or over 2 years now, just heavily attempting to regenerate my liver and get back on track and replace the damage that I did to myself. And even when I was an alcoholic, I was heavily into herbalism and natural health, and I was taking all sorts of supplements at the time, and to me, alcohol was my escape, and it's not a good escape. That's the dangerous thing about these substances. They give you a false sense of security while it's killing you, and that's why addiction is of the devil. Addiction is evil. It will kill you. It can kill you. It kills people every day. Young people, young adults, teenagers, you name it. And that's the dangerous thing about many of these prescription drugs or alcohol in general. I mean, you take too much of this shit and you're on your way out. And unless you get to the fucking ER in time or this and that, you're done. This beautiful gift of life can be ruined at the expense of popping a handful of pills or drinking too much booze. Many young adults drink too much alcohol and they never wake up. So I hope that if you are an alcoholic, or even if you're a casual drinker, I hope that this message can inspire you to kind of second guess and reevaluate the decisions you're making. And again, I'm not perfect. I was an alcoholic for years. But as someone who's gone through the worst withdrawals many times, I feel the duty to get on here and to attempt to inspire people to walk in the opposite direction. Alcohol is one of the easiest substances to get your hands on, and it only takes a little taste of this stuff to feel the numbing effect it has on your physiology, and that's what people are falling in love with. People don't like the taste of alcohol. Come on. People like the way it makes them feel because it's a social lubricant. It's an anti-anxiety. It's a way of combating anxiety. So many people who do become alcoholics have severe anxiety issues, such as myself. But there are ways to negate this. There are ways to maneuver around this stuff. You have to ask yourself why you're having the anxiety. Chances are you're having anxiety. The anxiety is trying to tell you something. So many times people will get severe anxiety because their gut health is completely debauched. Sometimes you'll get anxiety because you have a ton of candida in your system. Your blood's polluted. You have excessive amounts of parasites directing your course in life. It's not like you were born and there's something wrong with you. It's because there's something inside your system that's out of balance. And all it takes is a little bit of hard work and to not act like such a victim to attempt to heal yourself. You get much more out of life when you do the right thing instead of the wrong thing, just because it's the easy thing to do. So, again, out here running my dog, just enjoying life. I've been given many second chances, and you know, it just sucks to have to ask for a second chance a million fucking times is what I'm getting at. So when you do get a second chance, hopefully you can embrace the moment and ride the current of it so that you don't have to ask for another second chance and another one and another one. Because let me tell you, when you think you're dying, whether you from excessive alcohol use or prescription drug abuse, you ask for a second chance. I prayed so much when I was going through the DTs, and the first few times I went through it, I prayed to God and said, I will never drink again if you give me a second chance. 2 weeks later, I was hitting the bottle. So it wasn't until my worst delirium tremens experience that I actually decided that I'm not doing this shit anymore. I'm done. Haven't touched it since. And the beautiful thing is, once you stay away from a substance that you're addicted to that's ruining your life for long enough, you begin to hate it. You begin to get angry with it. And that's a good thing. You need to learn to hate your addictions that are not serving you, because they're killing you. And why would you love something that's killing you? Find your ball, bug. Where'd you drop it? Luna, you want to say hi? Tired? So yeah, addictions are a horrible thing. However, you can be addicted to good things. You could be addicted to juice fasting or juicing fruits and vegetables. You could be addicted to loving life. These are good things to be addicted to. These are salubrious things to be addicted to. These are things that give back, that make you feel fulfilled in life, not drained and depleted and miserable. So again, I mean, it's just insane how much meth is being used by the youth now, in the alcohol, in all the genetically modified marijuana, which is actually a weaponized, system against your genetics. Cannabis is nothing like it used to be. It's been spliced and hybridized and mixed and matched and genetically altered. It has way too much tetrahydrocannabinoid in it, also known as THC. And the average typical marijuana nowadays will turn you into a fried egg in a chair. So it's really hard to question your addictions. They give you a false sense of comfort unless you abuse it to such an extent where you feel like you're dying. When you feel like you're dying, you can summon quite a bit of enthusiasm and encouragement to change your ways. And that's why I'm actually thankful I went through the DTs, because I don't think that if I wouldn't have gone through delirium tremens and all the near-death experiences that I had from alcohol abuse, I'd probably still be drinking the shit. And alcohol numbs everything. It makes things easier. But it also can turn you into an absolute fool, an idiot, adult, a moron. So, again, question the things you've been clinging to. So I'm going to wrap this one up. On behalf of the Sacred Starseed Serpent Uraeus YouTube channel, thank you for watching this video, and I hope this video can help inspire you to question your day-to-day algorithms. Question what it is you put into your stomach and into your goddamn mouth. Peace be with you.
Alright guys, what is going on? Welcome back to the channel. The viewfinder's at the top of the computer. I'm going to look straight ahead. So that's why I'm not making eye contact with the camera. This Mac has it all the way on the top for some weird reason. So with that aside, I want to talk a little bit about alcoholism and the trap of alcoholism, and how easy it can get sucked into a situation where before you know it, you're drinking a lot of booze. And once you start drinking a lot of booze, you guys, you get yourself into a lot of trouble. And I'm not talking about like 3 beers every night or, a 6-pack every night, which can get you into some trouble. I'm talking about drinking hard liquor, vodka, absinthe, whiskey, you name it, in abundance, which is something that I did for a very long time. And it's such a weird thing to look back at my drinking, because there's good portions of it that I don't even remember at this point. You know how it is when you drink a lot of alcohol. Things become a fog, and the separation of days kind of becomes thinned, and before you know it, you've got like this entire timeline of information that you don't even remember. And one day kind of slips into the next when you're an addict, and you end up losing a lot of time because of that, because you don't have control over your functions, you don't have control over your life, even though at the time you might think you do. So one day becomes the next, and before you know it, you're deep into your addiction, and you've lost a lot of time. And the scary thing about losing time to addiction is that every day you give into your addiction, depending on the substance, you make the ability to get off of the substance that much more difficult, especially with alcohol, because although alcohol is legal, it is one of the most dangerous substances in the world. Imagine that. Cannabis is illegal in many states. Again, cannabis is illegal in many states. But every state in the United States, you can go buy alcohol, and you can even go buy it at, you can buy it at grocery stores. You can buy it at supermarkets, which, again, a grocery store, excuse me. You can buy it at gas stations. You can buy it at Quickie Marts. You can pretty much get alcohol anywhere within a 5-minute drive, as long as you're in a major city. That's a little concerning to me, considering how many people alcohol kills every year.
many people get behind a wheel after they've drank a little too much and end up killing a family, and 9 times out of 10, the driver that was drunk ends up living. Imagine killing someone because you drank too much liquor one night, and you ended up having to spend the rest of your life in jail because of that. That's pretty frightening. And there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people in prison cells right now who have done so. So my suggestion right now, from the get-go, before we start this video, is that if you drink alcohol and you're an addict and you drink so much that it's out of control, if you do stupid shit like I used to do when you drink and harm people and break objects and get arrested, you might want to use this video as a warning call, a warning alarm, and a path towards getting sober. Some of my best videos on YouTube in terms of performance and views are videos on alcoholism. A lot of people are struggling with this demon, and it is a demon. If there ever was a demon, it would be alcohol, folks. So last night I was on YouTube and I decided to type my name into the search engine on YouTube, and I scrolled through just to see what came up. And in a section on the bottom, or towards the bottom of the first page, it had a section called People Also Watch. And there was this man on there giving his alcohol withdrawal testimonial, and this video can be found in the first link in the description box. I would highly suggest watching that, because I've had many experiences with alcohol that are very similar to this man's testimonial, and it's bone-chillingly eerie to hear him talk about what he went through when he decided to quit booze. And, throughout the video, the man was like, oh, you can call me crazy for saying this is what happened, but I can assure you this is exactly what happened. And, to an outsider, to someone who's never gone through serious alcohol withdrawals, some of the things that I've talked about on my videos about withdrawal, the hallucinations, the derealization, to outsiders, this stuff might seem totally I don't want to say bogus, but crazy. Like the man said in the video, he kept saying, I put this on my grave. This is exactly what happened, blah, blah, blah. So folks, long story short, there is a demonic element to alcoholism. And this video, if you watch it, he hits the nail right on the head. I at one point got chills while he was talking about what he was going through when he was going through the withdrawals. Because again, I've been in similar territory, and to hear him so eloquently describe his withdrawal symptoms had this effect on my mind where I temporarily relived in the flash of an eye some of the stupidest things I've done while drunk, and also some of the withdrawals that I had, which were ridiculously insane and frightening. So when I decided to get rid of the booze, it was because, if I remember properly, and again, it's been a long time, so forgive me if I don't remember all this, but it was because I didn't have any money to go buy more alcohol. My bank account was, overdrafted, I think 3 or 4 times because of some charges that all landed right around the same time, and I didn't have any money to buy alcohol. So I remember at the time I had been drinking for 3 days straight, and I remember I had a big old fifth of vodka that I had finished within maybe a 6-hour period. And then I went to, after I noticed my bank account was withdrawn, or overdrafted, excuse me, I remember digging through my pockets and finding an actual physical dollar bill, and digging through my pockets to just try to find $4 for a pint of Taka vodka, or Royal Gate, whatever was cheapest. Usually these are under $4 or right around $4. And I remember going into the liquor store, and the man rang me up, and it was $4.25 or $4.50, and I had $3.40. And pulling the dollar bill out and just having a bunch of change and even a bunch of pennies. I put it all on the counter and meticulously counted it out in front of him, and he knew I was an alcoholic. When you start buying liquor, folks, with pennies, there's a good chance you have a problem. Again, when you start buying liquor with pennies, there's a good chance you have a problem, and it's incredibly embarrassing. Okay, I'm going to count out 100 pennies for you, and here's 10 dimes, and here's a bunch of nickels. Can I have my pint now? I need to go get drunk. I'm an alcoholic. That's basically what you're saying when you buy liquor like that. So I didn't have the money to buy the alcohol. And if I remember properly, I was so pissed that I couldn't drink, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to get booze, that I took that wad of change and walked out of the liquor store and just threw it into the parking lot and just stormed off in anger. And it wasn't until hours later, when all of a sudden I felt this click. I don't mean like a physical click in my head or anything, but like reality just like shifted. It was kind of like when you have a slide machine that they used to use in school, where it was a circular disc and you put all the slides in and you click the button and it goes clink and it goes to the next slide to project onto the projector screen. Everything was fine. I was angry because I couldn't drink, but everything was fine for the most part. I wasn't going through any withdrawals. I wasn't necessarily feeling weird or anything. I just felt angry, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, reality just shifted. And I felt so absolutely fucking strange when that happened. I remember feeling all these tingles on my skin, and it almost felt like the room was slowly moving. My heart started pounding. I started flushing. Like my skin started getting really hot and I was sweating. And I knew then that something bad was about to happen. At the time, I thought I was having about to have a heart attack because I had drank so much. Again, I was just coming off a 3-day binge of just being drunk the whole time and sleeping through half of it. The whole thing is a fog. And I remember just freaking out and leaving the room and going out front and just pacing back and forth in the front yard of where I was at the time, because I wasn't home in California. I was in California, but I wasn't at my parents' house at the time, where I was staying at that, when I was younger. And it's just like all these crazy thoughts started going through my head, just like all this worry. And, I kind of shook it off to the best of my ability, but I felt fucking weird. I felt out of control. I felt like something was overtaking me. And I remember thinking, God, I need to get alcohol. I just threw all that change on the ground, and I don't have any money at all. I have $1 now. I didn't throw the dollar on the ground. All I have is $1. What the hell can I get? Like, I felt like I felt like I needed to drink to keep the withdrawals from coming, because I felt that that's what was going to happen. And at the same time, I had this deep feeling within me that maybe I wasn't going through withdrawals, and maybe I was like, my body was priming itself for a heart attack. Maybe I drank so much in the last 3 days, in the last years, or multiple years that I had drank. Maybe I was about to have a heart attack, and maybe if I do manage to get alcohol and I drink it, it'll kill me. So I was in between two realities. One where I thought I needed more alcohol to keep the withdrawals away, even though that's only temporary. You drink, but what am I going to do? Am I going to buy like a shot of vodka for $1? Those little like airplane vodka bottles? That's not going to hold the withdrawals off. And simultaneously, I felt that maybe what I'm going through right now, this sensation of feeling weird, isn't actually a withdrawal about to happen. Maybe it's my body shutting down. So at that point, I was like, okay, I can't drink. But what if the withdrawals that potentially can happen from not drinking end up killing me? So that led to a state of utter confusion where I started to panic. My body just started flushing with not only heat but sweat. Like it wasn't even hot in the house or outside, but the sweat was just pouring off my face. And when you're going through a situation like this, ladies and gentlemen, it induces panic. And if you give in to the panic enough, it makes things 10,000 times worse. And at that point, I just started going crazy. An hour or two went by before I started literally feeling like the room around me was spinning, even though it wasn't. It was very difficult for me to find my center of balance. And I was just covered with sweat. So I didn't know what to do because I wanted to fall asleep, but I felt like if I fell asleep, I was going to die. I wasn't going to wake up. So what ended up happening is like this battle between opposites, where I want to rest, but I feel like I fall asleep, which there was no chance in hell I was going to fall asleep being this panicked, but I wanted to. I wanted to go lay down and just lay in bed, but at the same time, I didn't want to just lay in bed and be alone with my own thoughts in the silence. I wanted to move. So I paced around the house like a crazy person while my mind was racing and I was sweating and my heart was pounding and it felt like the room was moving, fumbling around, stumbling around, just trying to stay in motion so I could try to, through staying in motion, not let the silence of my mind catch up with me. When you're going through alcohol withdrawals, your mind can be your own worst enemy and it can drive you into utter hell. So I moved around the house, yada, 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 and I eventually, after however long I did this, decided to lay down in bed. And at that point, after all the moving around, all the panic, all of the praying to God to save me, I'll never drink again if you save me, yada, 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 praying to Jesus, I decided to lay down in bed. And when I laid down in bed, I felt like I sunk into the bed, down into the middle of the earth. And the bed sheets just became covered in sweat. And at that point, you guys, I started hearing disembodied voices around the room, talking back and forth between one another. And when I would try to move my head to see where the voices were coming from, there would be like these tracers that shot around the room. It's like no matter how hard I tried to focus on the origin of the voice within the room, because there was multiple around me, I couldn't seem to catch up to them and locate where these voices were originating from. So I was just sitting there in bed, covered in sweat, feeling like I'm in the middle of the earth, down deep in the bed, just trying to look around to see where these voices are coming from. And it was like ping pong balls shooting around the room. And I'm thinking at the time, am I dying? Am I dead? Is this what happens when you die? What the hell's going on here? And as this continued to happen, I started to see the 5 platonic solids in my mind's eye clearly. I could clearly see them. Not only, like, I don't know how to explain it, because when I say my mind's eye, it almost seems like I'm saying it's like some internal vision. No. Regardless of whether my eyes were open or closed, in my vision, in my head, I could see the 5 platonic solids spinning. You know? There would be one platonic solid that would stay and spin, and then the other one would come in. It became like this, again, like a projector moving into different pictures, but these were 3-dimensional visions of the platonic solids. And at that point, I saw a pyramid show up in my mind's vision, and it just started to spin. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on? And if I closed my eyes, you guys, if I closed my eyes, instantly I would be taken into a complete visual vista as if I were there. I remember closing my eyes and seeing a desert and feeling the hot wind on my face. I remember closing my eyes and being in some like weird old Victorian room where there was a party, like a ballroom going on, and I could hear the music. And I'm thinking, okay, this is it. I'm fucking dying. And I got up and I ran to the front door with my cell phone, and I managed to somehow, it took me like 2 minutes to open my phone because I was totally just inebriated, even though I wasn't drunk. Like my body was just going crazy without the alcohol. And I managed to call my mom at the time, and it had to have been like 1 a.m. or later. And I told her, like, I can't breathe, which I couldn't at the time. No matter how much I took into my lungs, I felt like I couldn't get enough. I felt like every organ in my body was shutting down. And I called her and I was like, I think I'm dying. I can't breathe. I came clean about what had happened, and she ended up breaking down in tears, thinking I was dying. And this is just increasing the fear and the guilt about what I've done, and yada yada yada. Long story short, I don't want to go into the like minute details because I don't want to make this too long. I don't want to bore you, but I ended up getting back into the house and shutting the door and going back and laying in bed. And I tried closing my eyes, and every time I closed my eyes, I would see something, whether that be like a rocket shooting into outer space, whether being in outer space and seeing down at the earth, like just crazy shit, crazy fucking shit. And it was at that time that I started to see all these Egyptian deities and all these deities of antiquity and like knights in shining armor. I'm going like, what in the fuck is happening here? And at that point, my heart started pounding so hard that like it created like a drum beat that echoed through the bed that I was laying on. It's like, dun, 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 and I'm going, oh my God, this is what death is like. Holy shit. And it wasn't until that point, if I remember properly, that I started to hear circus music and a carousel spinning. You know, carousel music at a circus? But this carousel music had a very ominous tone. And I could hear children giggling. Evil sounding children giggling. Well, I could not only hear the carousel music, but I could feel it. Like it was like I was watching a carousel spin. And I could sense you know how the horses go up and down on the carousel, and it was absolutely insane. And I could hear children talking to this carousel music and being able to sense the carousel moving. I could hear them talking about how they were a group of demons who had been and I wouldn't say encouraging, but they had been watching me drink for years, and that they were very lucky and very happy because they thought this was the day or the night that I was going to die. And they were talking back and forth about what they were going to do to my soul once it got to hell, and you know, our plan succeeded, and you know, the master will be happy, we broke another one, and all this other shit. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I can't fucking sit here and listen to this. So I got up and I go into the bathroom at the time and turn the lights on, and my skin was like a light blue purple, and I'm thinking, holy shit, I'm dying. My skin is I'm turning blue. And I shit you not, you guys, when I tell you this is the exact truth. There was a rash on my body, a big purple rash right above my liver that looked like some type of, it looked like a rash, but the rash was undulating. It was moving. It was like it was breathing. And as I focused on the rash, as it moved on my liver, it would slowly move to other parts of my body. And at one point it went to my neck and just sat there, almost like an octopus sucking the blood out of my throat chakra, or the energy out of my throat chakra. And this thing moved back and forth all across my body, and I'm sitting there looking in the mirror in this insane state where I'm seeing fucking platonic solids, I'm seeing deities. If I close my eyes, I'm taken into like Western scenes of antiquity. Like, what the hell is going on? Am I experiencing past lives, like some type of movie reel? And it was at this point that I was really broken down, and I got on my knees and I prayed to God that if you let me live through this, I will take this mess that I've made and I will do something creative with it. I will try to inspire other people to get out of this mess. Because at that point, I knew, ladies and gentlemen, that there was not only addiction there's a demonic aspect to it. I do indeed believe on some weird level, as weird as you think that this sounds, there are hierarchies of evil forces that hook people in like parasites to addictive patterns to kill them. And I think that these entities get a lot of pleasure out of doing so. Now, there's a whole lot more I could say about this experience. It's 107 degrees, so I'm not going to ramble on, folks. It's not 107 degrees in this house, but you know, it is warm in this house. And I'm gonna wrap this one up just by saying that there's a hell of a lot more to this story. There's a hell of a lot more to this story, folks. And it's still, no matter how I explain it, words will never describe how frightening this was and how it motivated me to change. There's so much more that I could say, but we're 21 minutes into this video. I want to wrap things up by saying that you have the ability to quit, but if you are an alcoholic, you need to seek professional medical help, because, folks, you can go to the doctor and they can give you things like benzos, Ativan. I don't know if they prescribe Xanax or whatnot for alcohol withdrawals, but these types of medicines, although I don't believe in them, because people get hooked on those as well, and benzo withdrawals are some of the worst. And excuse me. Those types of drugs can take you out of the delirium and help you keep your mind right while you're going through these withdrawals so that you don't have a heart attack. Your mind can lead you to a heart attack, in my opinion. But thinking back on that, there were times where I would take clonazepam and drink. There was a time where I took a ton of clonazepam, which is a benzodiazepine, one of the strongest because it has the longest half-life. I think it's like 3 or 4 days. This shit stays in your system forever, and it gets stuck in your fat cells, if I remember. I took a bunch of clonazepam and drank like 7 bottles of wine in one night. There was one period of time where I drank 12 bottles of wine in less than 6 hours. And somehow I lived through that. And one of those times, I think I drank I can't remember how many bottles of wine I drank when I took the clonazepam. But it was a lot. And I would fall asleep, and then I'd go find more alcohol. It wasn't just wine. And I ended up sleeping for like 4 days straight without even knowing it. And the only thing I do remember is that like every few hours I would wake up and I had a bottle of alcohol stashed near me, and I would just chug alcohol and go back to sleep. A 4-day pathetic sleep session while mixing clonazepam and alcohol, which is one of the most absolute dangerous combinations. It can kill you, and it has killed people. It's killed thousands of people. So the key here, folks, is to not take your addiction lightly. It's to get on track immediately, seek professional medical attention, and get the fuck off of the alcohol and all the other bullshit that's doing you no good. If you want to live, you've got to start acting like you want to live. And I really do hope that you don't get put into the situation or a similar situation like me, where you have to be driven near death, potential death, to see the value in changing. I love you all. I have a ton of videos in my archive about alcohol. Go check them out. Some of these stories might seem a tad contradictory as I make new ones, because in prior videos, when I made videos about alcohol, I had a more lucid memory on exactly what happened at the time when I went through withdrawals multiple times. This isn't just the only time, and I even fucked up after this. So trying to think back over 7 years ago to remember everything that happened, it's a little bit difficult. It's a little cloudy. I'm glad I've made a bunch of videos that act like a record of sorts of my experiences, because I do believe that these videos can help people change. And I know that thousands of people have been inspired to change by these videos. So I apologize if certain videos seem the stories don't align perfectly as I make new ones with old videos, but I'm trying to remember it all. I've got a lot on my plate. Quit, folks. Quit drinking and change your life. Peace be with you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another video. I want to talk in this video about addiction. It's been a while since I've made a video on addiction and alcoholism and just addiction in general. And a lot of people actually contact me in response to my addiction videos, especially my alcoholism videos. And because of that, you guys, it's been a while and I feel like I should make a new one. So I have been sober for a very long time. I don't drink alcohol. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't do drugs. There was, however, a time where I did, and I did them often. And at the time, I thought that everything was fine. I thought I was invincible, and I often thought that, drugs were justifiable. There were plenty of times in my drinking haze, in my drug-addled haze, in my tobacco-induced haze, where I thought everything was okay, and I thought that I was doing what I was supposed to be doing in life. And, thoughts and belief systems like this become very, very dangerous, because you actually train your mind to think that while you're killing yourself, that everything's okay. And this is how people go straight into walls, walk straight into walls, ladies and gentlemen. It's like driving at 90 miles an hour straight into a cement or brick wall, while at the same time thinking everything's going to be okay. That could never happen to me, even though you see the wall right in front of you. Now, obviously, that's kind of an extreme metaphor, but what I'm trying to convey here is that your mind can either be your best friend or it can be your worst enemy if it goes unchecked. And unless you check your thoughts, unless you check your mind, unless you learn to meditate, and I don't mean some new age hippity-dippity flippity flop meditation where, you try to contact, all this namaste garbage. And I'm not saying that doesn't have its place, but I'm talking about meditation, self-contemplation, ladies and gentlemen, self-communication. with the blinders off. You need to look at your life at this very moment and ask yourself whether or not what you're doing right now is actually helping you get to where you want to be in life or helping you destroy yourself. And unfortunately, many people, many Americans are destroying themselves consciously, and they create belief systems around these self-destructive patterns whereby they train their mind to be okay with it. They become comfortable in these toxic situations. So I'm not here to judge people. I'm just telling you that I've been there. I've been an addict. I was at a point where I was drinking upwards of a handle of vodka every night, and a handle, I believe, is a half gallon. It started off with those little $4 flasks in the plastic bottles because I wasn't making a lot of money. And, if you drink a lot of alcohol, surprisingly, your tolerance goes up pretty quick. And, I think I've told people how it started for me when right around the time a family member of mine passed away, I began drinking. I went to the store and bought some, I won't name the name. I bought some alcohol and brought it home. And I kind of sat and looked at it for a while, and I decided to start drinking it. And I remember falling asleep after drinking a decent amount of that bottle and just falling in love with the feeling. In high school, I never liked drinking. I never really liked drinking until my early 20s. And once I drank that, ladies and gentlemen, I started going to the liquor store and buying again those little $4 flasks that come in the plastic bottles. And I drank so many of those that before you know it, I needed to buy either two of those or just, get the bargain deal and get the what do they call it? It's been so long that I don't even remember the name of a fifth of vodka, a fifth. And that did me pretty well for a long time until, I would drink at the house by myself. I wasn't really a social drinker. The only time I would socialize is if I would get drunk prior to going out, and then I would socialize with people. What a toxic mess. And to go to these bars where there's some good people that go to bars, but at least the bars I was going to, ladies and gentlemen, these are just alcohol pits with a bunch of lost souls. And it took me a long time to realize this. And again, I'm not saying that everyone that goes to bars are bad people. There are people that can keep their shit together if they drink, but some of the stuff I saw go down at these bars and the level of energy is just not a good thing, ladies and gentlemen. You do not need alcohol to socialize. You do not need to go to these strange places to meet people, these bars, where everyone's not everyone, but many people are in an inebriated state where they make bad decisions, poor decisions based on the inhibition loosening qualities of alcohol. Can't tell you how many times I woke up. I'd go to the bar with $200, $300, $400 in my pocket and wake up and there'd be like 50 or sometimes nothing. And I can't tell you how frustrating it is to go to a bar with $300 and wake up with nothing and not remember what you did with it. It's like, did I give it to someone? Did I buy the entire bar drinks? What the hell's going on here? And, regardless of how many times I did stuff like that, I didn't wake up. My life was an all-time mess, so to speak. And it wasn't until I hit rock bottom and went through some very, very severe experiences and alcohol withdrawals that I actually began to wake up from my alcohol-induced stupor, which is exactly what it was. I did so many stupid things while I drank my alcohol. So I'm here to tell you guys that if I can quit, you can quit. I know this for a fact. And one thing I'd like to stress before we continue with this video is the importance of you. If you are an alcoholic, if you are an addict, I highly recommend that you seek medical attention. I highly recommend that you seek the help from professionals in this field. Western medicine has some very, very valid tools for recovery, addiction recovery, or withdrawals. Alcohol is something that you do not want to withdraw from if you are not safe. Alcohol is one of the most dangerous substances, ladies and gentlemen, to quit if you drink a lot, because the withdrawals can kill you. So you need to play your cards. You need to play your cards right, and you need to seek medical profession. Why am I saying that? You need to seek help from professionals. Apparently my mouth can't keep up with my mind. I have been getting used to this new sleep pattern. I'm falling asleep around 10:30 right now, and I used to fall asleep between like 12 o'clock and 5 a.m. So my mind's a little scrambled as my wake and sleep cycles get adjusted. But seeking professional help is one of the greatest things that you can do, because what you'll find is that there's many people out there, professionals, doctors and things like that, and recovery specialists that are so open-minded and so open-hearted and they would love to help you. People have contacted me in the past, and I even struggled with it when I was getting clean. You guys, people have, expressed their concerns with, like, I wouldn't necessarily call it a pride complex, but people are embarrassed to seek professional help, and I don't understand that at all. It took me, I neglected professional help, but once I hit rock bottom, I had no problem reaching out for professional help. I've never really been against Western medicine in regards to their recovery protocols and, what doctors can offer you. I mean, the ER can save your life. Doctors can help save your life if you're recovering from alcohol. They have some very beneficial prescriptions as well that can help you safely come off alcohol so that your heart rate doesn't skyrocket and that you don't, have hallucinations and just all sorts of crazy stuff, night sweats. Sometimes people, including me, I couldn't fall asleep for, my sleep was just ruined when I was getting off of alcohol. I was afraid to fall asleep because I thought I would never wake up. And with my withdrawals, ladies and gentlemen, I was hearing voices telling me that I had basically, what's the word I'm looking for? I heard voices telling me that I had squandered the gift of life that God had given me, and that they were eager to watch me die so that they could drag my soul to hell. And this was a very strange experience. I was hearing these voices while I was staring at myself in the mirror, while my heart rate was pounding through my chest, and I watched this purple rash, kind of red rash thing, move all across my body. And this is while I had vertigo, and I felt like I was moving around in circles. I felt like I was on a carousel, and I was actually, believe it or not, having these were, I was having visual and auditory hallucinations, but I was actually hearing carnival music, and these voices were like this. They sounded like demonic children. They were giggling at me and basically telling me that I was dying and that rash was killing me and that my liver was failing. So, the psychological trauma that can induce, it took me a long time, I'm not going to lie, to recover from alcoholism and drug abuse and tobacco use as well, ladies and gentlemen. More than the first part of my life, for a large majority of my life, I abused the living hell out of my body. And I want to try to help people not go down the same path that I went down. And I also want to be kind of an angel on your shoulder if you're going down this path, that your heart is still beating, ladies and gentlemen. Look at me in the eyes while I'm talking to you. Look at me in the eyes and look at me in the face and receive this message in your heart. You are alive, ladies and gentlemen. You're hearing this message right now because deep down, your heart has aligned your reality to produce this type of message in your life. This is known as the law of attraction. Your subconscious mind wants you to live. You know deep down that you want to live. You know within the furthest chambers, the deepest chasms, the deepest parts of your heart, that you can quit, that you can live, and that you can turn your life around, regardless of the mistakes you've made. Seek professional, seek the attention, seek advice, Go to the doctor, see a specialist. Go on to Reddit, go on to different forums and ask questions. There are resources available to you so that you can get your life back on track, because I can guarantee you, and keep your eye contact on me, I can guarantee you that if you turn your life around, and if you decide to turn your life around, in a very short period of time, you're going to feel so much better, and your eyes are going to be able to look at reality from a much different perspective. You are going to be born again. Some of you guys have been addicted for a very long time. Some of you guys have forgotten what it feels like to be sober. You've forgotten the magic and the bliss of sobriety. It's time to come back home. Listen to my voice. Change your life, ladies and gentlemen.
Care for yourself. Do not make the mistakes that I've made. And if you have made mistakes, realize that you can't change those mistakes, but you can indeed change how you move forward, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to succumb to the will of evil. You can take the sword of the warrior and cut through it's the word I'm looking for. You can cut through the circumstances in your life that you've created for yourself through your addictions and the bad choices that you've made. The sword in occultism, the sword in ceremonial magic, which is the art and science of using thought to produce change in your life, to keep things simple. Occult magic, essentially, on a very brief note, and I don't want to go too much into this. I'm not talking about pulling, bunnies out of hats. Magic is essentially the yoga of the West. It's spelled differently than, theatrical magic, which is spelled with a C. Magic, the yoga of the West, ceremonial magic, the art and science of using your subconscious mind to change your reality, is spelled with a K, Magick. But in magic, ladies and gentlemen, the sword represents the ability it represents air, the element of air. It represents thought, creative thought and force. It represents your ability to be able to take an idea and turn it into a reality. Now, obviously, we can go into elemental magic in a handful of different subjects in other videos, but I want you to learn to take your mind, take the sword, and change your reality, change your life. You owe it to yourself, you owe it to your families, your family, your pets. There's people out there that once you get sober, once you get healthy, you can help them too. And nothing feels better than that, ladies and gentlemen, to help pull people out of the mire, to help pull people out of their potential death. It's a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. So before we continue, you guys, I hope this mic isn't too loud. I've got a handful of drinks here. I've got some water. And just to kind of break up the conversation a little bit, I've got some organic liquid turmeric, ladies and gentlemen. And this is from the Omega brand. And this has a little bit of honey in it. People have asked me in the past, do I consume honey products? I tend to go through periods where I do consume honey products. I know that's not considered ethical by many people, but honey products are a big part of the path that I'm walking. When the weather starts getting nicer, I typically start to reintroduce a little bit of honey into my diet. The honey has a lot to do with the Kundalini, and I'll talk more about that in the near future. But if people want to judge me, if people want to think I'm unethical because I have some honey, so be it. But I have this in my Amazon store, you guys. I've been taking 3 squirts of this before bed every night. And I don't know if you guys can tell, and I'm just showing you guys this because I want to show you guys, more like a behind the scenes look into my life. This is actual, like, real turmeric. This is not some fake garbage, low C grade culinary turmeric that you're going to find at the store. This is, let me read for you what's in this, you guys. And I'm not pushing this product. I'm just saying that I'm still in the process of recovery from my addictions. I've been sober for years. I've been sober for a very long time, but I pamper myself with the healthiest foods available. I realized that I did a lot of damage to myself in my younger years, and now I know what it's like to be on one side of the fence, and I know what it's like to be on the other side of the fence, and now the side of the fence I'm on is just absolutely life. Everything I do with the intention of it expanding my awareness, expanding my level of health, expanding my ability to tap into my own creative processes so that I can hopefully get on here on this YouTube channel and speak to you and inspire you to do something beneficial for your health. And then I can learn from you, and it's a big act of sharing, folks. But let me just read for you. I'll give you guys one more look at this. I'd put it up close to the camera. I guess you guys can see it. This is organic liquid turmeric, ladies and gentlemen. This is the emulsified extract with biodynamic organic lavender and rosemary hydrosols. This is beautiful stuff. And there's 3 droppers per serving, and there's 53 servings per container, or per 4-ounce bottle. We've got biodynamic organic rosemary hydrosol, biodynamic organic lavender hydrosol, organic raw unfiltered honey, organic turmeric paste, organic organic vegetable glycerin, organic tapioca, organic fenugreek, organic turmeric oil. That's the important one. We'll come back to that in a minute. Organic ginger oil, organic lemon myrtle essential oil, biodynamic organic rosemary essential oil, organic ginger oleacerin, organic berberis arista. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. Organic ashwagandha extract and organic stevia. So this has got a lot of adaptogens in it, ladies and gentlemen. And for those who don't know, adaptogens they help you adapt. They help your body as well as your mind adapt to stress. And for many people who have gone through withdrawals, for many people who are on a process of recovery like myself, not just from years of eating or drinking alcohol and doing drugs, but years of eating bad foods, adaptogens help our body and our endocrine glands, our liver, our spleen, our blood. It helps them become healthier so that they can adapt with the stress, because bad eating, alcohol abuse, drug abuse, they damage the organs, ladies and gentlemen. So adaptogens help calm the body and the mind. And many people, let's just face it, many people, including myself, who were addicted to drugs at one point or alcohol, cigarettes, chances are you have stress and maybe some depression, some anxiety. Maybe you have a bleak view of the world. Maybe you're unhappy with the state of affairs here on earth. You need to nourish yourself with the herbs that God created for us so that we can so that you can uplift your mind and have a better quality of life. You didn't come here to live in hell. You didn't come here to be depressed. You didn't come here to be anxious all the time. We have tools at our fingertips, ladies and gentlemen, to change. You have the ability to evolve yourself through your actions. You have to excuse me. Okay, I had a message. Excuse me. Here we go. So I mentioned the turmeric oil, and you guys, this is something that many of the turmeric products do not have in them. And the turmeric oil is the oil of turmeric, and it is absolutely amazing. Most people, when they consume turmeric, they're just consuming culinary turmeric, and that's had a lot of its curcumin complexes, its curcuminoids stripped out of it. Low grade, cheap, real good quality turmeric is incredibly expensive. So this is about, I think, $37 a bottle, but I love it. I'm just mentioning that because curcumin and turmeric is very good for the liver, and most people who do things that are unhealthy for them, whether it be eating bad food or drinking alcohol, they damage the liver. Taking care of the liver is essential to regaining your youth and regaining to a large extent, your happiness is contained in your liver. I know I'm getting kind of metaphysical here, but the liver either stores, if the liver gets overly toxic, it can begin to act in a very sluggish way. And when your liver is sluggish, you invite anger in. And the liver, I believe in Chinese medicine, is associated with happiness in spring. So Chinese medicine, it's something I love studying. It's been a while since I've studied it. I'm a little rusty, but let's just make a little bit of this, you guys. I'm thirsty. Let's see if we can get a look at that color, ladies and gentlemen. And I normally never take this during the day. I've been taking this at night before bed. I've been making a sleep time potion. And I have somewhat recently, I've been doing it for quite a while actually, healed my sleep schedule. So I was an insomniac for years, and look at that. So maybe if you want right now, before we continue this discussion on addiction, you can pause really quick and go get yourself a healthy beverage. Some type of juice. And this tastes so good. The lavender in this, you guys, this is very calming to the mind. A lot of herbs actually help induce and invite in creativity, which is a very beautiful thing. You have the ability to be incredibly creative, create your own businesses, and make your own reality and align it with the way that you want your reality to be. But let's continue our discussion, ladies and gentlemen, about addiction. So essentially what I'm trying to convey with this message is that if I can do it, if I can recover from addiction, so can you. You don't have to be a slave to toxic patterns. In toxic patterns, ladies and gentlemen, what I've noticed is that if you don't consciously break those patterns, if you don't come up with a plan to get out of those patterns before you hit rock bottom, it eventually leads to you hitting rock bottom. And this is how God tries to wake us up. Oftentimes, addicted people get so caught up in their addictions that the only way that the creative energies can really get through to us, because we become so thick-skulled in our drug-addled, alcohol-addled haze, we align ourselves to hit rock bottom. And what I mean by that is maybe you get into a car accident. Maybe you get angry and you hurt someone that you love. Maybe you start a fire on accident while you're drunk and you ruin something. If you do not change your life before you hit rock bottom and you're currently in a toxic cycle, you will eventually, I don't care who you are, I don't care if you're goddamn Superman, you will hit rock bottom, and you will then know the suffering and the hell and the anguish of what that feels like. And that's not to induce fear. That's not to be a fearmonger. I'm trying to get you to avoid going through the inevitable. Break through your patterns. Break through your cycles, ladies and gentlemen. If you have to, go to an NA meeting. If you have to, go to an AA meeting. But if me interjecting into your life right now is not a sign from God, whatever you want to call it, that you need to wake up, if my voice right now is not inspiring you on some level to change, then you really have to ask yourself, what are you being controlled by? Are your addictions writing the story of your life? Because you can never take back the actions that you take, ladies and gentlemen. And the actions that you take now affect the outcomes that are produced tomorrow. And the outcomes that are produced tomorrow from the actions that are created in the now affect everything in your future, like a game of dominoes, ladies and gentlemen. So before you knock that domino over, you better question the intelligence of that finger and what's controlling that finger, because you do not have to strike that domino with the tip of your finger. You can get up and get away from that toxic game, and that's what it is. You're playing a game with yourself, ladies and gentlemen, because an enlightened, intelligent individual is not going to be making decisions that bring him nothing but strife, nothing but more issues. An intelligent individual does not consciously jump into quicksand. However, people who are addicted are not acting through the lens of being conscious. There are certain sensory stimuli that have hijacked the rational thinking processes and how you look at reality through the lens of chasing a high, because you've had a dopamine rush. The drugs that you've taken or the alcohol that you drink provide you with some type of artificial relief. But the problem herein lies, I don't know if that came out right, excuse me. As you continue to run away from your products, wow, that did not come out right either. Let's take a sip of coffee. As you continue, ladies and gentlemen, to run away from your problems, not products, through drug use, alcohol use, and tobacco use, you choke yourself, kill yourself slowly, coagulate the health of your cells, damage your liver, pollute your blood, and pollute your mind. Now, if you think that polluting a mind that's already stressed from having issues is the way of resolving an issue, then you have to question the intelligence that brought you to your coping mechanism. You have to learn to intercept impulse and question it, folks. You have to question everything that you've been clinging to, because oftentimes the things that we are clinging to are a byproduct of ourselves trying to self-medicate our issues that we've adopted or allowed to adopt from living in such a stressful world. Maybe some things happened to you when you were younger and you don't know how to deal with them, so you self-medicate. And I'm not judging. I'm trying to inspire you and tell you that you can stand above your issues and not have to kill yourself to deal with those painful memories.
those poisoned memories. You can come to the side of life and live and be vibrant and leave an impact on the world and its people. You can uplift people. You can change your own destiny, and in doing so, help other people change their destinies. Because if you're not smart and you don't play your cards wise and quit early, you might be forced to quit. And what I mean by that is you could either accidentally die or kill someone, or maybe you'll get into a car accident after you've drank a lot. And because you had no rational thinking, you thought that you could just drive around hell here in the Matrix while you were drunk. And maybe you crashed into someone and killed someone. And now you have to sit in a jail cell for the rest of your life, wallowing over your bad decision making. Ladies and gentlemen, I am trying to get you to avoid stupidity. I'm trying to get you to avoid making these mistakes, because if you think that you're above these mistakes, then you are not thinking properly, and you are in control of something and not in control of your life. Excuse me. You are under the control of something and not in control of your life. Apparently, my mouth is not working properly, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I haven't slept very well. I've been sleeping better in relation to me. I've been falling asleep a lot earlier, but I've been tossing and turning a lot. Like I'll wake up and I won't stay up when I wake up. Like often in the past, I would wake up at like 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning, and I wouldn't be able to fall asleep for 2 hours. Like right now, I'm falling asleep before 11 p.m. and then I'll wake up like 10 to 20 times every night just to like get a more comfortable position to sleep in. It's very disturbed sleeping, but I am sleeping more than 6 hours a night, and I'm falling asleep early, so that's good. But my mouth is not keeping up with my mind, vice versa. But think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if you think that you're above misfortune, then you are absolutely incorrect. You're bringing in something that directly induces misfortune. Anything that brings premature death and decay is not something that you want in your body, ladies and gentlemen. You want to give your body exactly what it needs so that it can flourish, so that this machine can help you in this life. This machine is your armor shield. This is the vessel. This is the biosuit that you use to navigate through this third density, this three-dimensional world. And this machine, if taken care of properly, can produce amazing states of consciousness, bliss, peace, samadhi, nirvana. You can reach enlightenment, ladies and gentlemen. You can achieve Kundalini Christ consciousness. You can ascend into the heavenly and angelic aethers. You can experience what it truly means to be alive, and you can achieve heaven consciousness, sainthood, sanctification, ladies and gentlemen. But you're not going to be able to do that if you're polluting yourself with alcohol. Do you think the saints were drinking 40s on the street corner? Do you think that the saints and all these, do you think Buddha was smoking cigarettes excessively? Do you think Buddha was attached and controlled by addictions? No. But you give so much credit to the addiction that it blinds your ability to see how easy it is to walk away from it. Again, you give so much credit to the addiction that you literally get yourself so flustered when you even think about quitting. I don't know. How am I going to do this? How am I? You put yourself into a metaphoric corner when you don't have to. Get up. Don't worry. Stop worrying so much. Realize that you have the ability to change, and that all you have to do is nourish the proper causes that lead to the beneficial effect. And what I mean by that is you have to stop buying cigarettes if you're addicted to cigarettes. I know it's the unfortunate truth that no one wants to hear, but that's how you do it. You get through a week, and by the end of the week, you don't even want to smoke anymore. Get yourself some toothpicks. Just quit. You can get yourself the toothpicks that have the tea tree oil on them. That's something that I have here that I've never used, but I have them on hand. If I feel the need to smoke, I can go grab a tea tree oil toothpick. It's organic, and the tea tree oil kind of has that almost like menthol-y effect on your throat if you breathe it in. There's a solution right there, folks. So I'm going to begin wrapping this one up. I wanted to go a lot longer, but I don't want to keep you guys here too long. I just wanted to inspire you guys to know that you have the ability to change your destiny. You can do it.
You can begin putting things into your body like the turmeric, things that are beneficial for you. But don't think that you can just put herbs and healthy foods into your system and continue to destroy the temple of God with tobacco, alcohol, and drugs. Because these substances, although you may think that you're in control, you may think that it's justifiable. Oh, the weed makes me feel calm. It's medicating me. Hey, I'm not saying that cannabis doesn't have its use, but so many of the people I know that say that they're medicating are just people who want to smoke every day and get high. And it's like some of these people who I know who say that they're medicating, you look like a fried egg in a chair. You're just stoned out of your mind, and you make stupid decisions when you're stoned. You eat all the junk food in the world. You're telling me that this is what your medication makes you do? And again, I'm not saying that cannabis doesn't have its use. I think in a ritual setting, in the hands of a smart individual, it can have very beneficial properties. But to see some of these people, again, who have told me that I need my cannabis, I need my weed to relax, it's my medication, it's for this, it's for that. And to see what you do when you're on your medication with how dirty your house has become, and the giant pile of garbage foods next to you, your bed isn't even made. Come on, if this is what your medication is causing you to do, then maybe you shouldn't be medicating, folks. But what do I know? You can hate me all you want for coming into your life and telling you that it's time to change, or you can heed my message and take something from these videos, take something from my channel. That's the point of this channel. You have the ability to change your life, ladies and gentlemen, in regards to whatever avenue you want to change, whether it is you want to get more exercise, whether it is you want to go get some vitamin D. Go get yourself on a vitamin D protocol. There's all sorts of stuff that you can be doing in your free time. I personally recommend supplementing vitamin D because most of the population is actually vitamin D deficient, as well as a handful of other deficiencies. But vitamin D, without that, you're going to potentially have depressive thoughts. It's going to have a compounding factor where you can lead to brittle bones. There's so many different things that vitamin D deficiency can cause. But most of us work inside all day. We live most of our lives inside. We spend 1/3 of our life in bed sleeping. Most people don't have adequate sun exposure. You need that UV radiation to produce healthy bones, to produce the bone marrow inside of your bone system needs that sunlight, that penetration of the solar codes. Vitamin D is your next best step, and even if you do get a lot of sun, chances are you're still going to be deficient. So vitamin D3, in my opinion, is much better than D2. And I think that I personally take about 4,000 IUs a day. So I'm just telling you guys what I do, not recommending anything. But we're going to wrap this one up. I hope you guys are having a good day. I hope that my messages and my channel, my passion, can come into your life at the exact proper time and inspire you to do something creative for your health today. Maybe you need to get a water filter and you haven't done so already. Maybe you need to get a shower filter and you haven't already done so already. These are two of the greatest upgrades that you can make like that. And with Amazon.com and Amazon Prime, you can have these things at your doorstep in 2 days. If you're interested in buying water filters or looking at the ones that I recommend, things that can benefit you in relation to, getting the metals and the chloramine compounds, algicides, cobalts, hexafluorosilicic acid, fluorine, disinfectant byproducts. If you want to get that stuff out of your water, you're not sure which filter to get, and you are curious as to which ones I recommend, check the links in the description box. You can head over to my Amazon channel, my Amazon store, and if you navigate to Amazon through the links below and you buy stuff, whether or not it's from my store or not, as long as you use that link to get to Amazon and you put stuff in your cart and buy it, I get a particular percentage of that revenue. It helps support my channel, it helps support my message, and I greatly appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are my final thoughts? My final thoughts are: life is precious. You're a living entity. You're alive. Your heart is beating right now. Don't squander the precious time that you have right now. Make a decision on where you want to go in life. Get some paper, write out some goals, and take daily steps towards achieving those goals through your actions. And if you are really stressed in life, don't try to think that, you need to do all these crazy water fasts, and that don't give yourself hundreds of different tasks. If you have super bad anxiety, Make stress mitigation and stress reduction the primary focus of your life. Get yourself a nice quality shower filter so that you can bathe in clean water and relax. Get those muscles nice and, you go get yourself a massage. Work the tension out of your physical body and reduce your stress, and then worry about fasting and all this stuff. Because if you try to fast while you're stressed, you're just going to produce more cortisol. Anyways, you guys, writing goals is very beneficial, and doing little things every day for your health, with the intention of them leading to big outcomes. It's how we make a direct effect on our lives. Peace be with you all. Thank you for watching. I hope that my channel and my messages, my passion, you name it, can inspire you today to take better care of your health. There's nothing more important than taking daily steps towards greater health. Health impacts every part of your life, ladies and gentlemen. Physical, mental health, emotional health, spiritual health, you name it. It addresses every part of our lives. Health is indeed the divine foundation that we need to have so that we can achieve the life that we want. This is Lord Ganesh, the remover of obstacles, and I hope that the obstacles in your life, if you have them, can clear, and that you can attain your heart's desire. I do indeed hope that we can achieve a greater state of being here in this world. We weren't designed to have to deal with all this insanity here in this world, and I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, that if we take greater steps towards our health and we envision a greater world, we can get closer to achieving that. So I just wanted to wrap this one up with a thank you, and until next time, peace be with you all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a new video. It's been a while since we've had a chat about addiction and alcoholism and breaking addictions and the recovery process. So we're going to touch upon that in this video. It's not going to be too long. I do want to say, however, that I am in the midst of a brand new project on addiction recovery, especially alcoholism. So that's going to be a lengthy volume. I'm going to probably have it span over 4 hours long. It's going to have a lot of new content in it, and it's going to have some of my old content in it. And the goal of putting together something that's so long is to hopefully provide people who are going through, the recovery process, something to watch, something that can bring them some hope. Because I know how terrifying the recovery process is, and oftentimes people feel alone. And, for people like me, when I went through my withdrawals from alcohol, I had severe hallucinations. I had a lot of trauma going on because I went through the DTs, also known as delirium tremens. I had auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, tactile hallucinations. And even though I was surrounded by family at the time, I felt like I was going into the pits of hell. And I want to give people who are going through the recovery process, regardless of how extreme and terrifying or how mild it may be, I want to give you something so that you can not feel so alone, something to watch, something to kill some time with, because let me tell you, killing time when you're recovering from a drug addiction or a alcohol addiction, whatever it is, can be quite terrifying. So having something that can provide you with some hope and some light at the end of the tunnel. That's the goal of this long project. Chances are it's going to be over 7 hours long. So keep an eye out for that. I was going to try to publish that within the next 14 days or so, but it's probably going to take a little bit longer. My time is, I don't have as much free time anymore as I used to. And because of that, I'm doing my best to post every day now on YouTube. But, some of these more intricate projects, I like to really, really take my time with things regarding alcoholism and addiction recovery, because I know what it's like to go through that, and I really want to put out some good quality content. So let's just begin, ladies and gentlemen. We'll do kind of a little rant on addiction. Addiction can kill you. It can end your life. It can snuff out your candle before you even finished what you came here to do. You need to wake up. You need to realize that the more you mess around with dangerous substances, such as alcohol, the less of a chance you're going to have for a second chance. Now, I was the type of individual when I was going through my alcoholism days where I asked for a second chance about 10,000 times. And every time I asked for that second chance and I was given that opportunity to change, every time I was given that opportunity and I squandered it, I was bitch slapped a little bit harder the next time that life was trying to teach me a lesson. So oftentimes people who are struggling with addiction, ladies and gentlemen, they're given multiple second chances by the forces that govern this dimension. And if you don't listen, the tough love is a little bit tougher each time. Now, I don't want to see you fall into a situation where your lesson is jail. I don't want to see you fall into a situation where you accidentally harm yourself, destroy your liver, destroy your lungs if you're a cigarette smoker. Addictions are so incredibly stupid. I'm not ashamed of myself for falling into the hole of addiction, but my God, did I waste a lot of time in my life, and I destroyed a lot of my health. We live in a world where the stress can be perceived as being so intense. Our lives can be so absolutely stressful where we actually think that it's justifiable to destroy our health to make ourselves feel a little bit more comfortable. So people who smoke cigarettes, oftentimes they smoke not only because they've gotten addicted to it, but because it makes them feel good. It makes them feel grounded. It makes them feel secure. Meanwhile, it's killing you. So these things are great con jobs against ourselves. We play tricks on ourselves. And these tricks that we play on ourselves kill people every single goddamn day. I've had people in my family, people that are close to me, have friends that were killed by drunk drivers. I know people who have gotten lung cancer and died from it, had breathing problems, all because addiction is such a strange thing. And the more I think about it, it's like, how did I ever even fall into that pattern? It really makes me second guess my decision-making abilities here in this matrix. And I'm glad for that, because I'm a lot more critical nowadays that I'm more mature as to what I put my time into. So it's like anytime something new comes along, whether it be, maybe it's like I don't even know how to express it, ladies and gentlemen, but anytime something new comes along that kind of tries to captivate my attention, I really, really scrutinize it mentally, and I really look at whether or not this is something that's going to benefit me. Because a lot of these things out here, whether it be television or cigarette smoking or constantly seeking entertainment, these things become addictive vices, and they chew up your time in a very non-beneficial way. We were put here to be creative, ladies and gentlemen. We were put here to create change in the world. We were not put here to sit in front of televisions and smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol all day and inject drugs into our veins. We were not put here to kill ourselves. We live in a very backwards world, and I don't want to see you get screwed by the absolute insanity here in this world, ladies and gentlemen. A world where you can drive to a gas station and find about 50 different cigarettes to purchase. A world where you can drive to the goddamn gas station, excuse my language, and find multiple different varieties of alcohol. The place where you're supposed to come and be a responsible driver, you can buy your booze, get in the car and open it and drink. I mean, what the hell? We live in a world where the wrong things are legal and the things that are beneficial are oftentimes illegal. So we live in a world, ladies and gentlemen, where metaphorically speaking, up is down, down is up, left is right, right is left. I mean, what the hell is going on here? So addiction can destroy your life. It can snuff out your candle short, like I said earlier, and it can lead you down a path where your decision-making process is not, saturated in rationality. And when you make bad decisions, when you're intoxicated or when you're in the haze of addiction, you can do things that you can never crawl yourself out of. So I know people who have been addicted to drugs and because of that developed STDs because of the decision-making process, their lack of decision-making. They were just absolutely, drug-addled and making backwards decisions. You can't go back now and reverse that. I know people who have gotten themselves into situations where they were killed because of drugs. So I don't want to see people fall into that rut. I want to see people uplifted and, health. And I know so many people, they're so concerned about their health. Oh, I want to be healthy. I want to do this. But they smoke cigarettes. And I try to sympathize with people nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, because I was there at one point. But it's getting so stupid to see these adults just going through the motions and just finding every excuse in the book not to change their lives. And I was one of them. I am not judging. I'm judging myself by saying this because I can look back mentally. I have a very good memory recall and see all the times I walked in to a gas station or a 7-Eleven and this soft voice inside of my heart said, just turn around, motherfucker. What are you doing? Just turn around. You're being dumb. I neglected so many of the spiritual warning signs. You see, ladies and gentlemen, every time you go in to a gas station or a booze store, wherever you get your fix, and there's that momentary lapse of reason, there's that momentary kind of soft, intuitive voice that comes into your heart. You all know what I'm talking about. If you're an addict, chances are you know what I'm talking about. The minute you swing open that liquor store door and you just have this sense of something bigger than you come through you and say, turn around. It may not be, it's oftentimes just something you feel. You feel like you're in the wrong place, you're doing the wrong thing. Every time you don't listen to that, it leads to a consequence. And I know this firsthand. I look back at all the times I went into a 7-Eleven and bought cigarettes for whatever ridiculous price they were in California at the time, $7, $8. What the hell? I look back and I think of how many hundreds of dollars I wasted on things that killed me. I paid money to accelerate my premature death. I paid money, ladies and gentlemen, and chances are you are currently doing it as well, or you have, to accelerate your premature death. It is so weird. There's something moving through my mind right now. I'm trying to put it into words, but I just can't. It's like right on the grasp of my ability to channel it and funnel it into words. It's like this huge, it's like a curse, ladies and gentlemen. This world almost has a curse on it because 9 out of 10 times people find destructive vices to deal with reality. That's how much we have to seek, we have to feel numbed. Most of us don't really feel anything anymore. We numb it all. We numb all the pain of reality. We numb the intensity of this dimension. We numb our stressful lives with things that kill ourselves slowly, or sometimes even quicker. Now, I don't have as much of a vendetta with tobacco and things like that as I do with alcohol, because usually with tobacco, it's a long, slow death. I've never actually heard of someone like killing themselves one night from smoking a pack of cigarettes. Tobacco, generally speaking, is much more gentle than alcohol. Alcohol is a poison. Alcohol can make the most noble people and turn them into absolute fools that make decisions that get them locked up for the rest of their lives. This is a dangerous ass substance. The fact that this stuff is illegal blows my mind. Now, I've said it in previous videos and I'll say it again. I don't think that alcohol should be illegal. I like to think that we could be intelligent, enlightened humans that could have the alcohol be available for purchase, but we're smart enough not to buy it. I don't think the way to get people to stop doing something, I don't think the best way to do that, to get people to not consume something, is by making it illegal. Because it doesn't really address the problem at hand, which is a lack of responsibility. Because sure, you could, for instance, put a control group of people into a small town, and make alcohol illegal. But that doesn't take away from their lack of responsibility, because they could just get into a car and drive a couple towns over and buy their booze. if alcohol was made illegal globally, sure, people would stop drinking it to some extent, but people would start making it. And I guarantee you, if all of a sudden, after a few years of alcohol being illegal, the government made it legal again, there would be hundreds of thousands of people driving to the store to get their booze to kill themselves slowly. Hell, I know I was one of these people. I loved drinking my booze. I was the worst type of alcoholic. I was either a complete love bug or I was a complete raging alcoholic, drunk, violent, angry, get in your face, foam in the mouth type of fool. And I am so thankful on a daily basis that I somehow managed in my absolute folly to not make a decision while I was drunk that got me locked up or hurt someone irreversibly. I laid my hands on people. I bruised people. I got into fights with people. I harmed people. I harmed myself. I'm not even going to get into the vast quantity of bad decisions that I made while I was drinking, especially drinking in this video. It's something that I'll talk about in the near future. It feels good to let go of these things by talking about them and trying to get you, the viewer, to be motivated not to make the same decisions that I've made, because let me tell you, it's a very slippery slope. There's so much power in that quote. My mom used to tell me, you need to stop drinking. You're going down a slippery slope. And it was slippery. I would drink so much booze. It got to a point where I was drinking a fifth of vodka in like a 3-hour period or less. That may not seem like a lot, but I was hardly eating at the time. I was very skinny, malnourished. I didn't eat enough when I was drinking alcohol. What was important to me was booze. Booze was like my fuel. I needed it. I had to have it. And I would put off very important things that needed to be done. I let go of my responsibilities. I wouldn't even address the important things in my life, my responsibilities, until I knew I had booze. I used to, at my lowest point, I had hardly any money, and I would just steal money from people to get alcohol. I would, there was a point, ladies and gentlemen, where I had a piggy bank, and it had quite a bit of quarters in it, so I spent all those quarters. 16 quarters, $4 could get me a little bottle of vodka in a plastic bottle. But it got to a point where those quarters were diminished, so then I went to the dimes. Then once the dimes were diminished, I went to the nickels. Then I went to pennies. There was a period, I shit you not, where I went into a liquor store and bought a fifth of vodka, which was like $8 with pennies. At that point, the person that's selling you the booze knows that you have a severe alcohol problem. You bought alcohol with pennies, 800 pennies, 850 pennies, or whatever the hell it was. Absolutely ridiculous. Let me just make sure we're still recording here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Man. There was something I wanted to say that I forgot to say. What the hell? There was a subject I wanted to bring up. Maybe it'll come back to me. I don't know. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. It was relative to alcoholism and addiction in general. I was drinking then it got to a point where I was drinking 2/5 pretty much every night, give or take. It got to a point where I was drinking at least a fifth. I would wake up at 3 a.m, 4 a.m. My bottle would be right next to me. I would chug a few chugs and go right back to bed. I drank so much vodka where the taste didn't affect me at all. I knew how to hold my breath in this specific way and hold it after I took my last sip and wait a prolonged period so that when I started breathing again, I wouldn't taste the booze. There'd be just the lightest, faintest taste of alcohol on my tongue. I was a professional alcoholic. Then it got to a point where I was drinking a few handles of vodka every week, mixed with beer and wine. There was one night, ladies and gentlemen, one of my first relapses, I shit you not, where I drank, I think it was 11 bottles of wine in one evening. A lot of people have a hard time believing that, but I have no intention to lie on lying to you. I have witnesses to this as well. I drank over 10 bottles of wine in less than like 6 hours, I think. Just earlier in that day, I was drinking vodka, and it was the second day into a binge. So, holy shit. And the weirdest thing about that, kind of off subject, is after I drank that much wine, I woke up, I never threw up. I was pretty much coherent the whole time. And I woke up completely lucid. I didn't remember what happened, but I had no hangover. My mind was super clear. It was the weirdest thing. I've gone on such a weird up and down roller coaster with booze. Drug addiction as well, kind of before I became an alcoholic, but I was never really into drugs all that much. I have some incredibly strange stories with the supernatural to tell you of things that happened. For instance, when I went to get drugs, I told you guys a story in the past about how on a summer day, a friend of mine and I went to get something we weren't supposed to be buying. And in the middle of this cloudless blue sky, once I parked at this particular individual's house to buy this substance I wasn't supposed to be buying, in a 15-foot, give or take, circle around my car, and not outside the circle, a hailstorm came down on my vehicle for a prolonged period. And my friend and I were just like, what the hell is going on here? We both knew what was going on. God was talking to us. The angels were talking to us. We weren't supposed to be there. I got out of my car when it stopped hailing, and there was pretty much a perfect circle around my vehicle. Nowhere else in that entire area did it hail other than my vehicle. And the whole time the hail was beating down on my car, there was this ominous feeling of dread and impending doom. So, ladies and gentlemen, whether you want to believe it or not, there is a higher power. There are angels out there watching over your monkey ass while you metaphorically, stumble around this dimension in your haze, in your drunken haze, your drug-addled haze. It's time to wake up. My whole channel is designed as a tool so that hopefully you, the viewer, can find this channel at exactly the right time and derive benefit from it. I hope that if you're an addict, you've watched this video up until this point. Go into my archive and look at my alcoholism playlist. I'm actually about to update that because I haven't updated it in a while. But I have hours and hours and hours of content here on this channel designed to try to help you get some sense into your cabeza and get some sense into your heart and walk the opposite direction. Addictions will kill you, ladies and gentlemen. And sure, you may be young. Sure, you may just be getting into addiction. Maybe you've only been drinking for a year or so, but you're not immune, ladies and gentlemen. Alcohol, the thing about alcohol especially, and opiates as well, but alcohol, you could be completely fine on Tuesday and locked up on Wednesday. And the sad thing is you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail reflecting on the fact that chances are the decisions that you made that got you locked up, for instance, you would have never made when you were sober. So now you're basically being punished for a crime that you would have never committed while you were in a clean state of mind. So now you have to live with the fact that basically you invoked a demon into your system that took over your body and your mind. You made bad decisions with that demon, and now you're locked up for the rest of your life. Or maybe you hurt someone. Maybe you did something that you regret for the rest of your life. I don't want to see that happen to you. Listen to my words as I speak to you. Look directly into my eyes right now, ladies and gentlemen. You have the potential to change. You need to seek professional medical attention if you are an addict. You need to after this video, I hope that you can, or, pause after I say the next sentence. If you're an alcoholic, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been an alcoholic for a long period and you know that the withdrawals are going to be dangerous, regardless of how much you drink, you need to call and make an appointment with a professional medical specialist that specializes in addiction recovery. Western medicine has some beautiful tools to help you safely get off of booze, because let's face it, alcohol is one of the most dangerous things to detox from. It's one of the most dangerous things to withdraw from. And this is why I always have recommended that people seek professional medical attention when it comes to addiction recovery, regardless of whether it's alcohol, drugs, you name it. But alcohol, alcohol needs to be approached gingerly and carefully, because you can't just up and quit, especially if you drink a lot, because it can be very, very dangerous. And I don't want to see you have to go through horrible withdrawals like I did. A lot of the most intense and terrifying experiences, the near-death experiences, especially with, alcoholism, can largely be avoided if you go and you detox in a medically supervised, area, where they can give you specific pharmaceutical drugs that'll help keep your heart rate balanced, keep your mind balanced. Because let me tell you, authentic alcohol withdrawals, alcohol-induced hallucinations, these can be some of the most terrifying things that you'll ever go through. The tactile hallucinations, the auditory hallucinations, the visual hallucinations, all combined with the delirium that is encumbered in the withdrawal experience. If you're a heavy drinker, oftentimes you'll hear you'll hear voices, you'll see actual dead spirits. Oftentimes people will see bugs, people will see demonic faces. For me personally, I felt like I was being dragged into the pits of hell. I felt like I was actually dying, and this went on for over 12 hours. It's highly ungrounding to the sane mind. It took me a long time to recover from those experiences. Oftentimes, people ask me, people who have seen my longer videos on my, spiritual experiences coming off of alcohol and how I was basically dragged into the pits of hell, people ask me, how long did it take to recover from that? It took about a year, ladies and gentlemen, or more. This is why, if you're an alcoholic, you need to seek professional medical attention, because you can avoid a lot of the negative repercussions from quitting alcohol if you get help. And if you don't get help, depending on how much you drink, you might not make it through it. I love you. I want to see you live. I want to see you turn your life around. I believe in you. But you need to care enough about yourself to go through the proper channels so that you can make it through this experience safely. You're going to minimize your risks massively. I would say by more than 90% if you actually detox under the supervision of a professional medical specialist, whatever the hell you call it, excuse me. So, I mentioned tactile hallucinations in this video and my other videos, and I've explained what those are in my other videos, but if you haven't seen those, please do go watch those videos. But a tactile hallucination, ladies and gentlemen, these are when you feel things that aren't actually there. So for me, I saw spirits. That's a visual hallucination. I had auditory hallucinations of those actual spirits. I could hear them. I could hear the entity that was speaking to me, the entities plural. And on top of that, I could feel them touching me. And at one point, in the midst of my first withdrawal, there was a group of demonic, children, these carnival children that were part human, part demon. They were surrounding me, talking back and forth about me from across the room. I hope that makes sense. So let me see if I'm still recording. So if this was me laying on the bed withdrawing, there was a circle around me of entities, and they were yelling at each other back and forth and talking about what they were going to do with my soul once it got to hell. They talked about how I had so much potential and I wasted it, and that their plan had basically succeeded. They loved the fact that I was going through these experiences. Now, whether or not these were actually real or not doesn't matter, because while I was experiencing it, it was very real. There was no mistaking the fact that these things were real while I was in that experience, and they forever have changed me. And I don't know if maybe they were real entities, or maybe it was some hyper advanced aspect of my consciousness putting me through some horrifying experience so that I could be scared into submission so that I would never use alcohol again. I'm not 100% sure, ladies and gentlemen. All I know is that looking back at those experiences now, I'm glad that they happened, because it did scare the living shit out of me. Scared the living shit out of me. I wish I had the resources to recreate what I went through for you guys with some type of computer program or whatnot. I wish I had the resources and the know-how to do that, because it's horrible. The whole time, for me personally, I was having these hallucinations. When I would close my eyes, see, that's the thing. When I would close my eyes, I would try to close my eyes to just blot out the whole experience. It would make the hallucinations even worse. Like closed eye visuals, closed eye hallucinations are very common with extreme alcohol hallucinosis, extreme alcohol withdrawals. So it's like you're trying to do everything you can to just stop all the noise, stop all the static of the experience. And every time, like for instance, you cover your ears to stop hearing the hallucinations and you hear them even stronger. You try closing your eyes to stop the hallucinations, and all of a sudden there's just a visual vista of multiple things, geometries moving behind your eyelids, spirits, you name it, hieroglyphics I was seeing these three-dimensional pyramids spinning at light speed. It was horrible. You try wrapping yourself up into a blanket to stop the tactile hallucinations, the sense of feeling like you're being touched by things, and it makes it worse, and you start sweating. I was sweating profusely. My heart rate was pounding so loud that it terrified my partner at the time. You could see my shirt jumping. My heart beat was beating so hard. I thought I was having a prolonged heart attack. Who the hell knows? Maybe I was. Now, I didn't seek help during this withdrawal, but after the experience tapered off, I went insane after that for an amount of time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to lie. These experiences terrified the hell out of me, and I eventually went and I saw a doctor, and that helped so much. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 a.m. Virginia time. I haven't slept worth a damn for about 2 weeks now. Maybe we'll talk about why in just a few. So I'm doing my best to make this video sound coherent and whatnot from a state of not being rested at all, but it's whatever. People ask me often, Brandon, can you please make a video about the recovery process and what you did to recover from your experiences with alcoholism? Ladies and gentlemen, the first step of recovery, and this is the one thing that people never want to hear, is to seek professional advice, to go see a doctor, to go see a specialist. You may not want to do this, ladies and gentlemen, but I want you to, and I can guarantee that after you do it, you are going to feel so liberated and so uplifted once you hear the resources that these professionals have to offer you. You're going to feel so much better. You're going to have so much more clarity. You're going to have so much more hope and faith in yourself. You need to do it. Stop asking me to give you some magic formula that's just consisting of natural things, ladies and gentlemen. The foundation of addiction recovery, when you are coming off of toxic substances that can kill you, is to seek professional attention, to go to a doctor. They can offer you things that I cannot. I'm trying to be like a lighthouse that's beaming the light out in the midst of you being in the chaotic oceans of addiction. I want my message to resonate with your heart chakra. I want it to get past I want it to just get in past the barriers of your mind and get into your heart. I want to uplift you and I want to steer you in the right direction, but I'm not going to get on here and just give you some natural formula to try to follow to get off of your addictions. You need to seek doctors. And I know many of you guys probably don't want to hear that, but I don't give a shit. I love you and I care about you and I want to see you live. And don't be embarrassed to call. Don't be embarrassed to go see a doctor. They deal with people that are going through addiction often. They sympathize with it. They want to help you. That's why they work in these jobs. It's because they care. I'm not trying to sound like a smartass, and I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Excuse me. I just don't understand why so many people neglect this most crucial step. And I did at first as well, but you know what? I caught on quick. The doctor that I went to see was so gentle and she was so sweet. And she provided me with a message that was so powerful because you know, when I was going through withdrawals and, you know, when I went through alcohol depersonalization, and I'll talk about that in just a minute, I would go on Google and like self-diagnose myself, and everything I read for the most part was like really negative. Like, oh, I'm probably not going to, I self-diagnosed myself into complete submission, where I made my mind so much more fearful than it had to be. I was just over encumbered with fear. But when I went to see that doctor and she basically told me her professional medical opinion, it was so much more uplifting, and it was so powerful to probably my subconscious, I would say, because it was someone who was a professional telling me that, hey, you're going to be okay. It's all right. Stop self-diagnosing yourself. It felt it was so uplifting. It felt like I let go of an anchor to hear that from a doctor, because at that point I went in thinking I was going to die. I didn't think I was going to make it through these experiences. So now, I just mentioned alcohol depersonalization, and what that is, ladies and gentlemen, is it's when you basically go through withdrawals, or when you stop drinking and you don't feel like yourself. You feel like your body and your mind are basically not connected anymore. You don't feel like the old you. You may hear things, you may feel things, you may sense things that aren't there. You feel psychotic. Now, I can say that this goes away, but it takes time. This is where I can give you some options from a naturalistic perspective. You know, there's herbs you can take. There are certain meditations that you can do to help your mind and your body fuse back together again. Oftentimes people experience alcohol-induced depersonalization, and it's also kind of related to something known as derealization, because they've used a poison for so long to cope with reality. When you take that out of the equation, you have like a whiplash effect, and you're left in a sober state where you normally would have had something very strong to numb yourself, which, for instance, alcohol. When you stop using that numbing agent, it makes reality seem much more intense. And because you're in such a fragile state of mind, because you don't have your numbing agent, you're in this very vulnerable, tender place. And I sympathize with that. That's when you need to focus on strengthening yourself, strengthening your spirit. I recommend grounding yourself to the earth, walking barefoot on the earth for 15 minutes a day minimum. I would go outside when I was recovering, and I would just dig a little hole, put my feet into it on a lawn chair, and sit back and do deep breathing. When you stand barefoot on the earth, ladies and gentlemen, you receive negatively charged electrons from the earth. It makes you feel good. It reduces inflammation. It's very beneficial. It's symbolic as well, because you're trying to ground yourself again. You're trying to recover a state of feeling grounded. So that's one thing I do recommend. I'm not going to get into all the things I recommend for recovery, ladies and gentlemen, in this video. I'm just not. I'll touch upon that. I'll make an isolated video that isn't so long in the near future, and I'll touch upon some of the things that I used to get myself out of alcohol-induced, basically psychosis, ladies and gentlemen. I can call it alcohol, induced depersonalization and derealization, but for me personally, it was just psychosis. It was temporary psychosis that was induced from very traumatic experience that were a byproduct of letting go of booze immediately and going cold turkey. It was one of the worst decisions of my life to just up and stop drinking the way I did, because I was such an consistent alcoholic. I wish I would have gone before I went through the withdrawals and saw a doctor. So I don't want to see you go through this experience. I want to see you make it through in one piece, and I believe in you. But wow. This message, my heart goes out to all the people who have been affected by drunk driving. My heart goes out to all the people who have been affected by, family members losing, their children because they got too drunk at a party, or they crashed their vehicle, or they killed someone. My heart goes out to all the families, all the little children who have lost their parents to booze and alcohol, or booze and drugs. I want to create a support system, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm going to be doing a lot of expansion with my channel in relation to addiction. In the future, I'm going to try to make a particular project for recovery. I'm not going to talk about that right now. I just wanted to throw that out there. I want to create an organization. This camera makes me look like a ghost. Anyways, you guys, I want to start tapering down on this one. I've got a lot of shit I need to get done today. I want to see you thrive. I want to see you make it through. I want to see you get sober, because let me tell you, sobriety is a natural high that far supersedes the false high of drugs and alcohol. When you learn to, when you choose to stay sober, when you choose to get sober, folks, and you stay sober, eventually your body and your mind start creating natural feel-good chemicals, and your body and your mind naturally uplift themselves, and you feel better than you ever did with alcohol and drugs, because they do nothing but temporarily bring you up to just bring you down. Staying sober constantly just keeps elevating you. It keeps bringing you up and up and up and up and up. And life just keeps getting better and better and better and better, the way it was designed to be. Life is supposed to be an enjoyable experience. It's supposed to be an ever-evolving, expansive experience, not a constricting and addicted experience. Let go of the booze, ladies and gentlemen. Let go of the drugs. Let go of the stupid goddamn cigarettes that you're spending so much money on. I can't stand cigarettes. I can't stand the smell of them. I'm gonna do some more tobacco videos here in the near future, but I need to get going, you guys. Again, I wish I could go a little bit longer, but I'm strapped for time right now. I love you. I believe in you. Expect more content on alcoholism and addiction recovery very shortly, and keep an eye out for that new project. And until next time, peace be with you all. Sobriety. First line, and I already have to clear my throat. Sobriety is a beautiful thing. It's an intimidating journey because when you're at your lowest and when you're very addicted to something, the first day of letting go of something that you're used to consuming all the time, that you're addicted to, can be very difficult. But let me tell you, if you can make it through the first day, you can easily make it a year. Because the first day is really where we separate the men from the boys and the women from the girls. If you can get through 24 hours without something that you have been consuming every day for a prolonged period that you're totally addicted to, I do believe that you have the power to go the long haul and make it through the journey of sobriety. This is a very spiritually nourishing and engaging and rewarding and fulfilling path to walk. There's beauty in letting go of the things that you are addicted to that are no longer serving you. Things that are insalubrious, that aren't healthy to you in the expansion of your consciousness, your well-being, your abundance, and your spiritual enlightenment they're not worth holding on to. You'll have to excuse me. I've been up for I've had about 2.5 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours. I just wanted to make another brief video about addiction. I know I've been kind of talking about this subject a lot in my videos lately, but it is a very important subject because the more I communicate with people, the more I observe people, the more I look at statistics, the more I realize that this country, the United States of America, and worldwide, countries all across the globe, continents, people are addicted to a multitude of different things: alcohol, heroin, methamphetamine, marijuana, things like pornography. You can be addicted to things like watching television, or drinking too much coffee, or drinking too much soda. It really doesn't matter what it is you're addicted to. As long as it's not serving you, it's not a healthy addiction. So of course being addicted to heroin is worse than being addicted to something like soda. But when you really break it down, an addiction's an addiction. It's a pathological attachment to something that's not giving anything back to you. It's draining you like a vampire. You're clinging to something that is not giving back to you. It's like a relationship that is vampiric, and that is a relationship to something that essentially is robbing you of your life force, because most addictions, ladies and gentlemen, with the exception of being addicted to things that are healthy for you, are killing you. And oftentimes these addictions, they're killing you in removing parts of yourself, draining your body of minerals, etc., that you can't get back unless you get on the wagon early in life and regenerate your body. So my heart goes out to all the addicted people who have lost their life today over their addictions. I mean, I can't tell you, so many people inject themselves with drugs and their heart stops beating, or it beats too fast. They're on their way out. They don't get a second chance. And my heart goes out to those people, because after going through delirium tremens, the DTs, extreme alcohol withdrawals, being in those states of consciousness where you feel like you're dying due to a substance, you feel like you're going to hell. And actually going through the death process, I mean, wow. Does my heart go out to these people? But at the same time, these people have choices. You have a choice to either remain addicted or break your shackles that are keeping you in a box, so to speak. And again, if you can get through a day of sobriety, you can get through a week. Once you get through a week, the second week becomes easier. And over time, you develop this sense of nourishment where you kind of fill yourself up emotionally from the inside out based on how long you've stayed sober. That's why I recommend people get calendars. I have multiple, what I like to call sobriety calendars. I just go to the Dollar Tree, and for $1 you can get yourself a calendar, and you want to mark off the first day you start your sobriety, and every day religiously you want to mark that off. And after a year, man, you go back and you don't get rid of your calendars. These are like trophies. At the end of every month, you reward yourself. If you're just getting started, at the end of every day, you reward yourself with something. Not something unhealthy, though. Reward yourself with going for a nice walk in nature, or having a nice big smoothie, fruits. Have a fruit salad. Just reward yourself. If that means watching a television program for an hour, do it. It's a lot better than getting on the bottle and or whatever it is that you're addicted to. So don't be afraid. This is just a tip. Don't be afraid to lean on something to get through sobriety. So don't be afraid to watch a television program or movies. I watched a lot of movies when I was going through getting sober. And now that it's second nature, it's very easy. I don't need anything to lean on to. But wow, man. I mean, after a year of filling out a sobriety calendar, it feels so good. And not to mention, just even a day, man. I can't tell you how proud I was after suffering through my alcohol addictions to just mark off an X on day 1 on my calendar. And then to do day 2, then day 3. Before you know it, it's almost a month or a week. And then 7 days comes along and you mark that off. Suddenly it's 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden you just get this forward momentum based on the successes that you've made. And that's why a sobriety calendar is so essential, in my opinion, to getting sober, because you're holding this thing that is a physical reminder that's speaking to your subconscious. You're actually looking at your successes etched down onto a piece of paper. It's a very essential thing. Many people they want to get sober after they don't remember when they got sober. That's very dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to tell you, but it is. You want to know exactly the day that you started, so that you can look back chronologically. I think that's the right terminology, and go, okay, this is when I started. It's better to be organized, ladies and gentlemen. It's better to be organized, especially with excuse me, when I had a notification here on the internet I was looking at. It's just, again, I'm super tired. I need to wrap this one up. I hope this video can help inspire you to make it through the first day of sobriety. Or if you've already gone through the first day, make it through your first week. If you've already gone through your first week, make it through your first month. If you've already made it through a month, make it through your first 2 months, so on and so forth. And I do absolutely, if you guys are serious as homework, recommend that you go to the dollar store or get yourself a nice calendar. You don't have to spend $1 and get kind of a cheap calendar. You can go to a bookstore and buy a nice $12, $15 calendar with sacred geometry, whatever speaks to you. But I mean, right now, due to the fact that we are already in September, at the dollar store, I can get a calendar for a penny. That's how cheap they sell them for when it's this far into the year. So, you know, aside from staying organized with sobriety with a calendar, you can also use a calendar to you know, mark off or start an exercise program and daily just mark it off. It's very beneficial to be able to go back and look at what you've done, and that's a great way to know when to reward yourself as well. So every month now I reward myself as a way to kind of spoil myself for remaining sober, because like I've said in previous videos, I was the worst kind of alcoholic. I was a raging alcoholic. I would drink anywhere from a fifth to a half a gallon of vodka every night, and you know, it wasn't quality vodka. I drank out of plastic bottles. I'd also drink whiskey, brandy, and I was particularly fond of the psychedelic, mild psychedelic version of alcohol known as absinthe. I was very fond of that. Whenever I had lots of money to spend, I would buy expensive bottles of absinthe, anywhere from $40 all the way up to $100 or more, on these expensive bottles of wormwood-laced alcohol. So, looking back, you know, people ask me if I miss alcohol. I really don't. It's beautiful to not be tethered to something that is killing you. And once you stay away from alcohol long enough, if you are an alcoholic, at least it's been my own personal experience, just thinking about the taste of it makes you want to puke. And that's beautiful, because once you get to that stage, you don't even want to touch it, because it's stimulating your gag reflexes. I'm not making that up or exaggerating it. Thinking of alcohol actually stimulates my gag reflexes and makes me want to puke. So, on behalf of the Sacred Starseed Serpent Uraeus YouTube channel, thank you for watching this video. I hope that this video can help inspire you, if you are an addict, to reach towards different things other than you know, alcohol. Reach towards green juice. Reach towards coffee if you have to. Use the lesser of two evils as you wean yourself off. I personally am a big fan of cold turkey. I really don't think that quitting any other way is going to work in the long run, unless you're such a severe addict that you need medical supervision while they wean you off, because certain things you can die from quitting cold turkey with certain substances. Be safe, change your life today, and always remember that the what's that old famous quote? Excuse me one moment while I scan through the memory banks. Something along the lines of the 1,000-mile journey starts with one step, or something like that. And it's true, man. But once you realize that the first step is like half the journey, there you go. Peace be with you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are recording. This is another episode of The Talking Head in the car at night with the extremely bright light. But yeah, that thing is a little too bright. Oh, it's on idiot mode now. Let's get it adjusted. But a friend of mine told me to get some vinyl to put over that, so I think I'm going to do that tomorrow, because that thing's like looking into the high noon sun. But I wanted to start this video off by plugging my Patreon account. For those who don't know what Patreon is, it's basically a website where content creators can provide private material for people who pay monthly for that private material. And over at my Patreon page, we've got some people on board. I've been producing a ton of content. and some good discussions have already been brought up. And so for people who are interested in donating to my channel or just want to pay to get bonus material, I'd rather have you guys donate to my Patreon page, because then you'll get some content back. I do have a donation option on my website, and so I think I'm going to close that down and just make my primary donation outlet my Patreon page, because when someone donates like $60 to me and I don't really have anything to give them back, it does kind of feel, I don't know, kind of hard to explain how it feels. But anyways, you can find that website at www.patreon.com/Sacred Serpent. You can also click the link above my hands, copy and paste that, put it into your URL bar, and press enter. And it's $5 a month. But, you know, this is going to be a public video. I wanted to talk a little bit about drunk driving and the fact that I know a lot of people who do this shit regularly, and you're just being nothing more than an idiot if you are a drunk driver and you think that it's not going to lead you anywhere, or if you think it's going to lead you to anywhere else other than a jail cell, or, you know, just financially broke, because DUIs are expensive. I know so many people who have DUIs, and, you know, I'm not bashing people. I mean, we all make mistakes, but not too long ago, a friend of mine had one of his friends killed by a drunk driver, and the dude that was killed was like 22 years old. All because some clown wanted to get into a vehicle after he drank and navigate through the matrix. And what's interesting, it's not interesting, it's unfortunate that usually all the people die in a drunk driving accident other than the person who is drunk. So, I mean, imagine killing someone because you weren't smart enough to get sober first before you got into your car. Imagine what it must feel like to have killed one or more people, and now you have to sit in your jail cell the rest of your life, contemplating, you know, just thinking about that and dwelling on that. I mean, that's got to be the most, that's a quintessential hell, to be stuck in a prison cell, acknowledging the fact that you killed people, or one or more people. Usually there's more than one. It's strange that usually the drunk driver is usually the person who lives. They'll get like a broken bone, or like a cut on their cheek, or something just silly, something stupid. Meanwhile, the innocent people in the car are now gone. So it amazes me that alcohol is actually legal. And it amazes me that some of these really profound sacraments and different beneficial things are illegal. So we live in a world where things are kind of flipped upside down and backwards, and a lot of times it's just, people bitch all the time about drunk drivers and drunk related accidents, but this shit's legal. So I don't know. I think that there should be some mandatory device that's built in these vehicles other than a breathalyzer that can actually scan your blood alcohol content before you get into the car. And, you know, I've heard of breathalyzers. I've actually seen them in the past. And the thing about a breathalyzer is that the person in the passenger seat can blow through it who's sober. So there's got to be some way where we can design vehicles with some type of smart technology where the vehicle actually can judge whether a person's fit to drive or not, because, my God. So yeah, a message to you drunk drivers. If you currently are an alcoholic, or if you currently drink and you drive and you think that all is well, just know that this happens very often, and it's always by people who didn't expect it to happen. That's the dangerous thing about alcohol. Is with alcohol, the bad things that happen with alcohol-related bullshit, it's always happened to someone who didn't expect it to happen. A lot of people have this mentality that, oh, that could never happen to me. You know, I'm just going to the store. I'll be back really quick. A lot of drunk driving-related accidents and deaths are within 5 miles of someone's home. So, I mean, just you had a couple tall boys, you drank a few
whiskey on the rocks, whatever your drink is, and then you get in the car to go get a pack of cigarettes or something, and you're too drunk and you fucking accidentally kill a kid or something, or you run someone over. Is that worth it? Get some shoes on and fucking walk. So, I believe there are still states where you can drink and drive. Not illegally drink and drive. You can't have your blood alcohol content over a certain percentage. But you can have like open containers in the car. Just stupid shit. I mean, come on. Meanwhile, beneficial forms of cannabis are illegal to use. But it's legal to use alcohol. And you can go to the gas station where you fill your vehicle up with gas and buy your booze. So, you being a drunk driver, you could be drunk while you drive to the gas station, then go get more beer. The place where you're supposed to fill your vehicle up with fuel and be a responsible driver, you can get your alcohol. Any little fix you need, you can find at the gas station. It's pathetic. But yeah, I mean, drunk drivers, you're being nothing more than a fool. And if you don't stop now, chances are you'll either get a DUI or you'll hurt yourself or someone else. And I can't imagine what it would be like to be drunk one night and then waking up in a prison cell the next morning as your fucking drunk wears off, realizing that, holy shit, I killed people. Not only does it hurt you, it hurts the family of the people that you killed. It ruins people's hearts, losing their child or their friend, whatever. All for some booze. And on top of that, it ruins your image, and it just puts a lot of fucking negativity on your family. And you get a nice big old scarlet letter. So, I mean, holy shit. It blows my mind that alcohol is illegal. Now, you might be thinking, but that would be kind of silly to make alcohol illegal. Some people just like to drink responsibly. Well, so many other things have been made illegal that don't do anywhere near the amount of damage that alcohol has. So, I mean, we live in a culture, you guys, that venerates alcoholism to the utmost degree. We live in a culture where alcohol is actually viewed as, it's a socially acceptable addiction, a drug, nothing more than a drug. And alcohol is a depressant. It will ruin your life if you start drinking every day like I used to. I was the worst form of alcohol that there was. I was a raging alcoholic. I would drink upwards of a half a gallon of vodka a night. I blew all of my money on, when I'd get a paycheck, I'd blow all my money on booze. I'd spend half of my paycheck on expensive absinthe. And absinthe is a hallucinogenic form of alcohol. And I would just, my whole life revolved around an alcohol bottle. And what was frightening to me is that at the time, I actually justified this shit. I thought there was kind of like this poetic aspect of my alcoholism. Like, I was designed to be, like, it was part of my life. I needed to do this, so I'm an alcoholic. And poor me, poor me. Fuck that shit. No one needs to drink. No one needs to do any of this shit. It's your addiction that's driving you insane, and it's the parasites connected to your addiction as well. You're not just you're not just drinking alcohol because you like the taste of it, and you're not just drinking alcohol because you like the way it makes you feel or that it's a social lubricant. No, there's a parasitic aspect to this as well. But the very fact that people drink alcohol because it's a social lubricant means that people can't live in reality, and that people need to drink something or consume something to deal with something here in this matrix. So, I drink because it relieves stress. I drink because I like the way it makes me feel. I drink because I like the way it tastes. I can't go to this party without alcohol. I'll be looked at like I'm weird. Well, why would you want to be somewhere in the first place that if you don't have an alcoholic beverage in your hand, people are going to try to force you to drink? Or, what are you, sober now? What the fuck, man? YOLO. You only live once. Live fast, die young. Drink this disgusting alcohol made with fluoridated water and a bunch of genetically modified ingredients. I know so many people who love health and so many people who are interested in health and speak out against GMOs and all the insanity of the food system, but they'll drink a 6-pack of fucking dirty, fluoridated, generic, genetically modified beer. So, I mean, all the power to you if you're a responsible drinker. And a lot of people are. People in my family can drink one beer and be done. But when I was drinking, I had to have the 12-pack, an entire 12-pack. Then I'd have to go walk down to the liquor store and get a pint of vodka and just roam around the earth in a drunken stupor, feeling sorry for myself. It's all fun and games until something serious happens and you're forced to either quit or go to jail or, this and that. So, man, there were so many nights where I'd go to a bar with my wallet and there'd be like $300 in my wallet. And then I would go to the liquor store the next day without looking in my wallet and go to pay, and all the money was gone. All of it. So then I'd go home and due to that, how would I say that? Let's get a sip of water. Another alcohol rant. I talk about alcohol and alcoholism because I want to try to help people who are struggling with what I once went through. Back then, if someone asked me, hey, are you a Democrat? Are you a Republican? Are you a construction worker? No, I'm an alcoholic. I'm a full-time alcoholic. But regarding the money thing, I mean, I'd go to pay for my alcohol after I went to the bar, the night before. Let's rephrase this. I'd go to a bar with like $300 in my pocket. Okay, I'd go home, wake up the next morning, still kind of drunk, wouldn't look in my wallet, thinking that I had money in it, and then go to pay for my fifth or my handle of vodka, and there would be no money in my wallet. So then I'd check my pockets. I'd go home, look around. No, it was gone. I don't know what the fuck I spent my money on, what I did with it. I don't know if I gave it to people. There were so many stupid times where I would just do stupid shit with my money when I was drunk. Excuse my language. I'm trying to get better with that. But instead of going, okay, I'm fucking, there's the language again. Instead of going, okay, I'm ruining my life with alcohol, I'm losing my money, I don't know where my money is, I'm all disorganized. Instead of sitting down and going, okay, I'll strategize a way to quit, I won't drink tonight. No. I'd go home and I'd look through all of my change containers. I'd find some quarters, some dimes, some nickels, and occasionally some pennies. And I'd go down to the liquor store and I'd buy my vodka with change. That's like when you know the person that you're buying that's selling you the alcohol knows you're a fucking just a total drunk. Here's another story. There was a period where I had lost my wallet when I was drunk and I didn't have an ID. So I couldn't just go anywhere and buy alcohol. When I was an alcoholic, I looked a lot younger, and oftentimes people would ask me for my ID. So there was only like 1 or 2 places where I could buy my alcohol because the people knew me and knew I was over 21. And it got to a point where I would go every night to the same liquor store down the street and buy a fifth to a handle of either vodka or brandy every night. And it got to a point where when I would walk in, they may have not noticed that I noticed them, but the employees would look at each other, because this is a small liquor store, and just be totally confused. They knew I was an alcoholic. And, I knew the owner, and not too long ago, I actually ran into the owner of that liquor store. And I was walking down the alcohol aisle to go to the back of the store to get some almond milk or some soy milk, one of the two. And she ran into me in the liquor store, in the liquor aisle, and was like, "Oh, I haven't seen you in a long time. Where have you been?" And I told her, I quit drinking. But she kind of looked at me in a weird way because I was in the alcohol aisle. And what are the chances of a guy that used to buy a fifth to a handle of vodka every night from me? Or she would sell me a fifth to a handle her or her husband, I can't speak tonight, every night for months and months and months. And she just looked at me weird because, oh, you quit drinking alcohol, but you're in the alcohol aisle. It's just something that I could see would be hard to believe after you've sold someone gallon after gallon of alcohol. But anyways, I've talked to them since. They know I've quit. But it feels so good to be off the bottle. I'm going to continue making the alcohol videos because I know people can benefit from these videos. Some of the most rewarding comments that I've got, comments and messages, private messages from people here on YouTube about my channel are related to alcohol. So there's been a large handful of people who have actually quit because of my alcohol videos. And that makes me feel really good because I know what it's like to struggle with alcohol, and I know how much better it feels to not drink at all. So I think a lot of alcoholics get into this ideology of, okay, I'll just keep it under control. No, if you could keep it under control, you wouldn't be at the point you're at in life right now. No. And the whole concept of keeping it under control, that's a very dangerous road to walk down, ladies and gentlemen. If you love alcohol, if you love getting drunk, if you seem to not be able to live without it, you trying to control your consumption will most likely lead to more consumption. Because once you get drunk, you lose your inhibitions. You lose your ability to say no to a large extent because everything just feels warmer. Everything feels easier. Oh, I'll just let it go and have another drink. That's the type of shit that I can't stand about alcohol. There's my mouth again. I cannot stand how it inspires people to let go of people get this ideology, this state of mind when they're drinking that, oh, I'll just let go and have fun. Life's stressful. I need to just let go and drink. Oh, YOLO. You need to let go of letting go. Letting go can be a good thing to some extent. Letting go of your stress, or letting go of things that are just destroying you mentally, or, baggage from certain things, but when it comes to alcohol, I'm trying to get sober. I'm trying to cut back on my alcohol, but I'm just going to let go because it's Friday. I'm with the homies. I'm just going to let go. That leads you to nowhere. And I don't know one alcoholic that doesn't deeply within his or her heart want to quit. So why not just do it? You're going to have to do it someday. Why wait? If you wait, you're going to get to the point where chances are you might get yourself into a lot of trouble. I know a lot of really nice people who got behind a wheel and got themselves into a lot of trouble when they were drinking. So one night I was driving home and some dude I knew, his car was in someone's front yard in the bushes, upside down. And he's standing there with the cops getting arrested. And it's like, dude, was that really worth it? Was that little glass bottle filled with toxic fucking alcohol really worth it? There's my mouth again. But this drinking stuff really is pushed on you in high school, heavily. So I remember the first night I got drunk with my friends in high school, just remembering the taste of just tasting it, like, holy crap, how does anyone drink this stuff? And we would hold our noses and drink the beer or the wine. I think we were drinking wine that night. But over time, you fall in love with the taste of it because your body gets accustomed to it. Your taste buds do. And deep down, you really like enjoying it, the taste of it, because it gets you drunk. You think a heroin addict, how would I put it this way? How would I put this? Excuse me. You think a heroin addict gives a shit that he has to poke his veins? The pain from poking his veins? No, because he knows that he's about to feel total euphoria. The same goes with alcohol. You actually start to enjoy the taste of it because it gets you drunk. Anyways, other nighttime video in the car about alcohol. I like the nighttime videos because occasionally I'll catch a occasional orb on camera. One more sip. But this whole thing of water right now, if I filled it to the top, that would be how much vodka I drank in 2 days. So I don't drink alcohol anymore. I drink water, tea, a little bit of coffee, and carbonated water. Carbonated water is my new beer. So every time I get a craving for carbonated water, even though I know carbonated water isn't the greatest beverage, I remind myself of where I was years ago when I was drinking alcohol every day. And I go, okay, that's not too bad. You've got to learn to reward yourself. You've got to learn to let go a little bit of rigidity when it comes to, after you've quit, and once you've been sober long enough, you got to find ways to not only keep your mind preoccupied, but just remain emotionally satiated. And for me, that's carbonated water. I love it. Although I try not to drink too much of it. Lately, I've been drinking quite a bit of it. A little too much, but that's okay. Because I look back at where I was when I was... my brother brews homemade beer. And this is how much of a loser I was. He brewed a batch of beer for one of my neighbors, who paid for all the ingredients. This was a lengthy process. It's not like making Jell-O where you just add the ingredients and overnight you have Jell-O. No, you have to boil a bunch of stuff and filter stuff, and you got to let it ferment, and you got to do a bunch of stuff. Once that beer got close to being ready to drink, because it does have to sit a while, every night I would go out into the garage with a jug and fill up his beer and drink it and get drunk off of it. And it's just like, there's so many things that I did when I was drunk that it's just like, dude, it's inspired me to become a completely different person, because I don't want to be that reflection of my old self. No, I don't want to have morals of a junkie or an addicted person. Absolutely not. So let's check and see what time it is really quick. My phone is dead. So we'll wrap this one up in a few minutes. We are at 23 minutes. Okay, we'll go a little bit longer. So, everyone has their drunken moments where the night or the day after they drank, they regret doing stuff that they've done. I've broken into tears and cried in front of people, and what were some of the other things? Broken people's shit, and not had the money to pay for it. But yeah, you've got to remember that the longer you remain on alcohol, the harder it's going to be for you to get sober, especially if you're a full-blown alcoholic. You'll know you're a full-blown alcoholic if you can't go 24 hours without alcohol without having withdrawal symptoms. And for some of us, withdrawal symptoms can be incredibly dangerous. So I recommend, if you are an alcoholic right now, you don't just go completely cold turkey. You contact a professional first and talk to them. This is the aspect of Western medicine. This is the aspect of the hospitals and support groups within hospitals, you name it, that I actually enjoy. There's great things that have been done with Western medicine. There's medications that can keep people alive. A lot of people get really interested in the naturalism stuff and they completely shun Western medicine. But Western medicine could be a good thing if naturalism and Western medicine blended in kind of a shamanically scienced context. But I don't see that happening because a lot of Western medicine is corrupt, allopathic medicine, but not all of it is bad. But I really do recommend that you get on the phone, make some phone calls, talk to some professionals, go see a doctor or a professional, and get yourself the help that you deserve. No one deserves to be an alcoholic. It's you keeping yourself in a state of ignorance. But here's the thing. If you currently smoke tobacco or use tobacco and you're an alcoholic, I recommend not even worrying about the tobacco. Don't worry about the tobacco. Just worry on making baby steps. Get yourself under control. Get alcohol under control, excuse me. Then once you get sober long enough, then approach the other things. A lot of people are overwhelmed with trying to juggle multiple addictions. And it can lead to a lot of stress, which can lead to making your addictions even worse. So learn to work in increments. Learn to be okay with working in baby steps. Look at your addictions and ask yourself, which one of these is killing me the fastest, and which one is the most dangerous? You look at alcohol and you look at tobacco, and alcohol, you could drink 6 shots of alcohol and get on the freeway and kill 40 people, potentially. I'm not saying that that's the most likely outcome, because it's not. You'd probably kill yourself or a few other people. But there, with alcohol, compared to cigarettes or compared to tobacco, alcohol will kill you quicker, in my opinion. Not necessarily quicker, how would I say this? It has the potential to kill you quicker. No, I've never heard of someone smoking 3 cigarettes and getting behind the wheel and like killing someone because they had smoked 3 cigarettes. No, that's the difference. Alcohol is an intoxicant. It is it aberrates the normal functionability of the senses. It delays your reaction time. It oftentimes will make you see double because it makes your eyes cross when you're drunk. Your reaction time is greatly hindered. In alcohol, up is down, down is up. So anyways, I'm going to wrap this one up. On behalf of the Sacred Starseed Serpent Uraeus YouTube channel, thank you for watching this video. I hope that my videos, my messages, and my channel, my passion, etc. can help inspire you to do something positive today for your health. Whether that be getting a water filter, starting to take the herbs, rebuilding your liver if you're an alcoholic in recovery, taking baby steps with your health, getting your addictions under control. I hope that I hope this message in general can help inspire you if you're an alcoholic or if you currently drink and drive to rethink your fucking course in life and change your destiny. You don't have to drink. You don't have to drink. Think. No one's holding a gun to your head and making you drink alcohol. No. The money that you will save by ending your addiction will lead to a lot of financial increase. Especially if you're one of these alcoholics who drinks like all these expensive beers. Come on. $14 for a 12-pack or a 6-pack. I've seen 6-packs for like $12. You know what you could do with $12? With $12, you could buy yourself about 9 gallons of distilled water from the store, even though I don't recommend doing that. It's better than alcohol. Store-bought distilled water is nowhere near as healthy as home-generated distilled water, but for an alcoholic, that's a good start. 9 gallons of distilled water. You could have 9 gallons of water instead of not even a half gallon of beer. What else could you do with, that $12? You could buy yourself a box of Ron Tea Gardens Spring Dragon Longevity Tea and start rebuilding your liver. With the Schisandra, with the Astragalus, with the Lycium, also known as wolfberry or goji berry. With the Gynostemma in that tea, you could start rebuilding your liver. You could start rebuilding that which you've destroyed. You could buy yourself a fourth of a pound of Kishu Binchotan charcoal if you saved up $2 more. For $14, a fourth of a pound, you could start filtering your water. You could buy yourself an enema bag. Imagine that. You could buy yourself an entire pound of red rooibos African tea to start flooding your body with antioxidants, to start giving your body that which it needs to rebuild itself. You could buy yourself multiple packs of seedlings and start growing your own garden. You could buy seeds like alfalfa seeds, broccoli seeds, radish seeds, fenugreek, red clover. You could start your own sprout garden indoors. But no, you had to buy that booze because you just can't say no because you're under the spell of alcoholism. It may sound crazy, but I do believe that there is some type of nefarious sorcery being used in relation to all this alcoholism stuff. That's why it's on every street corner. That's why it's perpetuated and advocated in movies. And it's just everywhere, man. If you go and see a new comedy movie, that's these new comedy movies that are coming out, they just go out of their way to make the loser look like what you're supposed to be. Everyone loves the loser. Everyone loves the drunk or the dude that puffs a ton of weed, man. But then these well-meaning pawns out here who love this entertainment shit, they try to duplicate that in their life because that's what they see on the TV. And it leads to nowhere in their life. You're being played with. Your genetics are being played with, your consciousness, your mind, and your spiritual freedom, which is far from being intact. We have lost our ether connection here in this matrix. We've been slammed down into this dirty, dirty world amongst the beauty of nature. The matrix has erected its 1,000-headed hydra octopus tentacles everywhere and just put all these fake education systems everywhere, all these bogus supermarkets with all this dead food. There's a lot of things going on in this world that would make the average person's head spin if they knew what was going on behind closed doors. A lot of this stuff that's advertised as being so easy, a lot of this stuff that's being advertised as being non-threatening and cute is actually a system to lure you in so that it can have its way with you. It's like a ferocious tiger that hasn't eaten in 3 days, disguised as a bunny rabbit, or disguised as a, just like this innocent creature. I'm not saying that tigers are bad. I love tigers, but for demonstrative purposes, for an example. Peace be with you all. Alrighty. So, there's something I've wanted to talk about for quite some time. I've talked about it in previous videos, a couple of them in my archives. But I wanted to talk about alcoholism and the dangers of alcoholism and how easy it is to become an alcoholic out here in this matrix. I was an alcoholic for years. I mean, heavily involved in the alcohol game. And it got to a point where I was drinking, half of a, the fuck, man, we're all cloudy right now. I would drink a fifth or a half of a fifth every night, and I did that for over 2 years. So I became such a heavy alcoholic that when I tried to stop drinking, my withdrawals were so bad that I literally couldn't deal with it, and I would go back to drinking just to lessen the effects of the withdrawals. And let me tell you guys, when you're that heavy of an alcoholic, when you drink that volume of ethanol, when your body stops receiving your fix, it can go into massive shock. Your central nervous system, you can kill yourself if you don't get it come off of alcohol properly, if you're heavy enough of an alcoholic. And this is no joke. The alcohol is a extremely disgusting poison, and let me tell you, there's a reason why it's available on every fucking street corner, along with the cigarettes and everything else, all the junk food and all the fucking snacks and all the sugary content and all the bullshit out here in the matrix. Again, there's a reason why there's a liquor store on every fucking corner. There's a reason why at every gas station you can buy yourself some Tall Boys or some Bud Light or all this other garbage. And people think it's fine and dandy. I mean, hell, I did. I was so hooked to alcohol that when I eventually stopped drinking, I would go through what's known as delirium tremens. And delirium tremens is the most severe withdrawal symptoms of alcoholism. And I would have massive hallucinations. I felt like maggots were crawling all over me. Again, I would see bugs crawling all over me, eating my skin. I remember at one point when I was coming off of alcohol, my heart started beating so fast, I don't know what was going on. It felt like a massive heart attack, and my heart beat so hard and so fast that you could hear it, just thumping away. And meanwhile, while I was going through all this, I was sweating heavily. Again, I felt like bugs were crawling all over me. When I'd close my eyes, I could see three-dimensional pyramids moving and oscillating and gyrating in various directions. I remember when I was coming off of alcohol for the first time and I had experienced delirium tremens for the first time. I closed my eyes and I went through this dark tunnel, and I remember seeing all of the netters, all of the gods and goddesses of the Egyptian pantheon. And I remember just thinking I was going to die. And I remember Isis, the Egyptian goddess, I saw a vision of her, and I remember her saying, your heart's going to be okay, you're going to make it through this, but you need to get off the alcohol. I remember going into the bathroom and looking at myself and just seeing pockets of my face turn red and purple, and my hands would get really cold, and there was a point where I was turning blue. So I've had so many near-death experiences. I've done so much stupid shit in my life, but I'm glad that it happened because it motivated me to get healthy. So people think I'm some like, oh, bro, he's got a YouTube channel, he talks about health all the time, he's got his game going, blah blah blah, this and that. I have my faults too. I have many mistakes I've made. Again, I was a full-blown alcoholic, and it's not typical for young people in their 20s to experience delirium tremens. This is usually something that people experience after heavy drinking for years and years and years. But due to the fact that I was drinking sometimes upwards of fifth a night, I remember it got to the point where I was drinking a half of a half gallon a night of vodka. So I damaged my liver significantly. I damaged my life significantly with alcohol. I did some very stupid shit. I got arrested twice, and it's just not it's a very slippery slope, you guys. Alcohol is probably the worst substance that you can fuck around with out here, other than heroin and all this other garbage that's being peddled by the fucking mafia-style system, which ships all the drugs in and then arrests you once you get caught with their drugs. They're trying to build a prison, and they've done a grand job doing it. It's not a war on drugs, people. It's a war on personal freedom. Remember that. It's a quote from Bill Hicks, the spectacular stand-up comedian which supposedly died of colon cancer. Come on. It's not uncommon for people who speak out against the insanity to be offed and snuffed out like an old candle by this fucking demonic system out here. So, yeah, I mean, I came off of, I experienced delirium tremens a handful of times, and to be honest, my withdrawals lasted over a month. Well over a month. Every night I felt like I was going to die. I felt like I was terrified to fall asleep. Again, I was having visions of these entities that were trying to pull my soul away from me and keep me just hooked on the bottle, etc. So, you know, it's very common for people who experience delirium tremens to die. So, I mean, the scary thing, you guys, is that when you drink that the degree, blah blah blah, when you are an alcoholic like I used to be, and you've drank just gallon after gallon of alcohol, when you start coming off of it, when you start regaining your clarity because you're coming out of your drunk stupor, you begin to realize just how fucking much damage you did to your body. And when you're hallucinating and feeling like you're dying after you're coming off your booze, you literally, I mean, goddamn, I prayed so much, I fought for my life so much, and again, I was turning blue. So in my opinion, if it weren't for the Kundalini, if it weren't for the Christ energy, if it weren't for my angels, I'd be 6 feet under right now, because again, my alcoholism was worse than severe alcoholics. I mean, the alcoholics that I know now are nothing like I was, and that's not something to be proud of, no. But you know what? I've been sober for a very long time, and I hate alcohol now, you guys. I just hate it. I can't believe I was a slave to that bottle for so fucking long. And I can't blame my environment, but I mean, it is unfortunate that this shit is sold on every fucking street corner. Alcohol is venerated by the system because it turns you into an idiot. I mean, you could have all these fucking plans for your life. You could have all these desires to get healthy and all this other stuff. And you get drunk and all of a sudden your inhibitions are lowered and suddenly, oh, dude, I just need to let go a little bit. I need to relax. I need this. Drinking's good for me because it helps me relax. Fuck that. That's why many people get hooked on the bottle. Whether that be like closet drinking or even people who only drink on weekends. I mean, it's just unfortunate that alcohol has become such a catalyst for people getting together. I mean, I can't tell you all these parties and shit that people are having. I don't think they'd be going on if there weren't drugs and alcohol involved. So, that's another reason. It's just like, it's just so stupid. Now that I can see other people drinking from a sober standpoint, I can really realize just like, damn, I can't believe I was involved in this shit. So this is just a brief little message telling you guys that, hey, I'm not perfect. We all have mistakes. But the beautiful thing about mistakes is that they're stepping stones for growth. So if you're currently an addict, I hope this message can inspire you to value your life more and realize what it is you're doing to yourself. You don't want to end up like me. You don't want to have to completely, you don't want to have to pray for your life. You don't want your body to start getting blue, and you don't want. I mean, I remember looking at myself in the mirror when I was going through delirium tremens, and there was just cobwebs, these hallucinations all over me. My liver was pounding. My liver was aching. It felt like there was little needles in my liver just pushing on it. I did severe damage to myself. But one of the beautiful things about this body is that if you catch yourself at the right time, you can regenerate yourself. And the liver is one of the quickest organs to regenerate. It is miraculous. So, no matter how fucked up you may think you are, I don't care if you're hooked on heroin, I don't care if you're hooked on meth, I don't care what it is, you at this moment in time have the ability and you have the power to stop what it is you're doing and walk in the opposite direction. Don't wind up like me. Don't reach rock bottom before you have to feel inspired to change. Don't get close to death's door before you have to pray, please don't, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And drugs and alcohol will do that to you. Let me tell you, alcohol kills so many people. It is amazing. It kills so many fucking people. Not to mention drugs and pharmaceuticals. One of a close family member of mine recently passed from heroin addiction, methadone and all this shit. So the key is to not try it once. The key is to value your sobriety. Sobriety is the key. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't sacraments out here that we can take periodically or at certain predetermined times to help enhance our consciousness, but alcohol is not one of them. No. It's not one of them. Alcohol is a vicious substance, a very vicious substance. I mean, think about how bad it tastes. What do you think? I mean, you put alcohol on your tongue, and your tongue literally just starts cringing in your mouth. It makes you want to puke. Now, what the fuck do you think is going to happen once you put that into your organs, into your body, into your liver? What do you think? Your liver is just like, oh, vodka. Oh, it feels so good. No, it literally reacts to it and tries to reject it. But due to the fact that we've been programmed to drink shot after shot and to party and Mardi Gras and all this other bullshit, we don't even think about what we're doing. I mean, if you can open up a bottle of whiskey and smell it and think that that's going to react well with your body and your organs, you're crazy. You're out of your mind. So it's a large cultural programming here to adore and venerate alcohol, which is why it's sold at all the baseball games, which is why it's sold at gas stations, you guys. Gas stations. I mean, what do you think fucking happens when little kids go into these gas stations with their parents and they see beer, just beer after beer all over the place, and cigarettes and tobacco advertisements and Skull and all this fucking bullshit. It's disgusting and it makes me sick to my stomach. Gas stations should be filled with organic fucking fruits and vegetables. It should be filled with green juices and clean water. But you don't see that out here in the Matrix. No, they are deliberately poisoning you. Whether you like to believe that or not, I don't give a damn. You don't believe me? Why don't you look up the fucking ingredients in these foods that you're eating and that they sell at these goddamn gas stations? All the fucking carnival style foods, fucking corn dogs and cheese and nachos and fucking just ham sandwiches and all this garbage. You don't even know that's ham. You don't even know if that's human or not. What do you think? They don't fucking grind humans up and sell them to you? The beast hates you. So, on behalf of the Sacred Starseed Serpent Uraeus YouTube channel, thank you for watching this video, and I hope that this video can get out to some people and make them think about their addictions if they are addicted. Because again, you don't want to wind up like me and have to go through months of withdrawals while hallucinating, while turning blue, while feeling like your fucking body's giving out on you because your liver's fucking twitching and your fucking muscles are all becoming sore and you're puking. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. It got to the point where I was pissing dark brown fluid and shit. It's not good. But I'm here, I'm alive, and I feel more alive than ever because I apply herbalism to my life. I apply naturalism. I live in accordance to the laws of nature. I do my best to do that. So, again, I hope this video can inspire people to question their algorithms when it comes to substance abuse. I don't care if it's marijuana, tobacco, alcohol, whatever it is, even prescription drugs. Prescription drugs are very, very dangerous. Peace be with you.
When it comes to addiction, so many people get so caught up in the actual addiction itself that it overrides all forms of rationality, rational thinking. And that's because you are engaging in something that is the complete opposite of rational thinking. And when you do that, when you're stuck in a vicious cycle of self-destruction, the more you give into that and the more you just keep coming back for your fix, the more you separate yourself from rational thinking and foresight and proper prior planning. And when you do that, folks, the harder it makes it much more difficult to get into that framework of thinking. That's why after a year or two, or even 3 years, or even a few months of an addiction, some people oftentimes have a lot of difficulty letting go of that addiction, let alone getting into a framework of thinking where they can even desire to let go of that addiction. I hope that makes sense. So what I'm essentially saying here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the more you engage in self-destruction, the more you separate yourself from rationality, because self-destruction is a byproduct of a lack of responsibility and rational thinking. And because you are lacking that particular trait by coming back for your fix, by default, you are actually pushing yourself further away from rationality. Therefore, it puts a gap between you and we can consider it normal thinking. And the further you are from normal thinking or rational thinking, where you choose not to destroy yourself, where you choose not to do drugs, where you choose not to smoke, where you choose not to drink, the further you put a gap in between the two, and now there's a schism. There's a division between right and wrong. And the more you lean towards wrong, the harder it makes doing the right thing seem. And that's why, for many people, and I've communicated with many of them, and this was the same for me as well, ladies and gentlemen. My cat's meowing at the door. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but reality had to come around and snap me out of my lack of responsible thinking and acting. And it did that through cataclysm. First, it was a simple mistake. The next time it was a mistake that I made, or maybe I did something to someone that I felt a lot of guilt about. And the more I kept violating the second chance I was being given, the more you don't listen to that soft voice. And I talk about this often on my videos about addiction and alcoholism, because it's a very real thing. It's very important. But the more you don't listen to the subtle clues that the universe or God, whatever you want to call it, gives you to wake up from your addiction, to turn around and walk the opposite direction,
The more you don't listen to that, the harder you fall the next time, and you will absolutely fall. You will absolutely make mistakes. You will absolutely hurt people unless you get your shit together, because the road of addiction is riddled in traps. It is riddled in booby traps, ladies and gentlemen, and they are all self-induced, because at the end of the day, you are the one making the decision to engage in your addiction. You at any given time have the ability to turn your life around, folks. But in the perpetual haze of addiction, it's hard to realize that, because, I mean, it can be a number of different reasons. For one, most people's thoughts and mind become clouded in a state of addiction because it feels so good. It feels good to most people to get high. It feels good to get drunk. It feels good to kind of numb yourself and escape reality. But the more you decide to escape reality, the harder it makes reality when you come back into sobriety. Reality just burns 1,000 times brighter. Everything does. Your emotions are haywire. When you quit your addiction, if you've been doing it for a long time, everything just seems intense, because you're finally handling reality from the foundation of sobriety and, a lack of intoxication. Think about that word, intoxication. You're inviting toxins into your system. Inviting toxins into your system. And people ask me, dude, how long is it going to take for me to start feeling better? I just recently quit. It's been a month. I've been off booze and I feel like shit. What's the deal? Ladies and gentlemen, no one said it was going to be easy, but I can assure you that if you stay on the path of health, it will reward you 10,000-fold. But you've done damage to yourself. You've done damage to your coping mechanisms, especially. This is beyond the physical. Harming the physical body with intoxicants and pollutants does indeed affect you physically, but it also affects you emotionally and mentally, because when you intoxicate the body, because the body is connected to the mind also gets numbed as the body does as well, if that makes sense. So over time, when you are addicted to something, you learn to cope with reality based on how you feel while you're drunk, while you're high, while you have cigarettes, you name it. You learn to look at reality through the lens of your addiction. And because of that, when you take that lens away, everything is brighter, everything's more intense. You are left with the chattering monkey of your mind that you've been numbing. I hope that makes sense. Now, the chattering monkey of the mind I don't really want to talk about that in this video, but when you come off of alcohol, ladies and gentlemen, oftentimes your thoughts are racing. When you come off of drugs as well, it's because you're literally, like, your mind is being shifted through all of these different, like, metaphoric filing cabinets, and it's coping with things and trying to find equilibrium. You've got to give yourself time. You've got to give your body and your mind time to heal. You need to focus on sleep, and you need to focus on putting energy into productive things, being creative. Hell, document your journey of sobriety, and after a month or two, you can post it or as you do it, you could even post it, and you can inspire other people to do similar things. Do something creative with what you've done, regardless of how bad it is. That is the process of transmutation. That is alchemy. Transmutation or alchemy is the science of taking one thing that's usually in a crude state and transforming it, or transmuting it, exalting it into something higher. So, kind of a simplistic metaphor, I've mentioned water distillation in the past, but when you distill water, you leave all the crap from the tap water in the boil kettle, and you distill water, and it's just pure H2O. There's no more fluoride or anything left in it. You've taken something with a bunch of unnecessary materials in it, and you've turned it into something more pure. The ascent from a demon into a angel, could be considered a act of alchemy. And I don't mean an actual literal demon, but like a demonic trait, something that is destructive, and turning it into something angelic, an angelic trait, which angelic traits, those are things that are productive. Those are things that give you things back, give you value. A demonic trait, and again, I don't mean actual physical demons or any of this nonsense. A demonic trait would be something that, like alcoholism, where you drink and it gives you a temporary escape from something, but when it wears off, it completely, as it wears off, or not as it wears off, what am I trying to say, damn it? Alcohol is a destructive demonic trait, or alcoholism, because it gives you something, a temporary escape at the expense of taking 10 things from you. It gives you one thing, and it doesn't actually even give you anything because it takes it back. It's temporary. It's like, oh, I'm nervous. I've got to go to this event. So I drink, I get drunk. Then it wears off and you're back to where you were before you drank. You know, if you're drinking to escape from something, it means that there needs to be something there's something in your sober life that needs to be addressed. Alcohol is not the cure to anxiety, ladies and gentlemen. Drugs are not the cure to depression. Alcohol, again, is not the cure for anxiety or depression or any of this nonsense. So by default, the more you lean on an addiction or, a drug or alcohol to cope with reality and to deal with things like anxiety, the more you train your mind to and your body to rely on these substances. And because the physical body is the clay of the mind and your physical body reacts to your thoughts, your emotions, you actually train your body to crave alcohol when it's under stress, because you're using this literally as a de-stressing agent. The body becomes accustomed to it. You see, the mind is much more powerful than you give it credit for. Now, if your mind can put you into a situation of addiction and trouble and strife and turmoil and all this depression and all this bullshit, then you bet your ass it can turn things around and turn that demonic, I don't want to call it demonic, but that we all have energy that needs to be transmuted. Your mind can transmute things. You can initiate a process of personal evolution and climb the hell out of the hell that you're currently in, folks. But it requires use of this, the mind. And that is something that you were not taught how to do in the public school system. That is something that you were not taught when you watched all the television programs from infancy, when you were put in front of that damn television because your parents were busy, making a living. I'm not judging them, but my God, we have such stressful lives here in this world. And that's why so many people consume alcohol. That's why so many people consume drugs. And I can't blame them. I am not judging, but I want to see you not fall into that trap. And I want to see you turn that alchemical lead into gold, ladies and gentlemen. You have the ability to do it. I know if I can do it, you can do it. But you better catch on quick, and you better let this message into your heart and into your mind, and you better let it animate your spirit. Because if I can get into your spirit, if I can get into your heart and animate your spirit to create some type of action towards you getting sober, you need to listen to that. You need to look at this as, flint being struck with metal, trying to ignite your fire. I'm trying to start a fire in people's hearts. Take care of your health. There is nothing more beautiful, there's nothing more engaging than turning your life around and experiencing the transmutation process and turning lesser qualities into higher qualities. Because once you realize, ladies and gentlemen, now listen closely, because this is very important. Once you realize that it takes more effort to destroy yourself than to evolve yourself and to be successful and to be happy, you'll have it all figured out. It requires much more effort. Excuse me whittling my wand, but this helps me with my thinking process. Once you realize, ladies and gentlemen, that it requires much more effort to destroy yourself and to be addicted and to go and find your booze and to get the money to do it and to call your drug dealer and go pick your shit up and to not get caught and all this other nonsense. Once you realize that that is taking up so much of your energy and so much of your willpower, just flip the switch around. It requires actually more effort to be an unsuccessful person than it does to be a successful person. And that's what you've never been taught, and that's what you've never been told. And that's what the system doesn't want you to understand. They want you to think that success is something that's very difficult to attain. They want you to think that success is something that's outside of your reach. And because you've bought into that, and because you've bought into the stress, the idea of stress, you've engaged in an unnatural way of de-stressing, which is alcohol, drugs, addiction, cigarettes, you name it. And those aren't the only addictions, but those are very common ones. But You just have to flip the switch, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe in you. I want to see you thrive. And I love you. This channel may not be big. This channel may not be large. This channel might not reach as many people as I wish it would. But, you know, there's over 16,000 people subscribed to this channel. And on most of my videos, I only get upwards of 1,000 views in a 1 month period. And then they slowly climb up from there. But you know what? I was thinking about it the other day. I was going through YouTube and I was finding these channels that to me just seem so silly, stupid channels that provide nothing beneficial. They're non-educational. They're just like prank channels. And to see these people just falling ass backwards into success and to see so many people enjoying these channels, it really got to me, but I had to catch on quickly and go, okay, wait a second. My videos aren't reaching anywhere near as many people or as these other channels, but my viewers really appreciate my content. They really listen and they really take my messages to heart. And I know this based on communicating with you guys. I do my best to answer all the comments and make sure that you guys know that I care. And I've seen the comments, I've seen the feedback, and I know based on them and how you guys talk and word your comments that you're listening to these videos and it's helping you, or that you're getting some benefit from it. And I benefit from them, from your comments as well. I've learned a lot from you guys. Video recommendations, book recommendations. People have corrected me where I was wrong when I said certain things in the past. It's great to have this community. And my viewers actually pay more attention, I think, to, even though I have less views, they're more sincere views. Let's put it that way. So I don't want to get on. I apologize, guys. It's just sometimes it's like I put my heart and soul into this stuff, and I wish it would reach more people. But you know what? I was thinking, it's like my typical video nowadays will get about 1,000 views within, a 15 to 30 day period. And 1,000 people if you put 1,000 people into a public setting, that's a lot of people. So I love that I'm able to reach people. And even though those numbers might not be exactly as high as I wish they would, the fact that I'm actually reaching that many people really humbles me. Excuse me. Now, I recently got a question from someone, and I can't remember exactly how it was worded, and this is related to alcoholism, ladies and gentlemen, but it was something to the effect of, and bear with me for a minute while I remember this. This person was struggling to quit drinking alcohol, or no. This person was struggling they had been sober for about 2 weeks, and they had finally gotten through the withdrawals, and they were starting to feel a little bit better. But it takes a while to actually feel complete, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to lie. But they were struggling to remain sober. Not struggling, but, the person said they were having difficulty and they were craving alcohol. And then they were also this person was trying to quit smoking cigarettes and drink coffee all at the same time. You need to work one step at a time. This is crucial. Don't try to be a hero. You don't have to try to be Perseus from Clash of the Titans and, go defeat the Kraken and the Medusa all in one day. You've got to focus one thing at a time. What I've always favored is looking at the most, okay, I'm going to go through what's harming my life the most, and I'm going to address that first and then move from there. Now, obviously, if you have like a drinking problem and a heroin problem all at the same time, or a speed problem, you have multiple addictions like that, you're going to want to address all three of those, and you're going to want to go see a professional medical specialist. Did I say that right? A professional medical specialist. You want to go talk to someone, even if it's just alcohol. If you're an alcoholic, if you use drugs, go see a professional medical specialist. I think I said that right. Medical professionals, whatever. You catch my drift. Certain things, like you can't just like, oh, I'm addicted to, for instance, if someone was addicted to alcohol, speed, and heroin, it's like, oh, I'm just going to quit one at a time. Then I'm going to, you need to go talk to someone immediately so that you can save your life, because that mixture alone can kill you. Alcoholism can kill you, not to mention if you throw everything else. So some things you can't work one at a time. You've got to, go talk to someone. So, but most addiction specialists will tell you this as well. It's like, okay, you've just quit drinking alcohol. Don't worry so much about the cigarettes. Lean on the cigarettes, lean on the tobacco until you get yourself to a point where you're comfortable without the alcohol and you can be sober. Then worry about the cigarettes. I know that may sound kind of contradictory because this is a health channel, but it can be much more detrimental, ladies and gentlemen, to try to take on so many responsibilities all at once. It puts a lot of stress on the body as well, and that's not good. Your body is already stressed from the fact that you've been abusing it. Hate to tell you, but quitting things cold turkey puts a lot of stress on the body, especially alcohol. Alcohol is one of the most dangerous things to withdraw from. It's one of the most dangerous things to just up and quit. So you need to seek professional attention. All I can do is help guide you towards that and hope that you actually listen. Because you are not invincible. Things happen to people. Don't let things happen to you that are bad when they can be avoided. That's what I'm getting at. It's time to wake up. It's time to realize that you have a lot to offer this world. It's time to realize that you are squandering your time, you're wasting time, and that wasting time pretty much breeds, it breeds nothing good, folks. So let me see if I can punch this up really quick. Okay, we'll save that for a different discussion. I was going to bring up some statistics, but it's going to have to wait. So I hope that made sense what I just mentioned a couple minutes ago about how if you had multiple addictions, sometimes you can't just go, okay, I'm going to quit this one first and then this one first and then that one first. Certain things are incredibly dangerous. So if you're using like heroin and alcohol, you can't just go, okay, I'm going to quit this one first and then the next one. You need to go see someone immediately. You need to stop this video right now and make a phone call and set up an appointment. I've given you the disclaimer. I'm not recommending any form of detox. The only thing I'm recommending here is that you find it in your heart to desire to quit and listen to that soft voice, because that's your soul speaking to you, trying to get past all of your blockages that your conscious mind has created from living in this insane world. Make a phone call. If you go to like Google right now, drug addiction help near me, enter. There's all sorts of stuff with maps and shit. Tells you even how to get there. Drug addiction hotline. 24-hour, 24/7 drug abuse hotlines. Addiction hotlines. There's free ones. There's resources available to you. Use them. Use the tools that are available to you. And thrive, goddammit, thrive. Live your life to the fullest. Don't live your life being weak and giving in to addictions that are going to suck the life out of you like some type of demonic mosquito that once you hit a certain age, you're going to wake up one day and maybe your liver fails, or you're going to wake up one day and your skin's going to be all fucked up and you're going to look at yourself and go, what the hell did I do with myself? And you're going to have to live with the fact that you've done irreversible damage to your physical vessel and your mind. I don't fear what can kill me, ladies and gentlemen. I fear that which can kill my soul. I fear that which can destroy or lead me astray from what I came here to do. Dying for a good cause is an honor, but dying for something evil is how you lose your soul. It's how you lose your mind. It's how you lose the game of life. Because when you go, ladies and gentlemen, when you leave this physical world, all you take with you is what you've become. The actions that you commit here in this dimension create non-physical imprints on your soul that get transcribed into your ancestral astral template. and it lives on and gets transferred over into your genetic lineage into the future. You see, we are connected to our ancestors from the back from the past, and we're also scribing through our actions and setting up our ancestry for the future, where we will incarnate. You came here to go through struggles. If you're going through struggles, you need to learn that you came here to learn something from those struggles. And 9 times out of 10, when you're an addict or when you've become addicted to something, you are being put into a situation where you've got to learn to use your mind and become stronger. That's the beautiful thing about addiction transmutation and letting go of all this bullshit, is that once you actually decide to do it, and you use the tools that I talk about, and you initiate the process of recovery, you are actively participating in the game of becoming strong. You are regaining your strength. You are creating more of a, you're enhancing your genetics. You're enhancing you're actually living your purpose, folks. You didn't come here to die early from drugs. You didn't come here early to die or you didn't come here to not learn from these addictions. You came here to transmute them and evolve out of them and learn a lot from them. You can learn a lot from getting sober. And it can make you tough as nails because it forces you to deal with reality with your heart, with your mind, with your soul, with your perceptions that are unclouded and unjaded and in a non-intoxicated, numbed, artificially altered state. When you decide to get sober and you go into those situations where you used to use drugs and alcohol to make things more comfortable, and you do it sober, and you get through it, you leave feeling uplifted because you start to remember, wow, I have power. I'm not anxious. I can handle life. I have all the tools available in my mind and my body to handle life and tackle it and destroy this fucking evil system. Excuse me, that had nothing to do with what I was talking about in relation to addiction. I'm so passionate about seeing the matrix dissolve that I think it's largely our job here to help it dissolve, but that had nothing to do with addiction. Excuse me. Anyways, folks, I'm going to wrap this one up. Just a brief message on addiction recovery. We handled various different subjects, but I'm exhausted and I need to go get a cup of coffee and some water because my mouth is really dry. But I love you. I hope you enjoyed this video. I wanted to remind you that if you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Please network my videos around so that they can potentially help other people. Please share my videos on your social networks. And if you're interested and you would like to donate to my channel, I just wanted to say that every single penny counts. Every single, whether it's $1, $5, $20 or more, everything really, really helps me. And if you want to help put some food on my table and keep the lights on around here and help me, just reach more people, you can, by donating. There's links in the description box. I have a GoFundMe, I have a PayPal.me, and I have a few other options. I also have a paid subscription service known as Patreon, where you can access hours and hours and hours of bonus video material that you will never find here on the public YouTube channel. Again, all those links are in the the description box below. And until next time, ladies and gentlemen, peace be with you all. All right, guys, what is going on? Welcome back to the channel. In this video, we are going to go deeper into the rabbit hole of sobriety and addiction and talk about how enough's enough. If you've been on the fence, if you've been struggling to get off of alcohol or some hard drug, now's the only time to take care of it. I know it's really comforting to think that you have things in control. I know it feels really good to think that, just another day, just another week, and then I'll get clean. Folks, that doesn't work. I know because I've been there. So if you're really serious about not only your health, but staying alive, getting sober is your first and foremost number one goal. Here's the thing, guys. People will contact me wanting to get healthy. They'll ask me, what should I eat, yada, yada, yada. And some of these people are people who are struggling with alcoholism, people who are addicted to hard drugs, folks. Stop putting off the number one assault on your health. Sure, eating healthy while you're addicted to alcohol might keep you in better shape. I'm sure it will. But I've always recommended to people who are struggling with alcohol that, you know, it's not even a recommendation, it's a fact. You're really never going to progress very much with your health, folks, if you're hooked on alcohol, if you're hooked on crack cocaine or cocaine, whatever it is. So one of the things that I always tell people is to do an inventory on their habits if they're interested in getting healthy. Look at your habits. Look at what you're doing cyclically. Look at what you're doing on a daily basis. Most of you guys, deep down in your heart, know the number one assault on your health already. And to really unchain yourself from to unchain yourself from the trap of bad health, you've got to get rid of those things that are causing the most harm. And if you're addicted to alcohol, folks, if you're addicted to a hard drug, that's obviously your number one, the number one thing causing you to be held back from getting healthy. So enough's enough, guys. I do my best to kind of, I don't want to say in a mamby-pamby fashion, talk to people about sobriety, but I've looked back at my old videos on sobriety and I feel like I was almost enabling people to some extent by telling them that, oh, if you relapse, it's okay, just dust yourself off. That's just typical rehashed sobriety coach nonsense. And I'm almost ashamed of myself for perpetuating some nonsense. But at the end of the day, I look back at where I was mentally when I said those things. And then, I forgive myself for saying those things because at the end of the day, I was just trying to make people feel a bit better about themselves if they fucked up. But I don't want to be under that umbrella anymore, especially as a sobriety coach, of which I consider myself to be. I don't have any credentials, folks, other than the fact that I was an alcoholic at one point and addicted to multiple things, and now I'm sober. If those aren't credentials enough, I don't know what will be. But long story short, folks, I don't have time anymore to kindly approach people about the vice in their life that is killing them. If a tiger was chasing someone in a park or after someone in a park and they were sitting there under an umbrella eating a sandwich oblivious to that tiger, I wouldn't say, hey buddy, there's a tiger coming after you. No, I'd yell at the top of my lungs to get the fuck up and run or do whatever you could. I don't know, climb a tree. It's just a metaphor. So folks, you guys hear my back crack just now? There's a way you can breathe through your nose and pull your shoulders up and crack the top bone right here on your spine. Excuse me. But guys, long story short, to stay on track and to not get off point, I don't have time anymore to teach people to like go in a circle instead of going in a straight line. The quickest way from point A to point B is in a straight line. And folks, alcoholism is killing you. Drug addiction is killing you. There's no more time for just staying asleep. Alcoholism especially is all addictions are bad for the most part, folks. But then again, you can be addicted to good things like health. So not all addictions are bad, but addiction to alcoholism is going to kill you. It's going to potentially wind you up in jail. You might end up getting into a vehicle and killing a family or killing yourself. Folks, there's far too many potential problems with alcoholism and drug addiction than there are good things. So what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? It's all a choice, folks. At the end of the day, it's all a choice. And that's something that the mainstream, I don't want to say the media, but modern medicine and healthcare and most modern sobriety teachers, they're perpetuating this false idea that addiction is genetic and that alcoholism is a disease or, addiction is a disease. Folks, how can it be a disease when it takes your participation to put the bottle to your mouth? It's a choice. What it actually is it's not a disease. It's a lack of critical thinking and an inability to control your patterns, an inability to control your actions. So folks, I know and here's the thing, excuse me, I didn't get much sleep last night and it's early morning. But how would I explain this? I know what it's like to lack the critical, I know what it's like to not harbor power over my actions, because there were times, multiple times in fact, where I'd go to the liquor store and every ounce of my mind would be telling me to don't buy that alcohol, don't do it, but I would not listen to it. The real disease, if you want to call it that, is a lack of control over the mind and your inability to actually control what you do with your physical body. Your mind will give you signals that you're doing the wrong thing, but we don't know how to listen to it. That's the real issue. That's the real cancer here, because most of you guys who are struggling with addiction, every time you go to get whatever you're addicted to, you feel like guilt. You feel that you shouldn't be doing this, that, and the other, but you end up doing it anyway. That's the actual issue. A lack of ability to control your actions, because your actions are like on autopilot. It's like it's unconscious. You don't have control over your conscious actions, which exposes an even larger issue with your health. If you don't have some degree of control over your actions, what does that say? Is that a possession of sorts? Because if you're not in control of your own mind and your own body, then who is or what is? These are all very valid questions that you need to ask yourself. And that's why I always suggest that anyone going through not only addiction, but anyone interested in getting genuinely healthy, you have to do an inventory of your life. Look at your habits. Go into your bedroom, lay down on the bed, do the full body relaxation exercise, links in the description box below. Relax your body sufficiently, and then try to look at your life as if you are someone else. Try to look at your life from outside of yourself. And meditation is a very good way to do this. And when I mean meditation, I'm not talking about just stilling your mind. I'm more so talking about doing deep introspection. Talk to yourself. Ask yourself why you're addicted. We can communicate with ourselves, folks. We can make a lot of distance in a short amount of time if we calm the fuck down, get away from all the stimulation, and actually go into our own minds to try to fix the errors contained therein. You guys hear my back again? So I don't have much more time, guys, to try to help people who just like there's I'm not going to name any names, but there's some people that I've been working with for over 4 years who are still drinking a ton of alcohol, using drugs. And here's the thing, guys, at some point I have to realize that I've done everything I can for these people. And that at this point, it's not up to me. It's not in my hands. I've provided certain people all the information and time that I could to try to help them. And folks, it gets to a point where when you keep throwing the life preserver over the boat to try to help people and they swim the opposite direction, do you keep doing it? I don't have time to do that because I have multiple people I'm working with and I have a life of my own where I'm dealing with my own shit. I'm trying to stay on point and walk the razor's edge, you name it. So to some extent, I have to let go of certain people. You know, at some point it's in their hands. It's all in their hands. What am I saying? It is undeniably all in people's hands. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Again, folks, there's so much truth in that. You can lead a horse to fucking water, but you can't make them drink. And I'm not disappointed in people who are still struggling with addiction because I've been there. But folks, again, I can't keep putting in energy into something that I've been doing for a very long time. And I give people a lot of, I don't want to maybe say leeway, but I try to be as patient with people as possible when it comes to addiction. And maybe that's a personal flaw in my end. And I should probably, you know, I look back in hindsight and I look at like, how would I say this, guys? Do you know how many times I've sat down with someone physically who's struggling with addiction and they're just out of control? They've lost control over their habits. And I've talked to them almost too kindly, too patiently. To some extent, you need to tell people that you're being stupid, you're better than this, what the fuck are you doing? Tough love is something that's going extinct here in this mamby-pamby ass world, folks. So the format of which I teach or try to educate people about how to get sober on this channel is going to change. It's going to change because my videos in the past I know have reached people. Thousands of people have left comments on my addiction videos. And hundreds of people, I shit you not, have left comments saying that these videos helped me get through the DTs. These videos inspired me to get healthy, to get off of alcohol. And that means the world to me, folks. But I can't help but think every night when I go to bed that maybe I can reach more if I just stop telling people what they want to hear. Oftentimes, when you tell people what they want to hear, all it does is enable them. Like, oh, you're going to be okay. You relapsed. It's all right. Just pick yourself up. It's not the relapse that matters. What matters is that how you get up and move forward after that. No, the relapsing is the problem. The continuity of shoving alcohol down your mouth is the problem. There's no more room to be patient with people when they're killing themselves and they're falling down a toxic hole that might end up not only harming them, but other people. Excuse me. There's no more room for that, guys. There's no more time for it. Long story short. So here's what it all comes down to, folks, at the end of the day. When you receive the information, or when you know, let's just put it that way, that you need to get sober, you have literally two choices. There's only two. You can keep going down the slippery slope that you've been going on, which has brought you nothing good, and you know that already. Or you can take a fork in the road, or you can go one direction, again, the slippery slope, or you can go the opposite direction and do what you know you need to do. If you're an alcoholic and you drink a lot of alcohol, you need to seek professional medical attention, excuse me. Because alcohol is legal, folks, but it's also one of the most dangerous drugs, and it is a drug. It's one of the most dangerous drugs to get off of abruptly if you drink a large amount of it. If you drink 3 beers a night, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who drink a fifth or more of like vodka or hard liquor every night. When you just abruptly stop, folks, you can go through serious withdrawals where you have tactile hallucinations, visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. You can really damage certain layers of your mind if you go through serious withdrawals, because it can cause what's known as depersonalization or derealization, where you kind of lose your own personal identity and you get lost in the midst of the identity that you're in when you're in the withdrawal. It's really fucking insane. It blows my mind that, it really blows my mind, guys, that alcohol is even legal. Now, I'm not saying that I think alcohol should be made illegal, because I like to think that we can be an intelligent species and be around toxic things and not use them. Just like Andreas Moritz said years ago, if you quit smoking cigarettes, you should keep cigarettes in your car and in your house. Because if you have to be away from something to not do it, it means that you're not actually sober, guys. I know that may sound crazy, but if you're sober only because you're hiding from something, you have not truly reached a foundation yet. And a foundation is essential. It's what we stand on, right? Again, if you, for instance, have to hide from things to not use them, it means that you're not sober, because the only reason, or the main reason, that you're not using them is because you're keeping distance from them. And I get it to some extent, folks, but when you've really gotten sober, you will know it. It's no like ifs, ands, or buts, I need to hide from the cigarettes, I need to do this, I need to do that. No. When you've finally reached a solid foundation with your sobriety, you're done and you know it. And a burden is lifted from you. The path opens for you and things become easy at that point. Sobriety is actually easy. That's one of the things that most people will never teach you in this mamby-pamby ass world. Because everybody's enabling everybody, especially in, I don't want to name any names, but certain groups, certain sobriety groups, I've been to them, I think they're a joke. They all refer to themselves as alcoholics. When they meet together, it's like, wait, but we're trying to get sober, but we're referring to ourselves as alcoholics. That's like having a disease that you cured somehow. And then going to a room full of people that want to, let me explain this, guys, because this is crucial. Excuse me, I'm a little rusty right now. That would be like having a disease that you cured And once a week, you met with another group of people who cured the same disease. And when you all talked amongst one another, you all referred to yourselves as still having the disease which is gone. No, that's a spell. That's a play on words, and words are very powerful. And I remember I went to one of these groups and I said, my name is Brandon and I am not an alcoholic. And everybody kind of looked at me weird. Well, then why are you here? Well, because I'm a healed alcoholic. I'm no longer an alcoholic anymore. It's not a disease. It's a choice, folks. Is willingly walking into a bear trap a disease? Is driving your vehicle at 70 miles an hour on purpose into a wall a disease? Isn't everything a choice? Of course. The problem is that we are never taught how to have control over our minds and our habits here in hell, where we were forced to go to school and learn a bunch of stuff that can be applicable in today's world, but it has nothing to do with actually controlling your body and your mind. This channel is all about regaining or reacquiring lost power. What is power, folks? Power is being able to control your mind. Power is being able to stand in between the automatic functions of what your body wants, because your body and your mind have been trained to just act without thinking. There has to be a middle ground, folks. You have to be an intermediary. Reaction and stimulus. There has to be, or stimulus and reaction. Most people, it's stimulus, boom, reaction. Stimulus, boom, reaction. Stimulus, boom, reaction. There has to be stimulus, contemplation, and then proper reaction. You've got to turn things around. You've got to learn to question all of the stuff you've been clinging to. You've got to do an inventory. So again, I plan on producing a lot more content on sobriety, but things are going to be a little bit different under this roof. And if you don't like it, folks, unfortunately, I'm okay with that. I don't have time to try to help people who don't want to help themselves and want to go on this like emotional carousel of being a victim. You are not a victim if you're an addict. You got yourself into a situation where you started doing some bad things, and you probably didn't have bad intentions when you started doing it, but now it's controlling your life. And you have two options. You can either keep going down the slippery slope that you're going down that leads to absolute uncertainty. You might die tomorrow. You might die in a week. You might kill someone. Who knows? You might wind up in jail the rest of your life. Not a very good thing to be doing. Am I wrong? Why would you want to stay on that? And why would you want to be patient on your healing away from that path? Or you can alternatively walk the high road, seek help, get sober, and never look back. Peace be with you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Years ago, I made a video here at this cemetery about alcoholism, and I believe it's reached close to about 70,000 people. So many people have commented on that video, and it's helped. This video that I made years ago has helped so many people, and I thought it was fitting that now that I'm back in California for a while to celebrate Christmas and the holidays with family, I felt like coming up to this cemetery where I made this video and making part 2 of that video about alcoholism and addiction recovery. So I'm going to walk with you up those stairs that so many of you probably have seen before in that video, and we're going to talk. And I want you to really listen, and I want you to imagine, before we start this video, I want to make this clear. I want you to imagine that although this video is going to reach hundreds of people, maybe even thousands like the first one, I want you to imagine in your heart, and I want you to accept this in your heart, that this video was made for you and you alone. And I want you to imagine that I'm actually talking with you and not the world at large in this video. Now, obviously, I want this message to reach tons of people, but this message is for all of you individually. Whatever you're going through right now, whatever kind of addiction that you're suffering with, I want you to realize that this message is for you, and I want you to realize that you have options. You do not have to stay in this suboptimal addiction or whatever it is that you're going through, regardless of the severity of whether it's alcoholism, methamphetamine, even tobacco use. You can get out of what you're going through, and you can do so with flying colors. So before we get into this, I'm going to put a disclaimer on this. And you should always seek medical advice, especially if you're, recovering from alcohol or trying to get off of alcohol or any hard drug. You need to seek medical professional attention because they have so many options. They have so many incredible resources that save so many lives. For those of you who watch my channel, you're probably well aware that I have a lot of issues with the overall model of mainstream medicine, but within the realm of addiction recovery and emergency emergency medicine, they have their shit together, ladies and gentlemen, and there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people whose lives have been saved, or have not only been saved because of emergency medicine and addiction recovery medicine, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands upon thousands of people who have died, unfortunately, because they chose to not seek medical professional attention when they withdrew from whatever it is that they were trying to get off of. So I don't want to see that happen to you. I love you, I love you, I love you. This message is for you, and I really do hope that it reaches your heart and inspires you to take the action that you know deep down that you need to take so that you can have the life that you want. You can do it. If I can do it, anyone can do it, let me tell you. And within your heart, within your capabilities, within who you are on the deepest levels, you can conquer anything. Let your addiction and the recovery out of it be a total testament to the fact that you can accomplish anything. You have no limits. Only what you tell yourself you can't do. Those are the limits that we put upon ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. And until next time, let's just get into this video, and I love you all. Welcome back to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who watch my videos on alcoholism, this place might look a little familiar. Years ago, I made a video that has reached a lot of people, and I filmed it here, and I talked about how I don't want to see you wind up dead from your addiction, from alcoholism, or whatever it is. Now, I was an alcoholic at one point. I was drinking at least a fifth of vodka a day, sometimes much more than that. And somehow I made it out of that alive. I went through horrible withdrawal symptoms, had alcohol hallucinosis, tactile hallucinations. I was seeing and hearing things, feeling things that weren't there. I felt like my soul was being ripped out of my body and I was dying and going straight into the pits of hell. So for those of you guys who have suffered with alcohol and addiction from alcohol, I'm here to tell you that the withdrawals are wicked beyond wicked. And I don't want to see that happen to you. I want to see you get off the bottle. I want to see you flourish. This channel, to a large extent, ladies and gentlemen, is about addiction recovery. And people, there's more addiction now in this world than there ever has been. So many people now, even at younger ages, are addicted to alcohol or tobacco or pot or methamphetamine, whatever it is. So when you get addicted to any of these substances, you feel trapped and you feel like there isn't a way out. And I'm here to tell you that there are ways out and that you can navigate out of those uncertain, scary waters, and you can actually rekindle your health, ladies and gentlemen. You can achieve great health. But you've got to act now. There's no more time. There's no more sympathizing with I'll do it tomorrow, because as I've said in many of my videos, I'll do it tomorrow leads to, this toxic cycle where days become weeks, weeks become months, months become years, and before you know it, you're 50, pushing 60, and you're still drinking massive amounts of alcohol or whatever it is. And the thing with alcohol especially, folks, is that when you start drinking lots of it for prolonged periods, you can't just up and stop. It can be exceptionally dangerous, especially with alcohol, to just up and stop. So you've got to seek medical supervision. You've got to play your cards right, and you've got to do what you've got to do, because I do not want to see you wind up dead. And I'm making this video in this cemetery, and I've made one of them here before on alcoholism, because if you don't change your ways, you might end up beneath the ground, ladies and gentlemen. And that's not to scare you, that's to give you a serious dose of reality, especially with alcohol, especially with these hardcore pharmaceutical drugs that more and more people just at younger ages have access to. I am amazed at how many drugs are on the street, how many young adults have access to things like the synthetic heroin and all the garbage. So alcohol especially, I have a lot of experience with, because I was an alcoholic at one point, ladies and gentlemen. And a lot of people have reached out to me saying that, wow, your videos on alcoholism are powerful. And that means the world to me. The fact that these videos can help inspire people to get off of the bottle or to get off of the pipe and realize that there's so much more. There are so many greater states of consciousness that you can experience when you're sober. There are things that you can consume, supplements and nootropics, ladies and gentlemen, that you can take that will light your spirit up and make you feel so good. Your verbal processing, your anxiety can be reduced with safe, effective things, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to resort to alcohol or methamphetamine or all this other crap to feel like you can cope with this crazy world. There are safe and effective proven methods, supplements, dietary alterations, exercise programs, etc. that you can adopt to uplift your mind and to get that peace of mind that you're probably using the substance for. More often than not, we get hooked to dangerous drugs because we are anxious or we're having difficulty coping with reality. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, there are safe and effective alternatives to the drugs that make you feel twice as good, that increase your health, that make you feel better, that are good for your brain and your body. But on top of that, you will never actually be coping with reality by using drugs, by drinking. If you have to deal with reality by getting yourself high on dangerous, life-threatening substances, that is not coping with reality. That is an illusion, ladies and gentlemen, that will lead to nothing good. And although you might have temporary relief, it's not going to actually give you that long-term sustained relief and mental health that you're looking for. You know, you might be able to take a drug and go out into the world and feel comfortable around people, or you might be able to take a few swigs of liquid courage and think that you can go talk to people and sound normal. More often than not, you're just fooling yourself, and the people that you're communicating with can see that you're high or drunk, whatever it is. So, we have around us, right here, a cemetery. Even lower down here, I'm at this cemetery, and I'm well aware that not everyone in this room, maybe there's not even one person in this room that passed away, unfortunately, from substance abuse. But for this demonstration, let's just say that these people passed away from using substances, or from drinking or taking too many drugs. Now we have in the middle, ladies and gentlemen, we have this outer ring of unfortunate death from using things that are dangerous, from taking things, or not having control of addiction. But in the middle, we have this symbolic metaphor, this pool for health. Fountains, although this one's rather dirty, fountains represent health, ladies and gentlemen, because it's a continual flow, unhindered flow to a large extent, is a symbol of when things work properly, when things are flowing well. So, let's just imagine that this ring, you guys, around this grass represents the dangerous path of addiction. And when you're addicted and you're on this path and you're still alive, you are probably at some point going to get way too close to this wall. And you might end up becoming part of the wall. Now, if you realize that you're on this path and you recognize that you want to get off, I'm here to tell you that you can stop, get a 360 view of what the grass is like on the other side of the fence. You can start to walk into the green ring of sobriety and natural health. You can start taking magnesium to feel better. You can start doing a handful of things. There are so many nootropic compounds that you can work with that make you feel so much better than being stuck on alcohol. And I'm not saying that those are just an instant fix or that we should take those forever, but sometimes people need some help. I can't tell you how much magnesium actually helped me when I was getting off of alcohol, and some of the other things that I've done in the past to get off of alcohol that we talk about in other videos. I don't want to be repetitive. So you can get yourself off of this dangerous path and you can start embracing sobriety. And sure, that first initial path is really step is really difficult, but once you get onto the green, lush grass, you will be able, ladies and gentlemen, to look over and reflect at what could have happened to you. Let's just say that these stones are, you know, you're finally, once you're sober and walking a path of sobriety, you finally get your mind back and you can start looking at, wow, this could have happened to me. Let's just imagine that that's what these stones represent. These gravestones represent what could have happened to you. See, when you're on that path, you're not thinking properly and you don't even realize how close to death you are. But when you get sober, you start to reflect. And the process of reflection that only comes from a sober mind, that process of reflection allows you to look at all the foolish things you've done and how you were walking in a landmine, and that any of your steps that you took while you were sober could have made you wind up in this place. So, as you get sober, as you embrace real health, you start to get closer to this. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is when you've finally let go of that path and all of the bullshit. And let's just imagine that these little marks right here, each one of these is, you know, a little ring of just all the bad shit that happens when you're on this path. So as you walk down this path, you're not even aware, as you're addicted, that, you know, all of the continuation of your ways, you just keep going over these little etch marks. And these etch marks represent you getting tied in deeper and deeper and deeper to your addiction and you being lost. So let's just say when you start off on this path, you can kind of see the green. Let's just imagine here that you're sober, but you end up getting addicted to something. And when you end up getting addicted, right at the beginning, more often than not, you can still see the rationality or why you should be sober. But as you continue to walk on this path, your judgment gets clouded, folks, and eventually you don't even see the green anymore, and you're completely locked in to your new way of living, which is not living, ladies and gentlemen. It is just, it's not. And each of these lines represent getting further caught in the addiction and not having rationality. But I'm here to say that through your actions, you can stop the path that you're on. You can see why you need to quit. You can stop and you can reflect, and you can, although it's difficult, walk directly the fuck off of this dangerous ring of death, and you can take that first step into your new life. And I hate to and I'm here to tell you, excuse me, people say, well, how do I get sober? How do I, how do I make it a year? Blah, blah, blah. I feel so worthless when I only am one day into sobriety. How can I endure a year? I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and I've always said this, that the first step is half the journey. So when you make it through that first week, when you make it through that first month, you've made it half the way. It's not about, sobriety, ladies and gentlemen, is not about how long you do it. It's about taking that first step. It's about making deep-seated foundations. Sobriety is a lot like a seed. You've got to get the roots in there first. Once you have the roots in, and roots are symbolic, ladies and gentlemen, of a foundation. The roots in this case, the seed of sobriety, you lay in the ground and you water and you get it to germinate, and the roots, when they finally take hold, that means that you need to stay sober. When you can achieve that, you've won. When you know you're not going to go back to your old ways, and it's very achievable. I hope that makes sense. Sobriety isn't about, okay, I'm going to quit, but I'm only going to be successful when I make it a year. That's great, and that's a hell of an accomplishment. But really, ladies and gentlemen, it's more about getting that seed rooted. Once you get the seed rooted, that's 90% of the battle. Getting your roots established is the hardest part. And when your roots are established, folks, what that means is that you've finally done the hardest part. You see, again, sobriety isn't about, can I make it a year, blah, blah, blah. No, the real test is, can you get your roots completely rooted? Can you get them to grow into the grass? Because the roots won't establish on this concrete. You cannot embrace sobriety, ladies and gentlemen, on the path of death. You cannot get your roots, your healthy roots established. The roots have to be established on fertile green earth. Or on, technically, you'd have to do it in the dirt, which is brown, but I think you catch my drift. So a lot of people, what ends up happening is this, folks. All right, I'll give it up for a week. But, you know, I'll go back. I'll stay on here for another month or two. I'll be all right. You know how many people have done that? They got sober for a little while and then got back on the path of death and ended up killing themselves on accident. The real test of sobriety is, can you get the seed to grow roots? And if you can get the roots to grow, can you continue to water it? Which that's symbolic of staying on the path of sobriety and never looking back at the ring of death that you were on. You can reflect on it, which is symbolic of these stones. And maybe we can say that all of these etch marks are little things that you can reflect on. I don't know. I don't want to keep this too complicated with symbolism, but once you get the roots established, ladies and gentlemen, and you know you're not going to go back, that's when the fountain starts spinning. That's when the pump starts turning on. And you can have this and the green, or you can have this uncertain ring. And once, ladies and gentlemen, you actually establish flow and you start regenerating yourself and bringing balance back to your liver, once you get the garbage, the meth, whatever it is out of your system, once you've stayed here long enough and bathed in the holy healing water of sobriety and healthy living, then and only then can you walk the fuck out. You can walk out and you can take steps into the healing rays of the sun, which is a metaphor for having a new life. And then once you get, ladies and gentlemen, your life reestablished, then you can look up at where you've been and how close you came to the end. You ever heard that Tool song, Reflection? I have come curiously close to the end, down beneath my self-indulgent, pitiful hole. Defeated I concede and move closer. I may find comfort here. I may find peace within the emptiness. How pitiful. Very, very powerful piece of musicianship. So, once you've left the building, you can then walk back up the stairs and have a 360 view of where you've been, what you've accomplished, and then maybe you might want to start trying to help other people heal. And you know, the whole thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that when you're on the ring of uncertainty and addiction and death, if you could just stop moving down this insane path, you could realize that above you, there's all that. Blue skies, greenery. That's symbolic, ladies and gentlemen. This entire opening right here is symbolic of the fact that if you just stop, instead of just going forth and living your addictive lifestyle that's going to it might end up killing you. If you could stop and get your rationality and your common sense back and you looked up, you could realize that, holy shit, I'm on the wrong path and that I need to get the hell out of here. There are options, ladies and gentlemen. This giant hole represents options. And once you realize that you have options and that you don't have to be an addict, you can take that first step into the green realm of healing as you embrace and learn to walk towards the healing fountain of life. So I'm here to tell you that you can change your ways, but it's going to take you and you alone. You're going to have to come to some serious decisions, and they're going to be hard to make because, like I said, walking off this ring into the realm of healing is very difficult. It requires sacrifices, and addiction is a huge sacrifice to let go of because there's a good chance you like the way that your addiction feels. You think that you're on top of the world while you're addicted. You think that you can accomplish much more when you're addicted, but you're not. The only thing you're going to accomplish is a destruction of your well-being and your peace of mind. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have a good time. I'm not saying that there aren't things that you can consume occasionally that are sacraments that, I'm not even going to get into that. All I'm going to say, you have options, folks. There is no magic pill. Addiction is going to test everything that you've got. Letting go of your addiction is, because many people will sacrifice their health for some temporary peace of mind, but you will never be able to know what it's like to leave this building, metaphorically speaking, until you get off of this ring, get into the grass, get your health back with the fountain, so that you can get your common sense and your rationality back and see that you've been trapped. You've trapped yourself, and that you're the only way out. There is no magic pill like kudzu root. I mean, there are certain things that you can take, ladies and gentlemen, to lessen your desire to consume certain things like alcohol. Kudzu root is a good one. Magnesium is a good one. But it's not going to just make the decision for you. You're not going to be able to metaphorically enter into some vehicle that's going to drive you out of your addictions. And that's why many people stay stuck, because they're intimidated by life without the substance, because you might not feel good without it. But I'm here to tell you that if you can sacrifice your peace of mind long enough for you to establish your roots again, you are going to get so much better. You're going to feel so much better. And you're going to feel so proud of yourself when you finally get the fuck away of the substance that you're addicted to. And if you're watching this video, it's for a reason. Something led you here, whether it be an angel on your shoulder or just your gut. I don't know. But life has aligned things for you to be here in this moment with me. And I'm here to tell you that you are much more powerful than you currently probably know. Maybe you do know, I'm not sure. But if you're an addict, there's a good chance that you just need to be guided in the right direction and told the right things. Now, there's a lot of resources available out there for addiction recovery, but many of them like to cater to people's sensibilities, and they don't tell them what they need to hear. You need to hear the fact that there is no substance that's going to magically save you from your own imminent danger. You've got to get off of the substance. Now, I'm here to tell you that this video is a warning system. This is an alarm, ladies and gentlemen. This is not some drill. This video. Life has aligned the cards for you. The stars have aligned for you and brought you here with me, and I'm present with you. I want you to stop and imagine that I'm speaking directly to you. That this video is made just for you. And that I'm here to tell you that if I can do it, you can do it. And if I can get through the uncertainty and the discomfort of not having my substance when I go through the withdrawals, then you can too. But I'm also here to tell you that depending on the severity of what your addiction and how much you're consuming of whatever substance it is, you need to seek medical attention, especially with alcohol, so that maybe you can get access to some good quality pharmaceutical drugs, especially if you're addicted to alcohol, so that you can be supervised, so that you don't go through what I went through, which was just the absolute delirium tremens withdrawals from hell. I don't want to see that happen to you, ladies and gentlemen. Alcohol is one of the most dangerous things to withdraw from. And there's plenty of, I may talk about how mainstream medicine has flaws, because it does. But when it comes to addiction recovery, they have their shit in line. There are thousands upon thousands of people who unfortunately died while they were withdrawing from whatever substance it was, whether it be alcohol, you name it. They could have been saved if they went into a hospital. There's all sorts of drugs that can lower your heart rate when you start going through the DTs. There's drugs that can help you sleep when you're going through the DTs, or serious alcohol with hallucinosis. And let me tell you, it's beyond scary. It's fucking terrifying beyond measure to see things that aren't there, to have things whispered in your ears from things that aren't there. If you guys have watched this video, or if you guys are watched this video, you've probably seen many of my other videos on addiction. I told you what happened to me when I was getting off of alcohol. I'm not going to repeat myself. I had an entire hierarchy of demonic spirits that took on the role of these demonic circus children that were following me throughout the room while I was sweating so much that I was making the sheets wet. My heart was pounding so hard that my girlfriend at the time could hear it across the room. I was being told by these entities that they were giggling, and there was circus music playing, and they were saying that, you know, I had so much potential in life, but I let it go for alcohol, and that they couldn't wait to see me dead and in hell. And when I tried to see these entities, because they were always outside of my ability to see them with direct vision, they were always in my peripheral vision. Every time I moved quick to try to see them, they would across the room, and there was about 6 of them in front of me, on my sides, and behind me, communicating back and forth to each other from across the room about how they couldn't wait for me to go to hell and be torn apart. That was just one of many things that I experienced while I went through the withdrawals. But once I got through that hell, and I prayed for hours on end, my entire withdrawal was a prolonged prayer. I begged and pleaded with God to let me live, and I swore at the altar of God that if he let me live, if he somehow saved my soul, because I was certain I was dying, that if somehow God would let me live, that I would devote a large portion of my life to trying to help others get sober too, because it is terrifying. And you will go through some hell to get to heaven, ladies and gentlemen. You will go through some hell to get to that goddamn fountain right there. But once you get to that fountain, ladies and gentlemen, and once you're able to finally get your fucking body in there and wash your soul, once you can baptize yourself in the healing water of sobriety and healthy living, you will have washed away all of the insanity that you went through and the mental illness that you go through while you're getting healthy and sober, and you'll finally be able to be washed anew in the healing waters of fucking sobriety and health, and you'll be able to firmly get off of the green, walk back onto the path that you were on at one point without succumbing to it, and you'll be able to walk out of the building and finally take these next steps into the light, ladies and gentlemen, into the healing light. I speak in metaphors. Once you get out, look at your options. You have nothing but options, ladies and gentlemen. And outside of that prison that you were in, there's beautiful trees growing. There's multiple different paths that you can take to get out of where you were. Hell, you could go that way. You can walk up the hill. You can go down the road. You now have options. And you can also come over here once you're sober and realize that, wow, I could have wound up there. Let's just imagine that that tomb represents where you could have gone, 6 feet under, if you didn't get out of there. And once you realize what could have happened to you when you're actually sober and you have your common sense back, you'll now have your life back, ladies and gentlemen. You will now have your life back. So I'm here to walk with you because this message was made specifically for you. I want you to realize that. If you're listening to this message is for you. I want you to realize that this place that you're living in, this circle, it's like a fucking wheel that just keeps spinning. You're on a rat wheel. You're not even aware that you can leave. I want to see you leave. I want to help you leave. I want you to realize that above you is options. There are options. And below you is the solid earth for you to materialize those options once you've decided in your heart to turn them into a reality, and that you can walk into that fucking healing water and be baptized by your actions, by you walking out of the darkness and into the light. So right here, ladies and gentlemen, this message is a warning sign that if you're on this right now, the ring of death, the rat wheel of death, I want you to look up with me at that blue sky and the sun and the green and realize that you can quit. Then I want you to really think about what you're doing and ask yourself, what's more important? A temporary illusion to buy some comfort and have some fun with dangerous substances to deal with life or whatever it is? What's more important, that or getting your shit together and doing what's necessary? It's not going to be easy, but nothing good in life comes easy, ladies and gentlemen. Getting onto this green is going to test you, but in the process, you're going to develop your inner shield. You're going to develop your inner lamp of health. You're going to build yourself up, and you're going to experience levels of strength and health and peace of mind that you never knew while you were on this path. And I'm here to tell you that if you stop now, you can walk into the green. You can baptize yourself through your actions. What do I mean by that? Through your continuation of if you stay in the grass long enough, ladies and gentlemen, for the roots to take hold, that seed thing that we were talking about earlier, you will eventually get into the healing power of sobriety. And then finally, once you're there, you can go, okay, I'm going to put my holy garment on, take my healing shield, and walk the fuck out and take those beautiful steps into peace. I love you, I love you, I love you. And until next time, peace be with you all. This shot glass, somehow, some way, has managed to live and not get broken in the last however many years. And this shot glass I used heavily when I was an alcoholic. I drank so much alcohol out of this little glass. And although it's not the glass, this little shot glass, it's not like it has any particular power over me. It can't influence my mind to make me drink. That's me. But this glass, I found it the other day when I got back to California, and it really made me reflect on all of the stupid shit that I did when I drank alcohol. I didn't just drink alcohol casually. When I was an alcoholic many years ago, I couldn't stop drinking once I started. I loved the way that alcohol burned going down my throat. I loved the sensation of, excuse me, I can't speak today. I loved the sensation of chasing it down with ice cold carbonated water infused with lime. I loved just every little thing about alcoholism. And now that I've been away from it so long, I can see so clearly how in times of great turmoil, our minds can be tricked to work against us. Because when I was an alcoholic, I thought I fucking loved it. Human beings, for as resilient and amazing as we are, we can really learn to love things that destroy us rapidly. And for many of us, it can, make us wind up 6 feet under. So looking at this glass, I thought to myself, well, why do I even have it? Maybe I should just throw it away. But no, this almost serves not as a trophy, not as a trophy, but it serves as an icon of sorts, a reflective icon of all the damage that I did to myself and how just a simple little, vessel like this can be used to poison yourself. Now, obviously, you could put alcohol in any substance or in any vessel and kill yourself with it. You could even drink it right out of the bottle, but there was something about this shot glass that always stayed with me while I was an alcoholic. And now that I've been away from alcohol so long, this glass, it almost has a rewarding feeling to it. As crazy as that may sound. To hold it now when I'm sober and put a cayenne pepper shot or a shot of hawthorn berry tea into this, or to drink a shot of well-brewed Shazandra or a nice shot of espresso with a little magnesium infused into it. This glass I will forever now use as a tonic container, a potion holder. You could use a glass like this to destroy yourself, or you could use a glass like this to uplift yourself. The choice is yours and yours alone, and it all comes from your decisions. But our decisions here in the Matrix are often skewed because we were brought into a crazy world filled full of stress. And stress can really motivate us to do the wrong thing. Things, plural. So sobriety, to a large extent, is about reformulating your life. But in order to reformulate your life, you really need to do some soul searching and find out what's most important to you. Because I can pretty much guarantee you that alcoholism, smoking, drugs, and all this other crap, prescription drugs, I'm pretty sure that addiction to those things is not at the top of your priorities list. I'm pretty sure it's not what's most important to you. And I'm pretty sure that as you suffer with addiction, you actually want something much more and something much better for yourself. The gifts that come from sobriety. Everything will take on a different form when you finally bite the bullet and do what you need to do and get sober. Every breath that you take, when you've come close to death and you've conquered it and you've let go of addiction, every breath you take is filled full of power and purpose. Now, for me personally, I do my best not to take anything for granted. And now that I'm away from addiction, I really can, can experience that full-fledged. So this Christmas tree represents many things, but in this video, it represents the gifts that come from proper living. When you live properly, when you don't willingly kill yourself, whether it's intentional or not intentional with your addictions, because many people don't want to be doing this, guys. But when you get your shit together and you start watering that beautiful tree of sobriety and it starts turning green when it was prior just completely brown and dead, when those lights turn on, you start to realize what's most important in your life, and then and only then can you move forward, because until you have a strong moral code, until you have your own personal code of ethics, it's based on your own unique morals, it's very difficult to be sober because you don't have a plan. You don't know what's most important anymore. Most people have never gone and done a mental inventory of themselves. They don't even know what their beliefs are. Most people do not actually know what they even believe. They have never located their core beliefs, and that's one of the reasons why I talk so much about locating your core beliefs. When you don't know what your beliefs are, when you don't have a strong code of conduct, your own personal conduct code to live by, stress comes in and you end up, it's very difficult, ladies and gentlemen, to live a life of purpose without a code that brings you closer to that. I hope that makes sense. So if you really want to get sober, you've got to do some soul searching. You've got to get rid of the depression and all the crap that you're holding on to that is keeping you bound to an addictive pattern that temporarily makes you feel better, but in the long run kills you. And sometimes it's not even in the long run. Sometimes it's immediate. So this glass, I'm going to place in a very special place, and I'm going to drink maybe a cayenne pepper shot every day while I'm here in California in remembrance of the gifts that come from sobriety. How far I've come. This item I used to use this to kill me. I will now use it to bring me even closer to what the Stoics call eudaimonia, living with purpose, living with arete. Arete, ladies and gentlemen, is living with purpose. Eudaimonia is the attainment of the higher self, the merging with the inner daimon. Not diamond like a rock, not daemon or diamond like a demon, daimon or daemon, D-A-I-M-O-N. Read the little book of Stoicism. I don't know if you guys can hear what's going on out here, but there's people yelling and it sounds like someone's being harmed. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. So this is an outer manifestation of what I used to do with myself. I used to take myself out of living with arete. But we know arete is what we do in life. It's called living with purpose so that we can attain eudaimonia. Some of these words may be big and I don't want to drag you on and bore you, but this can be used to live with arete, to do things with purpose, to increase health, or it can be used to lose your arete and fall away from your eudaimonia. Eudaimonia is an eventual state of supreme health. It's called merging with the higher self. We get closer to that by living with arete, or living with purpose, action that aligns us with our higher self. This class will now be used to do just that. I love you all. I hope you enjoyed the video, and may peace be with you. I wanted to personally thank you for watching my videos and contributing to the growth of my channel. I could not do this without you, and your interest in my content is truly what motivates me and fuels my passion for making these videos and spreading my message. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I wanted to remind you that this channel is a free educational tool that is listener supported, and if you would like to donate to my channel and donate to my cause, help make my life a little bit easier and help keep the lights on around here, you can do so by checking out the links in the description box below. There's a handful of not only ways to donate to my channel, but I also have links to different websites and different videos of mine, as well as my Amazon store, where you can check out a plethora of different health-related products that I use and recommend. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your continued interest in my message, and until next time, peace be with you all. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a new video. I want to talk in this video about addiction. Addiction is something that is very close to my heart because I suffered with it for so long. I know what it's like to go not only through addictions, but through recovery. And sometimes the recovery process is just as worse, if not worse, than the actual addiction itself. So for me personally, when I drank alcohol, and I was an alcoholic for those who don't know, I was drinking upwards of 2/5 a day, sometimes more, sometimes in a very short period of time, and I used alcohol as a social lubricant because I had horrible social anxiety. And I used alcohol for so long in social situations that I got so accustomed to talking to people drunk that when I wasn't drunk, I felt even more anxious. I just felt horribly anxious. It was a really nasty cycle to be in. Getting yourself to a point where you have to poison yourself just to feel comfortable socializing with people, that is not a good place to be in. And it really drives the addiction too, ladies and gentlemen, because when you need a substance to feel confident when you communicate with people, what happens is that when you don't have that substance in your system, you feel just 10,000 times more anxious than you would if you were drunk. So you train yourself to get used to doing things in an intoxicated state. When you do that, it makes doing things sober that much more difficult because you're so used to, your body and your mind, your emotions, you name it, has become accustomed to doing things and operating, doing just basic functions, communication, you name it, drunk. I hope that makes sense. So I've gone through the pits of hell and back. I abused alcohol, drugs. I was smoking a lot of cigarettes at the time when I was an alcoholic. I was popping pills, smoking loads of cannabis. I wasn't just damaging myself with alcohol. It was kind of it was a melting pot of multiple different things. And out of the blue one night, after years of being an alcoholic and after a handful of strange experiences that led me to believe that it was time for me to quit drinking, I foolishly, in the midst of my alcoholism, decided to quit cold turkey. And when that happened, a handful of horrible things took place. It started with rapid heartbeat. It then commenced into massive states of delirium, hallucinations, tactile hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, seeing things move through walls, seeing spirits, being told I was being drugged into the pits of hell. I had it was not only a withdrawal, ladies and gentlemen, a withdrawal, it was a paranormal experience. And this experience rocked me out of my alignment for years after it happened. It took me a long time to recover from chronic alcohol use. And I'm not trying to scare people by saying this. I don't want you to think that recovery is going to be some horrible process, because if you believe that, there's a good chance that you might continue to drink. For instance, oftentimes people will neglect quitting smoking cigarettes because of the withdrawals, because they can't have a bowel movement without nicotine, because they get brain fog, because they get irritable. So substances are really dangerous when they're addicting, because they oftentimes create horrible withdrawals after your body and mind has gotten used to using them for a prolonged period. And when your body and your mind gets used to using something often, you become dependent on it. And when you stop consuming that particular substance, your body and your mind goes, what the fuck is going on? Where's that substance? And you experience horrible withdrawals. Not always horrible. I mean, clearly, obviously, withdrawal from nicotine is going to be a lot better than a withdrawal from chronic alcohol use. Nicotine, fortunately, for those of you who smoke and want to quit, is one of the most forgiving substances to quit, to stop using abruptly. You might have some agitation, you might not have a decent bowel movement for 3 weeks, and you might just have some brain fog. I know I did, but it's nothing like, some of these harder drugs like benzodiazepines, Xanax, and it's nothing like alcohol. So I hope that my messages can come into your life at the right time and jar a response in you. I hope that these messages can indeed agitate a response in you, and I hope that it can make you question your path if you're currently an addict. I've had friends that have died from drug abuse and alcohol abuse, family members, and I've seen not only what it does to families, but I've seen what it does to myself personally. I've been there. Alcohol was never that appealing to me in high school. I mean, sure, I would drink some 40s with my friends, have some, beer. I got drunk on a handful of occasions, did stupid shit. I remember the first time I got really drunk, I was at a friend's house and just started beating the shit out of a garbage can to the point where my hand was I still have scars on my hand from punching that garbage can. I don't know if you guys can see these. There's a little scar right there, and there's one right here. And it was horrible for a long time. I mean, I graduated high school in 2007, and this was in my freshman year when this happened. But, that should have been my first sign that, okay, maybe I shouldn't be drinking. If I'm consuming something that makes me beat garbage cans to a bloody pulp and to the point where my hand is bloody, and I'm saying things that I, regret, maybe I shouldn't be consuming it. But you know how things go. When you have a traumatic experience with a substance, there's that period where you feel, guilt from doing what you do, and then over time you naturally feel gravitated to, okay, I think I can handle it this time, and so the wheel turns, ladies and gentlemen. There were so many times where I drank alcohol, did stupid shit. The stupid shit that I did created so much guilt that I felt motivated to quit. But over time, as you quit, you get this complex where it's like, okay, it's been a month. It's been a month. I think I can handle having a drink. I deserve a drink. I've been clean for a month. That's how these substances play a trick on you. That's how it would always... It's actually you playing a trick on yourself. I can't give credit to the substance here, because the substance doesn't have an intelligence. It doesn't have a brain. It's you wanting to get a release or an escape, or maybe you like the feeling of being drunk or getting high. People need to stop blaming the substances for their problems. It's you engaging in the substance and not having the willpower that's creating the problem. And I'm not trying to be a pessimist here or be a dick, but it's true. We need to learn mental mastery. It's something that we were never taught, mental and physical mastery, in school. Where the hell was I going with this? Excuse me, folks. I was talking about how in high school, I never really liked alcohol. It wasn't until junior college that I started drinking a little bit more, and it wasn't until I dropped out of junior college that I started drinking heavily. It was, I believe, around the same time one of my family members got cancer and got sick, and died. And it had nothing to do, me drinking alcohol had nothing to do with like feeling bad or sad about this person passing me. Obviously, I loved this person, and I was horribly sad when he passed, but me drinking had nothing to do with this loss in the family. But it was around the same time. I remember we were having a family gathering shortly after he passed, I believe and this was a long time ago, so I'm a little rusty, ladies and gentlemen, so forgive me. But I believe we were having a family gathering during, while he was super sick, excuse me. And I remember I was going on a store run to pick up groceries for everyone because the family was all back at his house. Beautiful house. And I walked down the alcohol aisle for some reason, and a bottle of Southern Comfort caught my eye. And for some reason, I was just like, you know what? I haven't drank in a long time. I'm going to give this a try again. I grabbed that bottle of booze and bought it, and ended up drinking half to 3/4 of it that night. And that's what started my alcoholism. I loved the numbing effect. It was like a legal opiate for me. It was like an escape. I'm the type of person that I really like to have my mind engaged in something. I don't really like... One of the reasons why I take herbs, ladies and gentlemen, is because it amps my mind up to the point where I can access certain parts of my mind that normally aren't accessed when I don't consume the herbs or the supplements. That's one of the reasons why I like consuming nature's herbs, is because nature's herbs, different supplements, you name it, allow you to unlock certain parts of your brain and your physiology that aren't unlocked when you're not consuming those things. And, at the time, I was doing the same thing with drugs, unfortunately. I was doing the same thing with booze. I was using booze and drugs to put my mind in a different gear because I liked to be stimulated. I liked to look at things from different angles. I liked at the time to alter my consciousness. That's why I was using drugs, alcohol, pretty much anything that I can get my hands on. I was in a horrible place. So now, that may sound bad that I said that I like to consume herbs to access certain parts of my mind that aren't accessed when I'm not taking the herbs, but I take the herbs for health. I'm not taking them to get high. I'm consuming things to expand my health, to expand my mind, to grow, to be healthy, to be happy, to be wise. But when I was using drugs and alcohol, holy shit, I was using them. It was an escape. It was to put my mind in different gears and just to deal with my depression and my anxiety. So I drank that bottle of Southern Comfort and overnight became an alcoholic. I remember the night after that, I went to a liquor store in California, a particular liquor store where I became a frequent customer there. To buy some vodka because I knew that the remainder of Southern Comfort wasn't going to last me through the night. And so my journey into alcoholism began, and before I knew it, I was drinking during the day. I was drinking when I woke up. I was drinking, I would keep a bottle of booze under a pillow next to me, and I would wake up. If I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and I wasn't drunk enough when I woke up, I would grab the bottle, take some chugs, and go right back to bed. I was a chronic insomniac at the time too, ladies and gentlemen, and alcohol, one of the things I loved about alcohol was that I could drink to the point where I just passed out. I was a painter at the time. I was painting houses. That's what I did for a living. And I was an insomniac because my mind never shuts the fuck up. I have such a hyper-stimulated mind that my mind, even though my body is exhausted and wants sleep, my mind constantly wants to learn and constantly just wants to be awake. It's taken me a long time to figure out the whole insomnia thing to the point where I can fall asleep before 12 o'clock at night so I can get a good night's rest. But for the longest time, if I wasn't drinking, I would stay up until like 3 in the morning and have to get up at 6 in the morning to go to work and to paint houses, and it was very challenging on my body physically because that's not an easy job. There were times where I was using a pressure washer with a 10-foot attachment on it and it was just physically challenging. Painting these 2 to 3 story houses, having to clean them and pressure wash them to get all the smut off of them so that the paint would adhere, and then rolling the paint and just cutting into all the edges and doing all that. And when I started drinking, I could at least fall asleep by like 11:30 at night and then wake up around 5:30. But that played its toll on me as well, because you never really get good sleep when you drink alcohol, ladies and gentlemen. The sleep is constantly interrupted. You just don't remember it because you're drunk, and you never really enter the deepest stages of REM 3 and 4, rapid eye movement stages of sleep, which are the most regenerative states of sleep when you're drunk. But I did get a placebo effect over the fact that, when I woke up, I'd say to myself, wow, I got a full, I got 7 to 8 hours of sleep. This is great. But over time, the placebo kind of wore off, and I was feeling just as fatigued. In fact, I felt more fatigued from drinking alcohol to fall asleep. Even though I slept for 7 to 8 hours, I would feel like shit. And then I looked it up, and lo and behold, you don't really get good quality sleep when you're drunk, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the factors that actually drives hangovers, is lack of rest. And in no way, shape, or form is the entire reason behind it, but it is one of them. So I drank some Southern Comfort after a long period of abstinence from alcohol, and really loved the numbing effect. I loved the I don't give a fuck mentality that it gave me. It made me feel more bold and daring and confident, even though I was a total fool. I did a lot of stupid shit. I got kicked out of bars, got into fights. There were countless evenings, ladies and gentlemen, where I'd go to the bar drunk with like $200 or $300 in my wallet, and then wake up the next morning. There was one time where I spent, I don't know what happened to the money. You spent like $200 to $300 at the bar somehow. I don't know if I gave it to someone, a homeless person, or some of that stupid shit you do when you're drunk and you just feel like anything, you can get away with anything. And I'm not saying that giving $300 to a homeless person is stupid, but when you don't have a lot of money yourself, I think you can connect the dots. But there was one period where I woke up at a friend's house after being at the bar pretty much all night, getting wasted, and I just assumed that there was the money at $200 to $300 in my wallet. And I went out to go buy breakfast, and I remember telling the person, I want this, I want that, I'll have 2 of these, you blah blah blah, and then going to pay and opening my wallet and there not being a single dollar in that wallet, and just going, what the fuck happened? What the hell did I do? And on top of that, I wasn't even truly upset that I lost the money. I was upset that I didn't have enough money to continue drinking that night. So I had to go home, and I started using my change. I had a piggy bank, a Sobe bottle that I had put quarters in for years. And that was like a treasure chest to me. Without $300, that Sobe bottle, I dried it out real quick. But I remember thinking, oh, God, thank you. There was always this, or God, thank you, I still have some money to buy some booze. I remember that going through my mind. There was always this evil energy when I was drinking, where even when I had no resources to drink, a solution would come to that, and I would find a way. And what I mean by that is, like, when I had no money, even when I drained my piggy bank, there was always, money somewhere else hidden in my room. There was always a way to get booze. There was always this evil energy throughout the entire experience of me being an alcoholic, where even if I hit rock bottom financially and didn't feel like I had any money to buy alcohol, some type of solution would come, and we can't really call it a solution, because a solution almost implies a resolving of a problem. This was more of a, I don't even know how to explain it. I think you catch my drift, though. Money would always come up somehow. And I remember whenever I would find the money, I would sense this sense of evil. Like something was always watching my back from an evil perspective and showing me ways to continue drinking. And it wasn't until I had my first experience with severe alcohol hallucinosis, when I quit drinking, alcohol-induced hallucinations and withdrawals, that I realized that there actually was an evil force behind my drinking. Addictions are a spiritual thing, ladies and gentlemen, whether you believe it or not. There's a lot more going on in an addiction than meets the eye. Addictions are stepping stones for growth also. If you're an addict and you're watching this video, you have a very valid platform to grow out of, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moist soil for your evolution. You can grow out of whatever you're in right now. And if you are an alcoholic, you need to make an appointment with a doctor, make an appointment with a professional medical specialist who specializes in alcoholism and addiction recovery. I may not agree with a lot of Western medicine, but when it comes to addiction recovery and the options that they have, the pharmaceutical drugs that they have to keep your heart rate lowered when you're going through withdrawals or to keep you stable, Western medicine has some very valid tools when it comes to addiction recovery. Don't be a fool. Don't be stupid. You owe it to yourself. I know you love yourself, so make an appointment with a doctor and fix your life. I eventually made an appointment with a doctor to have my liver looked at and just to talk to this person. It helps so much. Moral of the story, I don't want to babble too much. Talking to the doctor put a lot of ease to my mind, because she knew how she could see what I was going through and the trauma I was going through. My entire family could. And what a dark hole. I just had this wave of I just had like a flash in my mind's eye of some certain situations that happened while I was drinking. There are certain times, ladies and gentlemen, my addiction, I was so drunk for so long that I've forgotten a lot of what I've done. And there are times where certain things that I'm talking about or thinking about or whatnot will trigger certain memories that I've repressed. And I'll have like a flashback of certain things that I did when I was intoxicated. And wow, was I in a dark hole. I am so thankful to be alive. Because I wasn't just given a second chance. I was given 2,000 second chances. There were so many times during my addiction, or my can't call it a journey. There were so many occasions while I was an addict where I pleaded and begged for my life. And it wasn't just related to alcoholism, it was also related to drugs. I came close to death's door with drugs as well. I remember so many times just begging God for a second chance, and then getting the second chance. I would make deals with God in my mind. I'd say, you know, if you let me live, higher power, if you let me live, I'll quit drinking. And then once the fear of the experience wore off, I would go right back to drinking. Because there were periods where I had strange experiences. Before I had withdrawals, ladies and gentlemen, that were horrible, I had strange experiences with alcohol as well, where I would drink a lot and my heart rate would skyrocket, and I would start sweating, and I would have panic attacks while I was drinking, and I always thought that was me dying from overconsumption of alcohol. And every time that happened, I would beg the higher powers, I would beg God, whatever you want to call it, for a second chance. And I always got that second chance, but once the fear of the panic wore off, you know, I would go back to drinking. It's really easy to make agreements with yourself. It's easy to make plans to change when you're afraid, but when you don't have that fear moving through you, it's really easy to be numb, so to speak. And that sense of being numb from the truth of what you're actually doing to yourself is very dangerous. Fear is a very good thing if you're an addict. You need to embrace the fear. If you have strange experiences, if you have, you just need to change, ladies and gentlemen. Fear was something that it would motivate me to change. All these panic attacks, and I would drink so much that I would lack sleep for so long, and I would do so much exhausting things when I was drunk that I would have like these paranoid states of delusion that would come through me and cause panic. And every time it happened, I thought I was dying, and I would beg God for forgiveness and make plans to change. And every time I thought I would actually do it, I ended up going back to drinking. But it wasn't until I decided to quit cold turkey one night after some strange experiences that motivated me to do so, that I really got hit with the dose of fear that I needed. The injection of fear into my consciousness that I needed to feel motivated to change. Because, every time you get that, every time you ask for a second chance, ladies and gentlemen, and you're given a second chance, if you don't embrace that second chance and you go back to what you were doing, the next time you ask for a second chance, it gets worse. And that's what happened to me. It was like I was climbing a ladder or knocking over dominoes, and it got to the point where when I actually quit drinking alcohol, my withdrawals were so fucking terrifying and so vivid and so real and so alien, so strange. It terrified the hell out of me. It terrified me beyond my mind and beyond my flesh. It terrified my spirit. It terrified my soul. Got a little bit of hibiscus here. Great for lowering blood pressure. Great for lowering blood pressure, and it's got a pretty interesting natural vitamin C profile. It's a great tonic for people to consume if they have blood pressure issues. What's the moral of the story here, ladies and gentlemen? The moral of the story is that addictions are dangerous. And so many people suffer from addiction. How do you move away from addictions? There's no magic bullet. Or magic pill. There's no simple solution to addiction, because it requires a massive amount of effort on your part. Every person who's addicted to something usually wants to quit, even if they repress that particular feeling. Most people who suffer from addictions don't want to be addicted. It ruins their lives financially. It ruins their relationships. It makes them feel unhealthy. It depletes your vigor and your vitality. It makes you weak. And no one wants to be weak, but addictions can be so attractive due to the escape that they allow us to feel that many people will neglect all the warning signs. And even though they know they don't want to do what they're doing, they continue to do it because that chase of that high and that relief that you get is so profound that it supersedes all logical thinking and rational action towards quitting or just doing what's right. There is no simple solution that I can give you, ladies and gentlemen. I can do my best to inspire you to do what's right, but it's up to you. The key is in your hand. People ask me all the time, what is the easiest way to quit drinking? What is the easiest way to do this? You have to, every fiber of your being has to be behind you quitting. That is the key. Every single ounce of who you are has to want to quit. Because if you have 1 foot in and one foot outside and one side, if you have, how would I explain this? If you have 1 foot inside and 1 foot outside, for instance, if you go and you open your front door and you stand in between the door jamb and part of your body is outside or in the front yard and part of you is on the inside of the living room, excuse me, I'm trying to give you guys a metaphor. All of you has to be inside, is what I'm getting at. You can't have 1 foot dabbling in the world of addiction and your other foot dabbling in trying to be responsible. It's very difficult. You've got to summon all of your efforts into channeling all of your energy and directing it towards addiction recovery. And it's very uncomfortable for most people, and that's why most people find it easier to remain addicted. Because not only do addictive substances enamor your mind and hypnotize you because it feels so good, but you get this evil sense of addictions oftentimes encumber your spirit with this evil energy that kind of motivates you to continue doing what you're doing. And I know I don't want to get too spiritual in this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to keep the mechanisms of addiction somewhat simple. But I know without a shadow of a doubt, based on all the near-death experiences that I've had, the paranormal experiences I've had, the occult experiences, seeing ghosts, communicating with spirits, experiencing Kundalini and seeing into the fiber of the various dimensions that are around us and within us, I know that there's more to addictions than meets the eye. And there is a spiritual element to this. I remember when I quit, finally, I quit because the experience of withdrawal was so scary. I saw spirits. Every time I would close my eyes, I would see geometric patterns rotating in different directions that were so vivid, it was like I was there. I was transported to Egypt at one point, into the Great Pyramid, and it was just like this kaleidoscope. You know those projectors, like in high school? I don't know if they still use them because they're probably more advanced now, but in high school, when I was in high school, we had these projectors that would cast an image on the projector wall, and there was like this donut-shaped metal box, cylindrical box kind of thing, I don't know what the hell I'm saying, that had slides in it. And you'd click a button, the teacher would click a button, and it would change the projector, what was being projected on the wall, because it would shift to the next slide. That was like what would happen when I would close my eyes. I would be in Egypt in one moment, and then I would be in Moscow. Then I would be inside of a star tetrahedron, and then I would be I would just be surrounded by flames and feel the heat of the flames. The hallucinations were so vivid. They were so real that it burned an impression, an engram so deep into my soul that I'm still working on recovering from it. I'm still recovering from addiction, ladies and gentlemen. There were certain things that I saw and certain things that I experienced during my withdrawals that I'll carry with me forever. But I can learn from them, and I've become privy to that, and I've used these experiences as a stepping stone for my own growth and as a way to inspire other people to get the fuck out of their addictions, because addictions can kill you. Not only can they kill you physically, they can just snuff out the vitality of your spirit, your soul. They can turn you into a zombie, a beggar, a thief. I became a thief. I would steal my parents' money. I would steal my dad's change that he collected. I stole at one period. My brother used to brew beer, and my neighbor paid him to brew a special batch of beer with like these expensive ingredients. And the process of brewing beer takes some time. It's not like you just one night create some beer and it's done. There's like a process to it. I don't know how it works, but there's a process to it. And I remember once that beer was almost ready for my brother to give it to my neighbor, I fucking went into there, and he had a refrigerator, a little mini refrigerator in the garage at the time at the California house. And I opened that refrigerator and I filled up mason jar after mason jar from that pony keg and drank that beer. Do you know what it's like to look at your brother? My brother has been an incredible person. Loves me unconditionally. I couldn't ask for a better brother. He is incredible. My brother and I have become so close. He's my best friend. But do you know what it's like to put him in that situation where my neighbor paid my brother to make this stuff, and my brother put all this love and effort in the ingredients, and like brewing alcohol is an alchemy. My brother's an alchemist. And to see the look on my brother's face when he went to give him that keg and to see it was empty. And to look him in the face for the longest period, it was just horrible. I hurt a lot of people emotionally when I was a drunk, especially those that were closest to me. And it's put a scar on my soul because I can never go back and change what happened. And I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of what I did in this video because some things need to be personal, and some of these things are so extreme and traumatic that I don't know if I can talk about them on camera right now. There was one point where I was so violent with someone that I had to have a gun put to my head because these people thought I was going to kill someone, and I had to be tied up with rope and bound to a tree by rope, ladies and gentlemen, until I got sober. I did a lot of stupid shit. When I was a drunk, I was either a love bug or I was a violent dangerous individual that could flip switches from nice to hateful at any moment. And it wasn't just hate, it was pure rage. Pure, unadulterated rage. Murderous rage, folks. I am so thankful that I didn't hurt someone, including myself, to the point where I lost. I think I reflect about it often. It's like, what would have happened if I killed someone while I was drunk? I'd be in jail right now. There are so many things that if I think about deeply, I'm so thankful for. I'm grateful for the fact that somehow, some way, in the midst of the insane, rage-filled intoxication, I was drunk for years, basically. I am so thankful that I not only didn't destroy my body, but didn't destroy someone else's. To take a loved one for someone because I was drunk, or who knows what, people do insane shit when they're drunk, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so thankful that I didn't get in a car. That's one thing I never really did, was drive drunk. I drove drunk, I think, once in my life, and I ended up regretting it. It was horrible. Having to close one eye because I was seeing like double, not even double, triple. And I remember I eventually got out and, just ended up walking the duration. Even amongst how much I drank, I never really drove. I knew better than that. Not that that's a good thing or anything, that I knew better, because clearly I didn't know better. I wasn't, Jesus Christ, excuse me. I didn't know better, blah. I didn't know enough to not drink. Well, I knew. What am I saying? I just chose not to. There is no magic fix to this, folks. It's going to require all the effort. All the effort is on you. Excuse me. You're going to have to summon effort. You have to want to quit. But it can't just be like, oh, I really want to quit, or I want to quit, but maybe, or what am I trying to say? Excuse me. I need some coffee. There can't be a but or a by the way. Your entire body, mind, and soul has to be aligned towards you quitting. Otherwise, if you have one foot in and one foot out, like I said earlier, you will probably relapse. Maybe you'll quit for a month, maybe a week, maybe a year, but there's always that chance that you'll go back to it. So for me personally, I was so stubborn with alcoholism and ignoring all the signs that I had to quit, that I literally had to go through the worst forms of withdrawals to feel motivated to quit. My soul had to be terrified. I went into a dimension that is so alien and so frightening and so hellish that I never want to wind up there again. How sad is that? That I had to be thrown into the pits of hell, basically, in these realms of consciousness that I entered from withdrawals, where there was a hell realm. It was a mental hell. I had to be thrown into these realms to feel motivated to quit. So in all honesty, I'm not a perfect example of how to even quit, because I ignored all the signs. It's not like I sat down one day and was like, okay, I'm going to quit, and created a plan. No, my quitting was built upon a foundation of ignoring all the second chances and ignoring all the warning signs, to the point where I had the worst withdrawals ever, and only then did I see the rationale or the reasoning behind quitting. I am not an example, ladies and gentlemen, on a methodology on how to quit. All I can do is relay to you that I don't want you to end up where I went, because it is not a safe place to go into those realms of your mind, to go into those dimensional wavelengths. There were spirits walking around the house. I was experienced a lot of this at my girlfriend at the time's house that I'm no longer with, because of alcohol and the trauma that I brought upon her. Shocking. But the hell was I getting at? I experienced a lot of withdrawal, though. I experienced a lot of the withdrawals in her home, and it was beyond trippy. I hate that word, but it's true. I took a trip into a different dimension. I took a trip through hell. There were spirits walking around the house. My heartbeat was so loud that she could hear it from across the room, believe it or not. There was a strange purple rash that swam around my body as I looked at myself in the mirror. It was like this alien parasite that was sucking my energy. I could hear demonic children, carnival sounding music in my head, and I could hear these spirits surrounding me. I could tell that there was a group of them around me, because they would all talk back and forth about me while I was in the center of them. And they were talking about what they were going to do to me when they actually got me to hell, and that's where they were taking me. They were talking about how I was having a prolonged heart attack as my heartbeat was pounding, or my heart was pounding. I was sweating. I was again having the rash move across my body, the bags under my eyes that were almost black. It was horrible. My family couldn't recognize me. I came really close to death. And when you're experiencing a withdrawal and you hear spirits talking about how they're taking you to hell, and it's backed up by visual, tactile, and auditory hallucinations, as well as massive delirium and delusional thinking, it doesn't make the recovery process that much better, because it stimulates the panic centers. So not only was I terrified of the fact that I felt the way I did while I was going through the withdrawals, I felt like hell, but my heartbeat was pounding so hard that I thought I was having a heart attack. And due to the fact that I thought I was having a heart attack, I stimulated the panic centers in my head, which accelerated my heart even more. And on top of that, I heard spirits talking around me, and I also saw them. On top of that, I had massive liver swelling, and I could see purple rash moving across my body. So all of these different compounding things, manifested in this one singular experience of withdrawal that was fucking terrifying. And on top of that, I didn't sleep for about a week. I would sleep like 20 minutes every 4 hours, maybe that. Maybe, I don't even think that much, to be honest. Because I was so afraid that I would go to sleep and not wake up. And what's really hellish about alcohol withdrawals, ladies and gentlemen, if you have extreme ones like I did, is that when you close your eyes to try to get sleep, the experience becomes worse. So there's no escape. There's no way out of it. You feel like even if you close your eyes, the hallucinations would get even worse. The auditory hallucinations, the tactile hallucinations would get worse. Which, for those who don't know, tactile hallucinations is when you feel something that actually isn't there. Even though I do believe that those things were there, those bugs and things that were crawling on me, they're just not physically based. They're more of a fourth and fifth dimensional spiritual thing. So you try to close your eyes, you do whatever you can to try to escape the hell that you're going through, but even the escape route makes it worse. So you're trapped, and that's what it feels like. It's a hell trap. But the only benefit that comes from these experiences is the fact that they can motivate you to change. You better embrace it if you've experienced these experiences. The only thing that actually brought some relief, I was going to say mild relief, but it was actually much more than mild relief, ladies and gentlemen, was taking showers. And I've talked about this in previous videos here on my channel. I don't know if you guys I have a massive amount of videos on alcoholism and addiction recovery in my video archive. So if this is your first video watching me talk about alcoholism and it has motivated you, go into my video archive and type in alcohol and addiction. And there are a ton of videos. In fact, I'm going to put together a playlist and put all of them in that playlist. I've put these videos together to not only vent about the experiences that I've gone through, but the main reason is to try to motivate people to change their lives for the better so that they don't have to go through what I've gone through and what other people go through. I don't want to see you die. I don't want to see you do irreversible damage to your lungs, your liver, you name it. So it's time to wake up. Use this video as a wake-up call. But I've mentioned the shower thing in only a couple of these videos about addiction, and I should really emphasize it more, because the thing about the showers, ladies and gentlemen, is that it was like a little incubator. Excuse me. It was like a little egg, a nest that I could escape in. where the water felt really good. It was calming to my muscles. And when you can calm your muscles, your mind kind of mirrors that state of relaxation, because the muscles are intimately connected through the mind through something known as muscle memory and a handful of other mechanisms that we're not going to get into in this video. But I'd go into the shower with the lights off, and I would light a fucking candle, a white candle, and put it on the counter so I had some light, and I would sit in that dark shower, and I would sit in a ball, or sit on my butt with my hands or my knees up towards my chest and put my arms around my legs, and I would just let that filtered water hit my head, and it felt so good to sit in the dark. It was almost like a womb of sorts, and that's really what that shower kind of represented, I think, in a weird way. I remember feeling like when I was in that shower, I was in this womb, I was being reborn as a different person, and that's really what was actually happening, ladies and gentlemen, because I was actually becoming a new person through this withdrawal experience. I was becoming a sober human. It was like I was becoming a new person. I was going through a rebirth process. And I would sit in that shower, and I would pray. I would do visualizations on myself. I talked about this in my first video on alcoholism that I ever produced, called How I Got Through Extreme Alcohol Withdrawals and Delirium Tremens. Everyone should watch that if you haven't already seen that. I think it's over an hour long. It's basically something that I put together for people who are going through withdrawals and need something to watch to provide them some comfort. I talked about the showers. I would take pink Himalayan salt. I would sit in the shower for long enough for my fingers to be pruned. And then I would turn the shower off when I was nice and warm in the shower, and I would take a towel and kind of put it up in the shower steam vent so that the shower would stay somewhat warm. I would block some of the flow of the steam going out so my body would stay warm. And then I would take pink Himalayan salt and I would put it all over my body. And then I would just sit there naked with the salt on my body and close my eyes and imagine all the minerals not only going into my body, but the salt pulling all the negativity out of my soul, because these experiences that I went through with alcohol withdrawals were so frightening on the spiritual level. That's really what motivated me to quit. It was what I saw and what I experienced in the spiritual realm. I felt that my soul was going to hell. I fear not that which can kill me as much as I fear that which can snuff out my soul, ladies and gentlemen. And I was given a first-class ride into the pits of mental hell. I was like a lost satellite drifting through the realms of insanity. Now, one of the other reasons, the salt thing was very profound. I ended up doing, it just made me feel calm. There's a reason why they say salt baths are so calming. It's because they help calm your nerves, your muscles, the electrolytes. So I put the salt on for like 5 minutes and pray and do all this visualization. I'd imagine a sphere around me. I was imagining I was going through this rebirth process. I would say, I'm never going to quit again. I made deals with myself. And I knew I was finally going to quit if I could make it through the experience without dying, because I thought that I was going to die. And I even set things up so that, I told my ancestors, I told all the spirits that were with me at the time, because I could feel them, that I accept my death and I'm ready to go. If you guys need to take me, but if you'll give me one more chance, I promise you that I'll do something creative with this that can help others, and I'll make it through this, and I'll do something beneficial out of this. I'll turn this lead into gold, so to speak. I just wanted to throw the shower thing in there because that was the most effective thing for calming me, believe it or not. Some people might say, well, maybe you should take a bath. That may be calmer. No. The thing that was therapeutic about the shower was that it was warm, it was humid, it would clear my sinuses and allow me to breathe a little bit deeper. And by doing that, I did more deep breathing because I was breathing so shallow because of my fear. And the most important thing here about the shower, ladies and gentlemen, was that the noise of the shower water and the noise that the shower produced overrode my mind. I wasn't as in my head because of the sound of the shower. I couldn't hear my own thoughts. I mean, clearly I could hear my thoughts, but it wasn't like the accelerated thoughts when I was just in silence, which were horrible. So the shower was a warm, moist, humid place where I could go into the dark and close myself into the little shower that I had, close the glass door, and just let the water hit me. And that was the one place where I could find. That was like me. That was like my battery charger of sorts. That's the one place where I could gather up the most beneficial thoughts that ended up overriding my negative thoughts, if that makes sense. It's like when I wasn't in the shower, things were much worse. Like the lights, everything was so vivid during my alcohol withdrawals. Everything was so intense. It's like the saturation on everything just got turned up. All the brightness, all the contrast, and it was just too much. It was like if it was too much for my eyes, it was too much for my mind. But in that shower, in that dark shower with that candle lit, I found some refuge because my mind wasn't as occupied by everything. It was like a world away from a world. It was like a cocoon. And I know that may sound silly, but it's just the truth. I'm sharing with you the truth of the experience. Oh, man. I would do a lot of grounding as well. I noticed that after I would take the showers, I would stay in the shower for like 40 minutes, no joke, sometimes an hour. Had a really good water heater that lasted a long time. And I was showering in filtered water. Right around right around when these experiences happened, I had got myself a brand new, really nice shower filter, and the water was super soft, and it just felt good. It was the one thing amongst all the insanity that I was going through that actually felt good. That goddamn shower felt so good mentally, emotionally, and physically, and even spiritually. I did tons of visualization work in there. It was just, I ended up doing tons of like salt scrubs. I would put essential oils in the salts that were associated with like growth, and I got kind of creative with my recovery on a spiritual level, because it was a spiritual problem. It was a self-induced issue that had spiritual implications. I hope that makes sense, the addiction thing. But after I'd get out of the shower, I would get this kind of calm effect that would last about an hour before it wore off, and then I would be back to hell. And I just sat in my room for weeks watching movies and recovering, trying to recover. All of this was going on during the hustle and bustle of the California day, people going in and out of the house, going to work, and I just felt pathetic sitting there in the middle of the day, it was horrible. Not being productive. It was, to this point it was the worst time of my life in terms of how I felt. I did a lot of reflecting. And I think that's one of the things that was so beneficial about the shower. It was like a reflection pod, but there was some comfort during it because of the way that the warm water calmed my muscles. I was so tense. I still am. I'm always so tense. Excuse me. But yeah, I found that interesting though. Like after the shower, like you get so loose, your sinuses get so clear. Like you can find some clarity in a shower because you can get some thinking done. It's like a world away from the hustle and bustle of life. And then, after my showers, I would make a green juice. I would go stand barefoot on the earth out back and do my grounding and my visualizations. I would stand in the backyard and imagine that the sun at midday was condensing into a laser kind of point in front of my liver, and then it was going into my liver and regenerating all of the dead or dying cells or damaged cells, excuse me. So, this went on for a long time, ladies and gentlemen. It took me a really long time to recover completely from alcohol, and there's still times where I catch myself thinking dark thoughts and having to evolve certain thought forms that were created from the trauma of these experiences, if that makes sense. I hope it does. Man, what a horrible time. The one thing that affected me the most after I got through once I realized that I wasn't going to die, once the delirium went away, it never really went away for months, let's put it that way, but it got to a point where I knew I wasn't going to die. It's like, okay, if I was going to die, I'd be dead already. I'm 2 weeks into this, and even though I still feel like shit, I'm going to make it. where was I going with that? The worst thing that happened after the withdrawals is the depersonalization, the derealization, which is basically when you don't feel like yourself. You don't feel like your body and your mind are connected. You don't feel grounded. You feel like your mind and your body are in two different places at once, and so is your soul. You just don't feel gathered. And it's really difficult when you don't feel gathered, when you don't feel like everything's working properly in your mind and your body. When you feel that the two are disassociated, it makes even the most basic things so complicated. It makes communicating with people complicated. It makes, trying to hold a job down complicated. It makes just being happy in life complicated, because when you don't feel like yourself, when you feel like you're completely out of alignment, and I'm not just talking like maybe, you need some spark plugs redone. Your whole car is out of alignment, metaphorically speaking. The spark plugs need to be replaced. You need new seat belts. You need a new gauge cluster. You need a new transmission. The motor needs to be rebuilt. I'm talking about like rebuilding yourself from the ground up. When you actually get to a point where you feel like you're completely broken, it's very disassociating. And alcohol-induced disassociation, derealization, and depersonalization is a very common thing when people recover or quit drinking alcohol. For me personally, it was due to the massive amounts of trauma that I experienced on the spiritual levels and mental and emotional levels, as well as physical levels when I quit. Again, certain forms of hallucinations, when you actually feel like you're dying, can be really, really traumatizing. And those things just really burned engrams, which are like soul imprints, into my soul. And where the hell was I going with that? Excuse me. I just had deja vu. Been having that a lot lately. Where was I going with that, folks? I don't know. It's 55 minutes into the video. We should start wrapping it up, but we were talking about derealization. That is so terrifying. Let me see if I can find a definition really quick of derealization. Let's look up depersonalization first, folks. Yeah, depersonalization and derealization disorder is when you feel that you're observing yourself from outside your body and the things around you. The persistent feeling of observing yourself from outside one's body, or having a sense that one's surroundings aren't real. It's horrible. Let's look up alcohol hallucinosis. Let's look up alcohol depersonalization first. Excuse me. Alcohol is not as strongly linked with a substance-induced depersonalization and derealization disorder as marijuana and hallucinogens are, but it can still cause the disorder. In high volumes, alcohol can trigger dissociative symptoms and even periods of dissociative amnesia. This is true here, where it says that alcohol is not as strongly linked with a substance-induced depersonalization and derealization disorder as marijuana and hallucinogens are. Marijuana was one of the things. Marijuana fucked me up royally, and I'll have to do videos about that in the near future. Marijuana, I'm so tired of people saying that marijuana is a medicine and that we need to use it all the time. Medicines are things that you only take for short periods until you get better. Are you sick? Like, I understand that people with MS and certain medical disorders, they can benefit from marijuana, and in no way, shape, or form am I completely bashing marijuana, because I think it can be incredibly powerful and incredibly healing. But the way that it's used by the common culture is just blasphemous. It's so stupid. You disrespect this substance. I don't care if people have a problem with that. Smoking all the time is not good for your lungs. I know so many people who they've been smoking for years and haven't quit. It's like, any substance like that, you really need to check yourself. And I'm not trying to be a tight ass, but there's substances out there that are so much better than marijuana for consistent use. Excuse me. Marijuana in small doses here and there can be incredibly healing, but it's not used properly by the common folk. Again, there are certain applications where it can be used frequently with massive benefit. But I know so many people who have their silly little marijuana cannabis cards and they just overuse it, and I'm self-medicating. Well, from what? Why are you sick all the time? Anyways, I'm going to do an entire marijuana video. And again, I don't need to hear it from people. People have heard me talk about marijuana in the past and said that, oh, you're just so against this stuff. No, I'm not. I've never said that. I'm against any form of behavior that is unbalanced and using it constantly all the time and living life to the point where you can't live without it. That's huge. That's imbalance, folks. There are certain states of consciousness that can be entered without using marijuana that supersede the efficacy of cannabis on a consistent basis. But that's besides the point. Let's stay on alcohol. Got a horn sticking up here. I just love you, ladies and gentlemen. I love everyone who watches these videos, and I hope that my messages can inspire you to do something beneficial with your health today. Make that appointment that you haven't done yet with a specialist so that you can get some recovery going. Contact me personally. Links are in the description box. If you need help with all this, I can give you guys hotline numbers. Call someone, reach out to someone who can help you. It's time to grow up. It's time to change. There's a lot of power in growing out of addictions. There's a lot of, you can achieve such great balance from transmuting your issues. As I've said earlier, and I've said in many of my videos, addictions and your problems in life can be great stepping stones for growth. I can't remember, but there's this particular flower that grows in like polluted water. I think it might be a lotus. I should know this. But there's this certain form of flower that grows in like this substrate or this liquid that is like just disgusting. And it's kind of an interesting metaphor of the fact that even out of waste, you can create something beautiful, and so can you. You are a beautiful human being. You have so much to offer the world. But you're going to be able to offer the world so much more if you get yourself to a point where you can do it without all the vices of addiction. Because addiction, ladies and gentlemen, are like shackles. Addiction, you can look at an addiction as a chain link wrapped around your goddamn ankle with one of those big balls, weighted balls at the end, like Marley from Scrooge. Go and watch that film, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't already seen it, I don't care if it's not Christmas time yet. It's a tradition in my family to watch this movie every year. The Albert Finney Scrooge. It drops a lot of knowledge on you. Albert Finney, let me just give you guys a date. You can watch, it's on YouTube right now for free. The one for, I think it was 1970. Yeah, an hour and 54 minutes. Ebenezer Scrooge, Albert Finney, is the definition of a miser. He is rich but completely stingy with his money, and he exploits the good nature of his employee Bob Cratchit. On Christmas Eve, however, Scrooge is in store for a rude awakening when he is visited by the ghost of his old business partner, Jacob Marley, who informs him that he's going to be visited by 3 ghosts, including the ghosts of Christmas past and present. So that's much more than just a fucking Christmas movie. There was some serious symbolism there. It was about the journey of the soul, largely, ladies and gentlemen, and the fact that everything that you do has massive implications on not only your life and the rest of your life, but the people around you. If you are an alcoholic, if you're looking to recover, again, the first step is to seek professional medical attention, because I am not a professional. I'm not a professional. I'm just like a lighthouse here. I'm trying to give you guys some hope on the tempestuous seas that you may be caught on if you're an addict. Trying to act as the lighthouse. Something to steer towards if you feel lost. Because if you're an addict, you are lost. What the hell was I getting at? If you're recovering from alcoholism, I just want to touch upon this really quickly because I get asked this all the time. Are there any herbs that you can take? Are there any specific supplements to consume, if you are recovering from alcoholism. And there are, and I'm only going to name probably 2 in this video, maybe 3, but there are many more. But this video is over an hour long right now, and I should make a video discussing this that's concise instead of making people listen for an hour before they hear this. But to keep things simple, the best herb, in my opinion, for the best 2 herbs, at least at this point, for liver regeneration are going to be schizandra berries and Gynostemma pentaphyllum. Schizandra is a profound liver tonic. It is a berry. It's known as the 5-flavored fruit. It contains sweet, sour, salty, pungent, and bitter flavors, and because of that, it stimulates, tonifies, and brings balance back to the 5 major organ systems in the traditional Chinese medicine system. They view the organ systems much differently than Western medicine, and within Chinese medicine, flavors stimulate certain parts of the body. So sweet, sour, salty, pungent, and bitter. Because of that, it's known as the 5-flavored fruit or berry. Schizandra is also known as schizandra or wu jia in Chinese medicine, and it contains powerful constituents known as lignans that help the body heal. It has massive amounts of antioxidants, and it appears to be able to massively increase your body's ability to create glutathione, which is a powerful antioxidant which is responsible for liver regeneration. I just recently talked about this on my Patreon page, but when I was going through my alcohol recovery process, I get like this when I speak for a long time. I start to slur my words, but I had liver inflammation that was horrible. I felt like my liver was going to pop. I could barely stand up or sit down without feeling incredibly uncomfortable. My liver swelled up massively, and I started using milk thistle extracts because I had read on the internet that they're so great. They do so much benefit. So I bought milk thistle extract. I bought milk thistle seeds, ground them into a powder, and drank them as a tea. It did nothing. In fact, when I started using the milk thistle extract, which is known as silymarin, Slymarin, silymarin is milk thistle extract. My liver got even worse, and I felt like I was going to destroy my liver. So not only was I paranoid about all the alcohol that I consumed, but I actually thought I was doing further damage with the milk thistle extract. Milk thistle only stimulates stage 1 liver detox. It does not stimulate and operate stage 1 and stage 2 liver detox like schizandra does, and that's why schizandra is in a world of its own. It's in a class of its own. It's an almighty liver tonic. In comparison to milk thistle, in my opinion, it blows it way out of the water. Milk thistle extracts for certain people can be incredibly dangerous, and you won't really find information about this because milk thistle is advertised and marketed as pretty much the main primary liver tonic in the West for Western herbalists. A lot of the herbs that Western herbalists use are dangerous in medicinal herbs. They're considered inferior herbs in the traditional Chinese medicine system. These are herbs that have a medicinal quality but shouldn't be consumed regularly because you shouldn't consume medicines on a daily basis if you're well. These are medicinal herbs, and I can't, milk thistle it only stimulates stage 1 liver detox. It oftentimes leads to liver inflammation, especially when it's extracted. And if you dig into the different Reddit subreddits on herbalism, you'll find information similar to people talking about this. So it may work for some people, didn't work for me. Now, when I started consuming schizandra, I noticed that my liver inflammation, the swelling went down almost immediately, and it did that consecutively until it went away. So that's how I know schizandra works incredibly well, aside from the research that I've done on it and the experimentation. I just know it works well because I saw the benefits of me. My skin cleared up, the dark under my eyes went away, my liver swelling went down until it eventually went away. So schizandra berry, incredible. It stimulates all 12 major meridian systems in the human body, stimulates the extraordinary channels. It actually has the ability to bypass into those extraordinary spiritual channels, and it brings balance back to the 3 treasures of Chinese healing: the Jing, the Shen, and the Qi, which is your spirit, your vitality, and your spirit. Basically, in layman's terms, I'm not going to get into all this Chinese medicine stuff in this video because it's incredibly complicated. But it stimulates the 3 primordial energies that make up your body and your mind and your soul, and when any of those are out of balance, there's a problem. So Shazandra pretty much does it all. It also goes into the 3 Dantian energy points in the cerebral spinal system and brings alignment to it. It has powerful pigments in it and colors. I always recommend that you grind it up into a powder. Never buy it in powdered form because it's laced with fillers and it's oftentimes crap. Buy Shazandra berries from Star West Botanicals, Frontier Herbs, or Dragon Herbs. There's also a distributor that I have in my Amazon store that has great product. But those berries are so fresh that I recommend drying them out before you try to grind them. Otherwise, it might destroy your coffee grinder. I grind the berries into a powder, and if you brew Shazandra with berries that aren't ground into a powder, it's completely different than the tea if you grind the berries. You'll notice that the color of Shazandra that isn't ground up into powder is clear. You can see through it, and it's like this pinkish orange kind of color. But if you grind those berries, ladies and gentlemen, and then boil the tea, it'll become a grapefruit, beautiful pinkish orange kind of grapefruit color. It's a beautiful color. It's one of my favorite colors that you can't see through. It just becomes cloudy, and you just get so much more out of it. So the fact that it becomes cloudy and you can't see through it shows that you're getting more out of it, you're leaching more out of it. And when you grind the berry, you break open the cell walls and you unlock the power of the seeds. And more of the volatile and essential oils will come out of it. And Shazandra is amazing. I like to drink it ice cold. It's delicious. One of my favorite herbs. It mixes well with Gynostemma pentaphyllum, which is another great herbal tonic for the liver. It's a traditional Chinese both of these herbs, Shazandra and Gynostemma, are 2 of my favorites. I try to always have them on hand, and they are tonic herbs in the traditional Chinese medicine system. In the tonic herbs, there's about 27 of them, give or take, that they're superior herbs. They're foods. They're considered foods. They are not just medicinal herbs. They are safe enough, pretty much, not all of them, but most of them to consume on a regular daily basis. And they're in a league of their own. Things like longan fruit, lycium, also known as wolfberry or the goji berry, things like Shazandra, things like, things like astragalus, things like, I think it's called snow lotus. There's a handful of them. I'm not going to get into in this video, but they're powerful. They're safe. Milk thistle, in my opinion, is not safe. And I know that conflicts with a lot of the common beliefs, but the Western herbalism is a highly regulated system that's filled full of a bunch of bullshit. Western herbalism has some efficacy, but there's some serious problems in it because of the herbs that are being used. Traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurveda, that's really where I recommend looking into those systems of healing if you're interested in any form of natural healing. Just got an alert on my screen. Doesn't want to go away, but it's 11:11:11 right now on the screen. Should probably start wrapping this one up. So Gynostemma, it's also known as Jiaogulan, ladies and gentlemen. It's known as the poor man's ginseng. It's got ginsenosides in it, which are alkaloids. My cat's meowing. But it's considered poor man's ginseng because it contains a certain percentage of alkaloids in its physical matrix that are identical to ginseng. So Gynostemma, amazing. It's just incredible. It's anti-inflammatory. It's very nourishing and cooling to the system. It's also invigorating. It's very good for the lungs, and it's very good for the liver and the blood. So another thing that made a huge difference was Rethink Oil, which is a company. They create a capsulated form of oil of oregano, which is incredible. Those 3 particular constituents, along with Spring Dragon Longevity Teas, or Dragon Herbs, Spring Dragon Longevity Tea, goddammit, I can't speak right now. Those 4 things made a huge difference in my liver recovery. The oil of oregano is incredible, regardless of what people say about it being damaging to the liver. If you get good quality oil of oregano, it's going to help your liver. Rethink Oil is one of the best. So is the Telia oils is good. There's a handful of great ones, but I recommend don't skimp out on quality if you're going to get oil of oregano. Contact me if you can't afford those 2 companies that I talked about, and I'll help you pick one out. Rethink Oils, they make a capsulated one. They used to have it on Amazon. They don't anymore. You got to go to their website. or Telia oils from Greece. That one's going to take a little bit longer to get here because it comes directly from Greece, from the they harvest it in that particular region of the world. It's a very high quality product. There's also something known as P73 from North American Herb and Spice. It's known as oregano. P73 is the strain of oregano. That's one of the best too, but do not buy it from Amazon, because I bought one from Amazon and it was counterfeit. Buy it directly from NorthAmericanHerbandSpice.com. Oil of oregano should be in everyone's medicine cabinet. Everyone should oil of oregano. Read the book by Dr. Cass Ingram, The Cure is in the Cupboard. Oil of oregano is incredible. Oregano means joy of the mountain. It's been used as a medicine for hundreds of years. It's a profound mental tonic as well. It's very anti-inflammatory. It wreaks havoc on negative microorganisms within the gastrointestinal system. So that pretty much wraps it up, ladies and gentlemen. There is no magic solution to addiction recovery other than the magic that you can summon within your heart to change. You know what you're doing is wrong if you're an addict. You know that you need to change for the better, and you have the ability to do it. Contact me if you need to, but don't underestimate the power that you have within yourself to change right now without needing my help. Watch my videos. If you have a question, feel free to reach out and ask me on my comments, my email, you name it. But don't underestimate the power that you have to answer your own questions, because you already know what to do. You're just repressing it, because that's what we do. We play tricks on ourselves because of the grasp that the ego has on our minds. It damages clarity. Watch Scrooge 1970 with Albert Finney as homework if you're interested. You watch it for free. What do you have to lose? It might be a boring film to you, but there's a lot of symbolism in it. Also watch the 1981 version of Clash of the Titans, not the new nonsense that's just pure CGI and theatrics. The story was horrible. Go and watch the old movies are where you're going to find the most symbolism. A lot of the new movies are purely political and they have an agenda. But the 1981 version of Clash of the Titans is very symbolic as well. He goes through this experience where he pretty much he has to get all his power back, and he's got to fight off all these negative forces so that he can reach where he wants to be. There's a lot of symbolism in this stuff, and just homework for people who are interested. Oftentimes it can be really beneficial and motivating to have some type of symbolic story to relate to when you're going through these recovery processes. What else can I say? I just want to overemphasize the fact that no one's going to be able to just magically heal you. You're the only one that can heal yourself, and it requires a lot of effort to be sober. You have to realize a lot of things that a lot of people, you have to come to certain conclusions that are only reached when you come to certain realizations, and most of those realizations people repress because they don't want to acknowledge them. They don't want to come to terms with the fact that they need to quit. They like their vice. They like having something that they can lean on that makes them feel temporarily comfortable in social situations, or maybe you have a group of friends that always expects you to drink. People like their crutch. Sobriety requires you to separate yourself from a lot of things that are holding you back. Becoming sober requires you to let go of a lot of things that may feel comfortable at the time. It may require you to let go of certain friendships. It may require you to, quit your job for a while, or to stop being a part of the scene that you're currently in. So what it comes down to is you've got to learn to you're going to have to learn to realize what it's going to take to quit and then embrace it. And I know so many people won't, and that's so sad. And so many people won't because of the stress that they have in their lives and the temporary relief that they get from the substances that they abuse. That's one of the motivating factors to why people abuse drugs and alcohol. It's because of stress, ladies and gentlemen. It's also because of guilt, and guilt drives depression, and depression drives addiction. It's also due to the fact that a lot of people are just bored with life. They feel like they're not on their path, and getting high and getting drunk and whatnot can just make life seem more exciting. And some people just like to get high. Some people just like to get blown out of their mind on alcohol, cocaine, and things like that. But there's certain forms of addiction that are great. I'm not saying that you can't ever have a cigarette again. I'm not saying that you can't, you have to be this like person that's afraid of everything and lives in an ivory tower. No. The people who are truly afraid and live in the ivory tower are the people who stay addicted because they can't do anything. They're stuck in that pattern. Don't think that you wanting to quit makes you some, just uptight prude or whatnot, or, a square. You're not. The people who are square are the people who live inside of a box, and that box is driven by their addictions. You are a free person when you let go of your addictions. But there's good things that you can become addicted to as well. You can get addicted to ashwagandha. You can get addicted to adaptogens like Shazandra. You can get addicted to running. You can get addicted to going to sweat lodges and having mystical experiences in the sweat lodge. You can get addicted to a lot of things. The natural release of endorphins. Your body has a lot of endogenous chemicals in it that are waiting to please you if you learn how to master your breathing and master your life. The highs that your body can produce naturally supersede the highs that substance abuse can 10,000-fold. I hope that makes sense. But we were never taught this in school. We were never taught this in the public full system, also known as the public education system, which is nothing more than a mind control facility, which teaches you how to chase money and be stressed. And what do you do when you're stressed? Well, many people have a drink. Hibiscus. Drink that instead of your disgusting wine and all the other shit. Excuse me. All the power to you if you're the type of person that can have a glass of wine once a week, but I'm not that type of a person. And some of us, people will sometimes say, there's balance in this, bro. You should just be able to have a drink every once in a while. Achieve balance. Well, everybody's different, and for some of us, the path of balance is attained through abstinence. Not all forms of balance require weighing one thing against the other and just having, a 50-50, you have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. You can still drink and do all this other stuff. Well, that's fine if you're one of those people. I'm not one of them. If I have one drink, I want the entire 6-pack. And when the 6-pack's over, I better have access to a bottle because I'm going to want to drink more because I want to keep this party going. I want to keep the booze in my veins. Balance to me is attained through abstinence. Unadulterated abstinence, folks, from alcohol and from things like tobacco too. Tobacco, I struggled when I quit drinking alcohol. There was a period where I quit smoking too because I thought that the added burden on my liver was going to accelerate my potential death. That I thought I was going to die. So I quit smoking for a while. But once I realized I wasn't going to die, I started smoking again, and I continued to smoke for quite a while after I quit drinking alcohol. At the time, I thought, okay, well, if I'm not drinking, I can have this, and it was something to lean on. When I had, my first cravings and whatnot, I would just be like, okay, I'm going to smoke some tobacco, and this is fine. And I did the same with pot for a while, too, before I quit that. And that's a whole different, story that I could talk about, my cannabis addiction, which really affects the mind in a negative way. And most people who smoke a lot won't realize that until they try to quit. Once people who smoke a lot of weed try to quit for more than a year, they'll realize how much it affects their mind. It's easy to live under the smokescreen of cannabis when you're constantly smoking it. And I don't need to hear shit from people. Oh, I've been smoking for over 6 months and 1 year and I haven't had any problems with it. Well, quit for a month and see what happens. Quit for 2 months. Can you even do that? Quit for 6 months and see where your memory is. To wrap things up, I want to repeat myself because repetition of a message constitutes mental programming. And in a world full of insanity, I want to help program your mind in a beneficial way. I want to give you a few gems or some tidbits of information that you can take with you and do something beneficial with. I want to remind you that you have the ability to change your life for the better, that you are the only one stopping yourself. You have the keys within you to unlock your greatest potential. There's going to be some painful things that you've got to process, though, if you are a severe alcoholic, a severe drug addict. When you do these things, ladies and gentlemen, you create a schism between your rational mind and your irrational mind. You create a huge gap between your mature higher self and your lowest self. And because when you're an addict for so long, you stimulate the lower mechanisms of the mind, it can make the division between you and your higher self appear so vast that you don't know how to begin to embrace the walk towards being your higher self. You're going to have to acknowledge the pain and just continue to, or just let go. Excuse me. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at how the way that the previous sentence just came out. You're going to have to learn to let go of, you know what? I'm going to wrap this one up. What I'm trying to get at is that the more you engage in a negative action, the more you stimulate the lower mechanisms of the mind, and the more you dwell in the land of the bottom feeder. And the longer you dwell there, the harder it is to get out of that and to do the right thing, because these habits, these patterns of lower thinking and lower actions and addiction, they create certain patterns, and patterns become muscle memory. Muscle memory drives addiction. To break out of addictions, you're going to have to break through your muscle memory. You're going to have to learn how to escape what you're currently doing, and that requires your effort and your desire. It all comes down to distilling your desire to become a better and healthier you. Because without that passion, without that flame of intensity of you wanting to change, you will not be able to start the fire that is required to create the blazing inferno of you changing. You, like the phoenix, can rise out of the ashes and become a completely different person. And I hope that this video has benefited you in some way. I love you with all my heart. I hope the best for you. And I know that you have the ability to become a much happier you. And I want to see you do it. Contact me and let me know how you're doing. And until next time, peace be with you.
I wanted to personally thank you for watching my videos and contributing to the growth of my channel. I could not do this without you, and your interest in my content is truly what motivates me and fuels my passion for making these videos and spreading my message. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I wanted to remind you that this channel is a free educational tool that is listener supported, and if you would like to donate to my channel and donate to my cause, help make my life a little bit easier and help keep the lights on around here, you can do so by checking out the links in the description box below. There's a handful of not only ways to donate to my channel, but I also have links to different websites and different videos of mine, as well as my Amazon store, where you can check out a plethora of different health-related products that I use and recommend. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your continued interest in my message, and until next time, peace be with you all.